Just checking waiting for YouTube to make sure it's live. Yes, hello YouTube, and welcome to this stream of EU4, where I will be playing as the Ottomans, which is, in my opinion, the most beginner-friendly nation you can have in the game as of the latest DLCs. I'm gonna say including the one that is gonna come with patch 1.37. In the last, I'll say last 3 DLCs, the devs of EU4 have been reworking, updating quite a few nations, I'll say the most played nations or most played regions of the world, to bring the countries and nations, I'll say, up to fluff, or at least up to a level that makes the powerhouses in the region, in different regions, up to what they historically could have been, or even more. And with the Domination patch 1.35, there were a lot of changes because all of the major powers, I'll say excluding Austria and the Mamluks, got updated. And the question often comes, what is the best beginner nation? The game will tell you, you'll hear older tips would tell you Portugal for a colonization heavy game. Hello, Dennis. Oh yeah, hi. Enjoy work from laptop, sorry. You might want to find a way to change that, because but hi. Your username is, I'm not sure you want you to know your username to stay like that. But hi, and enjoy work. So yeah, Portugal, beginner friendly, yes and no, has a very harsh eco start. Economically, Portugal is a bit of a struggle bus at the start, but has no major threat. If you stay friendly with Castile, there's no reason for them to turn on you. And once you start your colonization game, you can build quite a big empire. Castile, my favorite nation. If you have Domination, it's no longer one of the top starter nations. They have 2 very harsh disasters at the start of the game, one chaining into the other, and which hinders Castile's start a lot. But once you've gone over it, you have a strong economy, you have a very well-positioned country to go full-on colonizing, full-on conquering in Africa, or even into France and Italy and Middle East and wherever you want to go. Castile is my favorite nation, but if you have Domination, I would not recommend it as a beginner nation. England, if you accept to lose or sell all your mainland to France, makes for a very easy start. You turtle up on your island, conquer Scotland, and with your boats, you're basically safe from everyone. You can become an eco powerhouse, you can go colonial, and if you feel like disembarking and landing, you can also go for a more warlike approach. So England is also a good beginner nation. I also like France a bit more on the, looks like it struggles more at the start. You have to beat England, but the first war is honestly the only rough thing you'll have to face as France. After that, you're basically one of the top nations in the world. Besides these guys, possibly Castile, Spain if they form, but you can generally get on well together. On second tier, I would put Aragon. They can unite with Castile and become Spain and have the same thing. They are much stronger on the naval side of things, weaker on the military, which hinders their start a little bit. Bahmanis and Vijayanagar, 2 very good starter nations. If you want to play a bit outside of Europe, I would not recommend them for a first run because you're going to struggle with institutions. And India is a good Thunderdome where everyone will ally each other. You're going to go for much more war, but these two nations are the top dogs in the region. They are naturally rival to each other, and once you take the ascendant over the other, you're generally on a smooth cruise to unite all of the Indian subcontinent, more or less. You'll be running into ones who will, if you start as Bahmanis and need Vijay, you might have Bengal, Jaunpur, and Delhi grow up together, but they'll be infighting as well, so no real risk on that. Same thing if you're Vijay and need Bahmanis, you'll be facing northern India, which will be slowly uniting, but we'll be showing through this playthrough that you can pick on alliances and alliance chains, I won't say easily, but relatively easily. Hordes require you to understand that you can live with a deficit because they live off of plunder and warfare. Very fun. Possibly my favorite non-European nation is Oirat. Because you can topple Ming, either become Emperor of China or just destroy the Mandate of Heaven, which is a mechanic specific to China that I will not speak about. But for myself, we're going to go with the Ottomans. The Ottomans in 1444 have just repelled the last crusade that was directed against them, led by in which the Polish king died. Hungary was repelled, and you start with truces with Lithuania, Poland, Hungary. Croatia is a subject of Hungary, the entire Balkans, and Albania, leaving Byzantium, the relics of the Eastern Roman Empire, Epirus, and Athens, the vassal of the Byzantines. First thing when you start a game, so you can have informations on your country, your pet group. I wouldn't bother too much about them. Anatolian falls off in the mid to very late game. But through this run, I hope to show that you can overcome just about anything as the Ottomans. You start Sultanate if you want to read more about it. It's a kingdom rank. There are three... let's actually start before we even start. There are three ranks of... Three tiers of size of country that the game fixes. You can start as a duke. Brabant is a duchy. Names will change depending on your localization. France, for example, is a kingdom, just like the Ottomans, who are called a sultanate. And the easy empire is Ming, who is empire level. The bigger your country, the higher your country rank, and the bigger your country rank. Sorry, noting things down to put chapters for YouTube. 0, 8, 25. The bigger your rank, the higher the bonuses, the more land you can own yourself, etc., etc., etc. I wouldn't worry too much about your rank, unless you're playing in the Holy Roman Empire, in which case you have you're locked to specific ranks. Your country rank will increase. It's just a button to click as you go on. Note, I am playing with all DLCs, and you might be missing features that I will be talking about if you play without. With that said, you select your country. You have ideas. I'll get back into ideas later on. Resume of your country, number of provinces you have. Development will be getting in. Well, I'll be speaking about development as well. Fort levels, with whom you have truces, and if you are guaranteeing countries, we guarantee the little country of Ragusa here. Same thing. I'll be speaking of subjects and guarantees as we go on. Last thing before we jump in, the game suggests all these nations as Suggested starts. So first one, Ottomans, Castile, my favorite. Portugal, France, England, Austria. Would not recommend it for a first playthrough because you are Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, who has several specific mechanics, and just for that, I would not recommend Austria as a beginner-friendly nation. But once you understand how an economy works, how an army works, etc., 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 Austria is a very solid choice. Brandenburg, a bit more on the harder side in my opinion, because you start relatively small and with neighbors who are possibly very interested in your land and HRE mechanics, but you're also in a good position. Sweden, you start as a subject, which to learn a liberty war and an independence war, I think Sweden is the best to learn those features. Muscovy starts small but fragmented enemies. Can eat a lot of Novgorod, possibly Lithuania, depending on alliance chains, and grows into Russia, and then you are an unstoppable behemoth in, well, modern-day Russia. Burgundy, I would not recommend as a starter. Can become extremely strong, but has, same thing, specific mechanics to for their succession. Poland, however, very good choice, especially if you have Lions of the North. You can be, I'll call it Eastern Europe powerhouse, a huge powerhouse with an amazing military. Your only quote-unquote problem is going to be your economy, which starts relatively low and is going to stay bad for a while. But once you get rolling, once you unite with Lithuania, possibly Hungary, you're just free to expand wherever. You can go into Sweden, Denmark, etc. You can join the Empire and mess with the Empire. You can go beat up the Ottomans, conquer Constantinople, and so on. You're relatively free. Our start is just a bit harder than, say, a France or an England start. But again, we're going to be playing as the Ottomans, and I'm going to skip on game rules. Feel free to play not the game options, these options. I'm playing on I'm going to be playing on historical with lucky nations on, making that the nations that did well historically get buffs. I'm not even going to go into them, but green, good, red, bad. They get a lot of bonuses to make them stronger. I play on normal, which is where the game is intended. Some people play on hard. I dislike hard for the single thing that the AI gets 50% manpower recovery speed. That's the only real feature that I hate. Some people, I'm going to call them masochistic, play on very hard. You can play on easy or very easy to buff yourself. Well, to buff yourself. Again, adapt the game to your level, and once you feel confident, take it up one. Take it up one. No limit on idea groups, I'm fine with that. I'm using the dynamic province names if you don't like that, because you want all the names in whatever your language is. So yeah, again. And show start screen, I would say always have this option on yes. For the very simple reason, and we're going to see that immediately as we start. As soon as you select a nation, you click play. I'm going to be playing Ironman mode because that way I don't have to bother about autosaves and things like that, and it forces me to think a bit more. If you're playing playing as a beginner, yes, it disables achievements, but don't hesitate to make saves. Reload to past saves if you messed up or are unsure of what your decision does. Alright, noting the timestamp for YouTube. So I'm going to be playing Ironman, make a save. Playing auto Twitch. There are features that I'm not going to cover because they don't fit in our run. They are all very well explained on the wiki. The EU4 wiki is amazing on explaining more into details. If you're more into like the math of combat and things like that, I tend to go with eyeballing it. It's gonna work. It's not gonna work. We try. Worst case, we fail. Starting screen. This one, if you've played, so it gives you a little bit of history of your country. Ottomans has a lot. It explains the main feature of your religion, your government, and your environment. Environment is going to be there's Europe, there's Middle East, there's China. It will be very similar. This one is the one that I tend to skip because I tend to know what is around us. I'm going to be reading them for this playthrough, but environment you can skip. Government, most of the nations in the game work as monarchies. So I'll be reading it for this playthrough, but same thing. These ones I tend to skip or just check if there are special features like the Ottoman Pashas and Janissaries for us. But starting with his, and it also tells you, well, you were at war with country XYZ. These guys hate you. These guys appreciate you. You might learn a bit of history, which is always good. So starting screen, always read at least once. Once you've learned it, you can close it. And it's just on starting a game, so it only shows once. I very highly recommend to read those, to read the screens. And so let's start reading. The Ottoman Sultanate in 1444. The Ottomans in 1444 are a regional power in the process of securing control over Anatolia and the Balkans. In the past, Ottomans' control has been reimposed in the aftermath of the Timurid invasion, but several beyliks remain independent. The beyliks is the name of the Anatolian nations. These beys jockey for a position between the expanding power of the Ottomans on one side and the Mamluk Empire of Egypt and Syria, still the strongest states in the Middle East, on the other. In Europe, the Ottomans have defeated the Crusaders in the Battle of Varna, killing Vladislav, the Polish and Hungarian king. Byzantium now lies exposed and Hungary has been forced on the defensive, but with the fortress of Belgrade still serves as a strong bulwark against further Ottoman expansion. The lesser princes in between can survive only by playing the great powers off one another. Further south, Skanderberg leads Albania in revolt against the Ottomans, supported by Venice, which still dominates the seas. The realm ruled by the Ottoman dynasty is not yet a centralized state in 1444. The Sultan's authority is enforced only by his small household of servants recruited from slaves captured in war and from the Devshrim, the periodic conscription of Christian youths from the Balkan countries. These are the famous Janissaries, who will in time grow into a powerful standing army. The Ottomans have come to power with the military backing the numerous marcher lords, still highly autonomous on the Balkan frontier, while the administration lies in the hands of the Turkish aristocracy, literate in the ways of statecraft, but largely independent from the Sultan's authority. All this is about to change. Having defeated the Crusader armies, the old Sultan Murad II is now on his way back to his estates in Manisa, leaving the government in the hands of young Mehmed II. It is he who will go on to transform the Ottoman state into an empire, acquiring Constantinople as an imperial capital and establishing centralized administration to rein in the marcher lords and old Turkish families. For the Grand Turk, there can be no compromise. The House of Osman is to be the supreme authority in the land. The only question is this: where will his armies turn to first? So again, it says what I said. We are a regional powerhouse. In-game, we are... The Ottomans, in my opinion, are the strongest at least on paper, at the start, and have no one to oppose their expansion. The Mamluks, though strong, have much harder time expanding, and so do fall behind the Ottomans. We will be conquering and hopefully annexing them, possibly this stream, possibly otherwise in a future stream. So that's for the bit of history. Religion. The Sunni faith gives the following modifiers: chance of new heirs, cavalry to infantry ratio. We'll get into those later. Sunni rulers have a piety value that measures what type of piety they promote in their society. Piety ranges from mysticism to legalism, with different bonuses on the different ends. Your society moves towards legalism through choices in events, declaring wars on infidels and heretics, as well as converting provinces. You move towards mysticism by declaring wars on fellow Sunnis and through choices in events and other interactions. Other religions in the Muslim group are Shia and Ibadi. Sunni is by far the largest religion in the group. All Muslim countries belong to a school that give different bonuses. Schools also have opinions of each other that change during the course of the game and that will have an effect on the relations between the countries that follow them. Countries following a school can invite scholars from other schools to combine their bonuses for 20 years. The Hanafi school gives the following modifiers: admin tech cost minus 5%. Again, we'll be getting into all the bonuses and modifiers later on. Government. We are a sultanate. Sultanates work like monarchies. This means that the ruler is in place for life, unlike republics, for example, and that his succession is dependent on having a designated heir. Heirs are acquired either over time or through event choices. If the monarch dies before your heir reaches maturity, a regency council can take over, preventing the declaration of war. Between that, if you have a wife, a consort, the queen consort can reign as ruler and basically works the same as your ruler. Monarchs also have consorts that can be acquired either through royal marriages, through events, or when an heir is created. A consort will rule until the heir reaches maturity instead of a regency council. Ideally, you never fall in a regency council. A consort as ruler, well, sure, that can happen. Doesn't prevent you from doing anything. Has some drawbacks, but very minor. As a country with the Ottoman government type, you have access to a harem. This means that your heirs will not be generated the normal way, but instead you get to choose from a number of candidates once your ruler turns 30. If your ruler dies before appointing a successor, however, you will be left with a mediocre heir, his only skill being the ability to betray his brothers. Yay. Historically, the Ottomans did work like that, where they when it was time to prepare for succession, there would be murdering or complete removal of all heirs except one, so as to make succession, let's call it, easier. Your Ottoman government allows you to assign states to pashas. A pasha greatly reduces state maintenance cost and chance of revolt, but will increase the cost of construction in the area. Your government type also allows you to recruit janissaries from heathen provinces, a special type of unit that receives lower shock and fire damage while costing more to maintain and military power to recruit. Your government is augmented by the estates of the realm. That's going to be possibly the next thing we speak about. These can differ from country to country, but represent strong interest groups within your country that give you powerful benefits if they are loyal and influential. An estate might also be a great hindrance if it is disloyal or too influential, however. Their influence and loyalty can be increased through choices in events, as well as by distributing a greater share of your crown land. Again, that goes with the estates. We'll be talking about that. All government use government reforms. These reforms gradually add distinctive bonuses to a government over the course of a game. Reforms are unlocked by the accumulation of reform progress points, which are passively gained at a rate determined by the average autonomy level of your provinces. Again, we'll be speaking of gov reforms when this button is fully turned green. Until then, we're just gonna ignore the mechanic as we can't really change, or we'll speak about it. We'll see. And lastly, environment. Speak about Europe. Europe is home to the Holy Roman Empire. It is this little button down here, this little eagle, the double-headed eagle, symbol of Austria, or at least the Austrian Empire. A giant but largely divided empire that dominates the German and northern Italian regions. Upon the death of an emperor, the imperial electors select his replacement by voting. A member can become an elector by being granted an electorate by the current emperor or inheriting an elector. Yada yada yada. Again, these are empire mechanics to the HRE. We won't be messing too much with them. Countries within the HRE are allowed their own diplomacy, can even have their own subject, but the emperor is obligated to defend them from outside forces and can demand that they hand back unlawfully acquired territory. That I'm not going to speak about in this. It is a purely intern HRE mechanic, so if you want to go learn more about that, go to the wiki, EU4 wiki, unlawful territory. While the authority of the emperor is currently low, this may change if the empire can strengthen his hold through imperial reforms. Same thing, the emperor, when he has enough authority, passes reforms. EU4 HRE reforms, and you will learn all about them on the wiki. Emperor can bestow the status of free imperial city upon republics within the empire, not only republics, but shush. That are no bigger than one province. These states will enjoy the protection of the emperor while increasing imperial authority and tax income. Should a free city acquire a second province, it will lose its protected status. Same thing. This is all HRE mechanics. The wiki is your friend on that one. Northern Italy is also technically a part of the Holy Roman Empire, but the region has been slipping out of imperial control for a long time. If the emperor does not strengthen his hold over Italy within the next few decades, the Italian states will be considered independent of the empire. And that is our environment. So once you've read all of that, you've acquired information. What do you do now? Because first thing, you do not unpause. Just like in an FPS, you want to choose your loadout or a MOBA, you want to choose your loadout before heading to battle to wherever. Here we have a few things to set. The notification bar up here, you have 3 colors of notification. Red meaning quite urgent, you should really look into that. Green is, oh, by the way, did you notice? And orange and yellow is, hey, that's missing. Are you sure you want to have it missing? Possibly yes, possibly no, but attention point. Green is, by the way, again, green, by the way. So we only have one red marker. Some will have more. Some nations might have more. But again, we'll be getting into those and removing them as we actually from left to right. So first thing first, this big crest will open your country view. Your country view where you have all these little tabs. I'll be going through the ones that are relevant right now, going back to others later. And namely, the first one, we'll be coming back to it later. EU4 is a sandbox game. You can play however you want. But there are a few things that you might, I'll say, convince you to go one way or the other. And that is your mission tree. Your missions, let's speak a little bit about missions. 29. Your missions, so all have, there's a little question mark. As long as you don't fulfill them, I mean, you still have red crosses, can be a bit hard to read, but once you get them, you can click on the mission. It gets highlighted golden. We'll be finishing some extremely soon. Always scroll down because it's only like 5 icons wide, and we have bits of our tree that start lower here, and a few here that same thing, have their own things here that you might want to keep an eye on. Like same, this one has a little start here. We may want to go in. The defeat the Mamluk, same thing, starts in the middle of the tree. The first one that's going to interest us is we're going to have a look is the Crimean Destiny. So little Crimea here can become a very potent ally. One of the following must be true. Either we outright conquer them and they are a subject, or they are an ally of us with at least 150 opinion and at least 60 trust. Trust is a mechanic that came in with Leviathan, I want to say. The Leviathan DLC. You won't have that in base vanilla game, but very, very convenient mechanic for diplomacy. The mission trees give you, so you can see the bonuses you will get on the little medal once a mission is completed. It turns with a little check mark. You do not have to complete the missions immediately. There are missions that you might want to delay for a reason or another. As for us, we're going to have, so we saw the Crimean Destiny. It says become ally. We'll keep that in mind. Defeating the Mamluks, same thing. We're keeping that in mind. We need 6 provinces, so if you hover over it or even click on it, it'll bring you to the region. We need 6 of these, including one of them being Aleppo. 6 of them in these region with at least either Dishmak or Al-Quds. So Dishmak is here in Syria. Al-Quds is Jerusalem. We're probably going to get Dishmak and Al-Karak because they have little forts. We'll get into forts in warfare later. Address Furman. That Furman, that will be for later on when we have Granada and stuff, when we'll be expanding to over here. Until then, let's not bother with that. I'm looking at the mission from the bottom. Doctrines of the army. We need to have at least Constantinople owned by the Ottomans. Have a soldier's household. Soldier's household come in a bit later into the game, so we're just going to ignore that one. And we need 40 provinces with barracks or training fields. Easy. Stability of at least 2. We'll be speaking about stability a little bit later. Has reached level 6 in government reforms. Again, government reforms, we'll speak a bit about them later. And agendas from the Diet. We'll be getting onto the estates and the Diet very soon. Issue this one. What does this one ask? 10 owned provinces, currently 0, with a courthouse or a town hall. And does not have our religion. And the Dhimmi has 80 loyalty or greater, or 3 tolerance of heathens. That's religious stuff. We'll be getting into those very soon. Second, Islamic Golden Age. We need the modifier United Islam. That is a decision that you get. The rest will be skipping. We'll be skipping those. We might not even complete this mission. We'll again saying we're skipping address the Furmans. Defeat the Mamluks will get. If you remember the little description, it said we are not the dominant powerhouse. The Mamluks still are. And at the game start, although an experienced player would totally be able to, it is better to consolidate a little bit before heading off into the Mamluks. Crimean Destiny, we remember we need to ally them. Just gonna skip those. And now we reach the top of our mission tree, what you would consider the start. First one is and a maritime presence. It leads to relations with Venice. You can play with befriending Venice. However, I like Venice. They're a naval powerhouse, and I like to be the only naval powerhouse. So we're going to be going opposing Venice later on. So we're not even going to bother to improve relations with them or anything. We're just going to go full on fight. Why would we even like Venice? I don't know, but the game gives you options for befriending Venice for some reason. So this one asks us to have at least 10 galleys and total navy size at least 90% of the force limit. We're going to go into the other mission, read the other mission requirements, and then we'll check things out. Establish the Pashas, have a stability of at least 1. We'll be going once we get into this tab, speaking about stability. For the moment, let's ignore that. And 50 provinces, currently 0. That is not in the Levantine. That is not Levantine and has a Pasha. Okay. I mean, the culture group will be speaking about cultures in a little bit, but let's see. And again, hello and welcome, QB. Employing a military advisor with a skill of at least skill 2 advisors are something that you find in your court. Here you can hire them, except with that one we can get the option to get the we can get the option to recruit Urban, who is a very cheap military engineer with great bonuses. A Hungarian engineer that betrays Hungary and accepts to work for us. And for that, we need to be employing a military advisor, which will happen once we complete this event. It fires within 1 month. 1 month as soon as we the event, the victory over the Varna Crusade, happens like immediately on game start. Tells you a little bit more about the country, etc., etc. So we just need 2 generals. Generals are found in the military tab. We currently have only 1. We will be getting a second one soon. This one, train the Janissaries. Janissaries, again, we read it's soldiers recruited from non-Muslim provinces. So mostly over here, if you look at a province, you can click on any province. We'll be speaking about provinces, but they have a different religion than. If it's your religion, it's green. If it's not your religion, or at least not, well, I'll say not your religion to keep it simple. Confucianism has mechanic where it can accept several religions, but it is red and gives you unrest. In general, Ottomans are a bit specific on that. So we need to train at least 10 Janissary regiments. Keep a note. We'll just keep a note of that. Total army is 90% of force limit. We gain a claim on every Turkish province in Anatolia and Mashriq. If I go to down here, we'll be looking at map modes very soon. And actually, that's all. Your privileges, the Janissaries event happen. Yada yada yada. So that's for missions. You can obviously skip them if you want to play completely differently and ignore them, but they tend to bring you quite powerful bonuses. Claims, modifiers for 20, 30 years, sometimes even until the end of the game. So, you know, a buff forever, who would say no to that? Hey Doran, welcome. Boop to you too. I hope you're doing well. I hope your workday was fine. We just read about mission. Good news that the meds are working. I hope that you get better soon. Now let's speak a little bit. Yes, the Autobot our missions are very nice. And now let's speak a little bit. I'll speak about about map modes. EU4, so if you, down here, it's currently hidden under the cat. I'm very sorry, I'm hiding the cat for a moment. Yeah, just under my face. You have these different little icons for, if it's the first time you open EU4, they're going to be red. Just red boxes like this. You can add several map modes to a single hotkey. It's for English keyboards, it's QWERTY and ASDFG. No, I don't know exactly. Or no, it's the top line of your keyboard. QWERTY, YUIOP, like here. I have a French keyboard, so on my keyboard, it's, yeah, exactly that one, that Doran. But it's a bit of a mess and all over the place. I have mine. I know where they are. Feel free to organize them however you want. One that I don't think I have, States and Territories. That one's actually terrible. Well, no, I do like this one. You have these four that simplify them. So the political map modes, the diplomatic map modes, economic map modes, and geographical map modes, which is going to allow me to show you. So we're currently, the default map is the political map mode. If I cycle through them, it's the little blue flag, currently darkened because selected. But earlier it said Mashriq and Anatolia, all provinces in Mashriq, and in Mashriq and Anatolia that are of Turkish heritage was the mission, if I remember correctly. Mission, every Turkish province in Anatolia and Mashriq. So Anatolia, this region, the Mashriq region there. Gray is wasteland. You cannot cross through it or anything. It is just in your path. There is a path through this, two paths through the Sahara, but most of the Sahara is just wasteland. You cannot go through it. Same thing in Arabia. Well, Arabian Peninsula. Bit of wasteland here, there, and there. You learn to play around it. Because you have to cycle around. So that's our region of Anatolia and Mashriq. Now, cultures. So we're going to flip to another. Every Turkish province, so Turkish is our culture. We're going to gain a claim on all the Turkish provinces. So namely, if I flip back to political, claims on Kandar, Karaman, Ramazani, and Dulkadir. Cultures are relatively important. If a culture can have two states, but I'll speak about that in just a moment. This is just the end for the map modes. There are plenty of map modes. I'll be cycling through them, trying to name them as I go. Again, feel free to adjust your map mode to whatever is convenient for you. I have mine, and I know I like them. Also going to move myself off cam. Just under my webcam is a list of events. You can, I tend to just ignore them because for me there are too many. You can fiddle with the message settings with this little button, or just hide them all straight out. I tend to leave it open because sometimes there's an info that catches my eye, but I tend to just ignore them. EU4 has a very, very, very adaptable system for messages, and you can totally, change them as you wish. And I was speaking about cultures, so let's speak a little bit about cultures. So, cultures. Noting my timestamp. Cultures are relatively important. You can see them. So if you click, again, I'm on the culture map mode, and accepted cultures. We have accepted cultures. No, not actually everywhere. No, we do have one unaccepted culture. Perfect. It's going to allow me to speak. So this is accepted culture map mode. Light green is what is called your primary culture. And everything in dark green is accepted, and red is unaccepted. I'll just stay like that. If you select a culture, it will, on the culture map mode, not the accepted culture, it will highlight all the cultures of your culture group. Each individual culture belongs to a culture group. Once you reach empire rank, all the cultures in the culture group become automatically accepted. We apparently accept the Greek culture, which is relatively small. So a lot over here, a little bit of Theodoro, a little bit of Genoa holdings over there, and Trebizond, for some reason, is in the Greek culture. So you can go around. The Francian group is, well, limited to France. The Iberians are limited to Iberia and Labour. English, obviously the English Isles. Irish has apparently, well, Ireland and a little bit here. So, very small culture group. German is much more of a mess. And some are... India has 3 or 4 different culture groups. Maybe even 5 different culture groups inside of the Indian territory. So, bit of a mess. We have the chance, it is very spread out, but relatively easy to unite. I'll say it like that. And you also asked me, where do I know about my cultures? Why, if a culture is accepted or not? This is found in the government tab. In the government tab, you have your main culture that is noted here. There are possibilities to change your main culture. We are not going to do it in this run. Again, head over to the EU4 wiki where you will learn how to do it. So we accept Turkish, Bulgarian, and Greek. We have the amount of land after autonomy that is inside, and we have 1% of our culture which is unaccepted. Primary cultures and accepted cultures have no penalties. So if we hover, if we click on a province, we see the culture, again, green, good, accepted. And we have one Albanian culture, which is red, unaccepted. An unaccepted culture, and this is why has a little bit of importance. If a culture is not accepted, you get local unrest, less tax, harder to convert. Missionaries will have a harder time converting. You get 33% less manpower and 20% less sailors. If it's coastal, inland, anyways, you get 0 sailors. So even a -20 on 0 doesn't change much. So it is generally in your interest to have only accepted cultures to limit revolt risks and things like that. But it's not the most determining factor in the game. It's important to know because understand that this province will probably revolt more often than, say, here, which is both our culture and our religion. And that's for cultures. So you want to take care about them. You can only have a certain number promoted at the same time. This goes up over time with some things and stuff. But that is about it. Next feature I'm going to speak about is national spirits, sorry. Is it spirits? It's spirits and it's national ideas. You start with two national spirits. Every nation starts with 2 national spirits and gets a third one once this bar is filled out. We'll be back onto those when we actually unlock our first idea group. It's going to be much easier to explain at the time. We have, because it has the games is set like that, the Ottomans have 5% discipline and +3 tolerance of heathens, which is so discipline is a military modifier. I'm not going to go into the details of discipline, but basically discipline will allow you to do more casualties over the longer the fight goes, the more casualties you'll be doing because of discipline. Whereas morale will give you bigger bonuses at the start of a fight, making morale tend to be more important at the start of the game, and discipline better in later stages. But that, again, is general things. Just remember, discipline, good. I tend to favor it over morale more and more. If I have similar morale to my enemies, I'd rather get a discipline advantage than a morale advantage. And the other one is tolerance of heathens, which is for religious things. If we look at France, on any country, you can see their traditions here. By looking, so clicking on any country will open. So once you have either your shield open or you click on a province and on the shield there, brings you to the same page, brings you to the diplomacy of that country. Burgundy has not unlocked any ideas. Their traditions, they have 10% morale of armies and an extra diplomatic relation. France, no, that's Orléans. France has plus 20% national manpower, plus 1 diplomatic reputation. England, national unrest and infantry combat ability. Won't get into infantry combat ability for a while, but basically less unrest and better infantry. Austria, morale of armies and improved relations. Improved relations is one of my favorite modifiers in the game. I'll be speaking a lot about that in a while. Our soon-to-be victims. Opponents, sorry. Byzantium, they still have the empire rank because they used to be ginormous, but they are very shrunk. Their national ideas, advisor cost, so they have cheaper advisors. We'll be getting into advisors, we already mentioned them, and improve relations plus 20%. As the game goes, I spoke of ideas. When a country unlocks ideas, you can see which ideas idea tree they took and how many ideas they took. We'll get into that once we get into ideas later on. I want to now speak about the estates. Estates and crown land, and I'll call them misconceptions. Estates. So we have a country will have generally 3 estates, sometimes more. In some specific cases, you can have less. But generally, you have 3 estates, one representing your clergy. In our case, they are called the ulema. One representing your military, called the umera. Congrats for dyslexical people, or people having problems reading, or silly brains like me who will always confuse one with the other. We have the merchant guilds, which is, well, your burghers, the people who shift goods around. They represent your economy faction. Nobility is your military, and our ulema are our religious people. We, as Ottomans, have 2 more estates. The Demi, which are all the people who are, so this is our clergy is our national religion, so it's the Sunni people. They represent the Sunni people. The Demi represent all the other religions in our realm. We go to our religious view. We are Sunni, which is this dark green. We have these So, or if it's striped, it means it is not the state religion, it's another religion. If we're hovering over Kostendil, religion in the province is Orthodox, the state religion is Sunni. If we look at the province, you can see Orthodox is shown in red. They are, well, actually, let's go to Shia. Generally, heretics and heathens, so people who are not your religion, but in your religion group are heretics. Heathens are basically everyone else. So for us, if you hover over, if you go into the religion tab, I'll speak more about it later, but you can see the different bonuses. Generally, heathens and heretics will give you malices to the two provinces, unrest, and less local goods produced, which is basically less things to trade around and less things to sell to your population, which means less money, and less local tax. You ideally want to convert or make sure everyone in your religion, in your country, is of the same religion. Again, the estates have three values that you have to take care of. They have land, which is, let's call it the land that they administer for you. You are, at the start of the game, rarely, if not never, in control. You never administer directly all of your land. It is delegated to your estates, at least partly, more or less. If you remember the opening text, it said that our local nobilities had vast sways over local governing. It is represented here. They control 33.38% of our land. So generally, pinkish red is your military. Your religious people are yellow. Our ulema, they are a very minor, they have very little land. They have 5.56, more or less. Our merchants have 7.74. And we have the other two estates who also have some land, the Dhimmi, so our non-Sunni people, and non-Shia, who control 15.56% of the land, and the Janissaries down here with 7.74. The more land they have, the more loyal they are to you, but the more influent they are. Obviously, more land means more influence. If we hover over the Umera, so these are the other two values. Their land share determines partly their loyalty and their influence, and that's what we're always going to be playing with. My playstyle is to tend to reduce the crown, increase our crown land represented in white all the time, to try to maximize it, I'll say, as soon as possible. That is my playstyle. You'll have people saying that no, you should always be between. You'll hear all sorts of theories between 30 and 20, between just above 30, between 30 and 40, etc. I'll be explaining a bit more about that. From their land share determines partly their influence, meaning how likely they are to be able to pull the rug from under your feet and impose their will on you, and their loyalty, which is how likely they are to follow your position and decisions. You understand from that you would want very high loyalty and very low influence. Part of my idea of my playstyle of reducing the land that they own is that if we look for any, let's look at our Umera, our nobility, military. If I hover over their influence, so the little head with the little arc above, they have an influence level of 31.6, 10% base, Land share 16.6, so 33.38 divided by 2, more or less. And we are a monarchy, so they have plus 5% because we're a monarch, and, well, monarchs did tend to rely on their nobility. As for their influence, so this is a static value. It will go up with events, sometimes get permanent modifiers, or temporary modifiers through events, but it is a fixed number. It will, unless an event expires, it will always stay the same. Loyalty, however, is an equilibrium. It will always trend towards a certain value, which is, except some events that will temporarily modify modify a value, the sum of the permanent modifiers that you have. So their loyalty is currently at 50% and will drift towards the equilibrium every month by a certain value. The further away it is from the equilibrium, the faster it will tend towards. Their equilibrium is currently 42.8, and that is the important number, well, one of the important numbers. I like to keep that value above 50. Some people will say 60. The higher, honestly, the higher the better, but 50 is a good level for reasons to come. And to get back onto the land ownership, Umera land ownership, 6.6%. So because they own land, because of their share of land, it's 16.6 influence, and about a third of that, roughly, is their, it's actually 1/5. 1/5 of this gives them loyalty, and half gives them influence. Half of that number is their influence. You can see here 16.6 Umera influence, 6.6% loyalty. And now you're asking me why 50%? Well, the reason is because of this button. Seize land will seize 5% of estate land for the crown. So currently the crown has 30%. We'll be going under 30 soon-ish, and I'll be explaining why I go and why I disadvise you as a beginner to do it. And I'll be showing the consequences live. This button seizes 5% of land, so if you hover over the button long enough, you can see that it's dependent on how much land they have. The Umera, so our nobility having the biggest share of land, they will be contributing the most, with 2.68 crown land, estate land, lost. You always gain 5% if sometimes some privileges, which is these things that you can give, will prevent you from seizing land. I hate giving those powers out. Some people say do it. I'll say different playstyles, different opinions. I say I dislike them. I dislike those. And when you do that, they lose 20 loyalty. So that's a hit to the number here, not to the equilibrium. So over time, they will forgive us for seizing land, and rebels may rise up if an estate drops below 30 loyalty. And that's why 50% is the important equilibrium level. I want my equilibrium to always reach 50 or above, so that as every time this button is available, every 5 years if you're not at war, I can click this and increase my crown land. And say almost all nations, it's worth it to check it, but almost all nations start with all their estates at 50%. So the first thing I do as soon as I start is click this button. Do you want, it will make the following changes. If you hover over the tooltip, it's the exact same thing. And I say yes. We got rid of the first one, the first notification saying, hey, you can seize land. And if we hover over the button again, can be used again on 11th of November, 1449. You have the date on top here. It is 5 years day to day from now. My advice is to do it every time you can. But again, you'll have people saying, on the use of Crown Land, people will have different opinions. I'm actually going to give the power starting from the bottom to the top. The last important number for your estates is the thresholds, 30, and 60. If an estate, through events, through IC's land without having 50% loyalty or any other reason, if the estate loyalty goes under 30%, you will start getting negatives in here. On 30%, you get a minor bonus. And if they get above 60, you get a bigger bonus. And I think, and maybe there's maybe another threshold, but 30-60 is the easy way for, I'll say for beginners to remember. Under 30, negative penalties. That applies to you as well with Crown Land, with your Crown Land. With Crown Land, you start getting bonuses when you're above 50. Between 30 and 50, you have no bonuses, no negatives. We can give out privileges. So let's look at the privileges for our Janissaries. If you on the top, you see the immediate cost. The first one is how it will affect their equilibrium. The second is how it will affect their influence. The third one is it might cost you some Crown Land to give it out. And the last one is absolutism. Absolutism doesn't come in before, I'll say, about approximately somewhere between 1610, 1650. I don't remember, never remember exactly. So for the first 150 years of gameplay, you're totally fine to ignore that. So absolutism, we're just going to ignore it, and it's going to be fine. This one, land leader shock. So this one gives a bonus. So modifiers, permanent modifiers as long as the power is active. Effects on click. Or generally. I'll say generally. This one gives better shock to our generals, but it would lower the Janissary loyalty equilibrium, which is currently at 22.7, so our Janissaries would tend to be very disloyal. And increases their influence. That's the main problem with Ottomans and Janissaries. They tend to have a very high influence and a relatively low loyalty, which is problematic when you want to remove powers from them, because you need a higher loyalty than influence to remove a power from them, a privilege given out. So think before clicking on powers. Recruitment by merit. This one says exempt from seizing land. I don't want it. Give a tiny bit of infantry compatibility to only your Janissary regiments. We're just going to skip that. Professional soldiers, same thing, no modifiers. We get professional Janissary soldiers, giving us regiment reinforced cost and regiment drill lost. While I like this power, we're going to have the money to do it, and we're probably not going to be drilling much, so we'll just skip this one. Janissary celibacy, stability cost modifier down, yearly corruption down. This one doesn't change their loyalty, increases their influence, currently at 8%. I am totally fine giving out this privilege. Stability cost going down is always good to have. Yearly corruption, passive corruption reduction is always good to have as well. Knowing that if you look at your budget, you have a slider for rooting out corruption. Rooting out corruption. First, when you root out corruption, if you have more passive modifiers to corruption reduction than corruption gain, corruption being this little icon, you don't pay a thing for corruption reduction. I should have shown before we had a little bit because we have one province that is not our religion. So, standardized salaries, 5% loyalty equilibrium, 15% influence. So we're giving them 10% more influence than loyalty, but makes our armies 5% cheaper. And the event Janissaries Demand Pay now costs us significantly less. This is an event that triggers each time your ruler dies, where the Janissaries say, hey, we require basically a bonus for the services we've provided to the previous king, so either you pay now or we revolt. And it can be quite costly, so yes. Ensure discipline training. Our Janissaries would have 2.5% extra discipline. For the moment, I'm not going to give it out. Loyalty to the Sultan. This one gives a lot of loyalty and reduces influence by, and increases influence by 10%. Remember, we are only on 27 equilibrium, so yes, I'm going to give this one. Our equilibrium now is 52.6, so I'm perfectly fine on this one. They are quite disloyal because we have under-reliance on Janissaries. We're not employing any Janissaries, so their loyalty equilibrium is extremely low. Their influence, same thing, no Janissaries employed. Their influence is reduced by 5% because we're not hiring any. And last one is strict Dev Shrine system, which every heathen province gains the following effect. So heathens are everything that isn't Shia or Ibadi. We have a little Ibadi down here. No, Ibadis are over here. Some Ibadi nations over here. Basically, the other two schools of Islam represented in game. So everything that is not our religion and that is not in our religion group gained local manpower modifier plus 10%. I like that one. And we will be needing manpower for our wars, at least at the start, so click. And because of their influence, their bonus went up, rebel suppression efficiency plus 18.7. If we set our Janissaries to suppress rebels or anyone to suppress rebels, they'll be more efficient at it. Good news. The Dhimmi, so remember Dhimmi, non-Sunni, non-Muslim, I'll say non-Muslim to keep it simple, people. We allow them in our land, but they have to pay us monies, extra money. So I'm going down for this one, I'm going from bottom to top. Dhimmi Contribution Act, we can look at this one. The Dhimmi are a vital part of our nation. We ask them to contribute to its grandeur accordingly. So it gives us a decision that we impose taxes on people who are not of our religion, which gives us a bit of money, and they lose it. We get a hit on their loyalty of 15. So pushes them away from their equilibrium, but does not change their equilibrium. I will be taking this one and possibly clicking the button regularly. Protected Dhimmi communities. Scaled with estate loyalty. So the higher the loyalty, remember, loyalty here, the more religious unity we get. Our religious unity is currently 86%. Mostly because we have all of these Orthodox people who are not our religion having the effect, the lower your religious unity, basically the more unrest you get. The more you get, the more unrest you get, which is and stab cost up. Those are the main two effects. little bit of yearly corruption, but that's not the most significant thing. So gaining 9.9 religious unity for at 30% equilibrium. Yes, please. Bringing our equilibrium to 96%. Possibly when we convert the Shia province of Sivas, we'll be able to do something about it. Back to estates. Demi. Promote nobility from the Demi. Again, our equilibrium is currently 50.30, where their influence is 33%. So the Demi are not going to be a threat. They're going to have high loyalty, low influence, so I could be giving them... We could get this one for the leader without upkeep. I do like this one. This one I'm going to give through to the clergy for reasons. So let's give this privilege out. Grant trading privilege, mass recruit minister, trade efficiency person. This one allows you to recruit, gives you an option for an advisor. Again, we'll get to advisors in our court in a second. These privileges, again, I advise you to read. You might appreciate some. Some people will tell you take some. If someone says you have to take this one, probably don't follow their advice. Think first, then maybe follow the advice. Does not lose crown land from blah blah blah. Local dev costs in every heathen provinces with a temple. I tend to not build temples in cathedrals. I find them money inefficient. So this one gives bonuses if we build temples in cathedrals. Skip. Almost, well, Janissaries, it's the loyalty to the Sultan. Otherwise, most of estates have what I call a 10-10 power. 10 loyalty, 10 influence, cost you 10 max absolutism. Again, max absolutism. Build the 1640, 1610, 1650s, you can completely ignore it. Very good if you want to boost your equilibrium to above 50 without touching anything. I'm currently fine with it, so I'm gonna skip. Exempt from seizing land, I tend to skip those because I don't care. Guaranteed religious minority rights. Extra tolerance of heathens. This one, yes, it's gonna cost us 10% influence, I don't care. And 5% max absolutism, again, I don't care. You can give out up to 6 privileges, so we're fine. And we already gave the promote nobility from the Demi, giving us leader without upkeep. There. So we're not going to take it a second leader without upkeep, and it would hurt both our Ulema and Umera loyalty equilibrium, even if it's 5-5. And the last one that I give is higher Demi taxes. You are the Demi, you are not of our religion, so you have to pay extra taxes to contribute to the budget. Might be a power that we remove because it's quote-unquote just influence for our Demi. And we are at 6 privileges for our Demi. We are fine. Now for the debatable, I'll say debatable powers. Your clergy, nobility, and merchants will generally have a +1 monarch point power. Monarch points are these 3 values: admin points, dip points, military points. They represent they're here to, it's a value, it's a capital that you can spend. You acquire it over time, and you can spend it on actions and things to force things. You also use it for research, to adopt new texts, So being on 0 all the time on these and spending them as soon as you have them might not be the best idea sometimes. Sometimes you might want to bank up a little bit. Most guides will tell you, take these powers from the start. My big problem with this one, huge problem, is this. We will lose 10 crown land, which will be shared depending on influence between, just like when we seized, it's going to split it in a similar fashion to every estate. The problem being, so we're currently on 35, I'm going to click them. As a beginner, I would not advise you to click them. Because when you go under 30% crown land, it also hurts their loyalty equilibrium. Doesn't touch their influence, but -5 equilibrium. Currently, our equilibrium is 29.2. Well, now it's 20, well, it's 26 because they gained some land, and so, no, it's actually, it gave the 10% to them. So they got more crown land, so more influence, and a little bit more equilibrium. My problem is, we are now under 30% crown land, so we've hit the first level of, I'll call it danger, where we get 3 negatives. National tax modifier, so less money throughout the state. Maximum absolutism -10, again, you don't really care about that. And the last one, liberty desire from subjects, from subject development. We'll be looking a little bit more into liberty desire in subjects once we acquire our first subjects. But overall, doesn't really matter, doesn't really, not the most impactful. That one you can live with a -10% tax modifier. With the Ottomans, we don't have money problems, but for smaller nations, it can be a big strain on your economy. And that's one. Now let's go, I'm going to skip, we're going to get back to them. I'm going to go to our military, and I'm going to do the same. Take this one for the Umera. So our Umera already have 30% 0.70. They're going to be at 40.7% of the land. They, our nobility, now administers for us 40, more than 40% of our land. And we've gone under 20%, between 20 and 0, I think. Our national tax modifier, we take another 5% hit, so we're down to a -15. Max absolutism, we don't care. Liberty desire from subject development +50, making any subject potentially very quickly rebellious. And the last one, which is the biggest modifier, is monthly autonomy change plus 0.010. Go back to political view, I prefer this one. If we go to accept your capital, which I think can't go under, you have this little value marked autonomy. And Philippe already has some apparently from before. 8.5% autonomy. Currently, it changes by 0.025 each month due to the following. Government rank, because we are a kingdom, it increases by 0.025. Because we have low crown land, -0.10. And because we are at peace, plus 0.10 in the reduction. So being at peace counters that penalty, but one of the main ways to gain crown land is to be at war or to seize land. So if you're just sitting here and waiting, well, it's going to take you some time to get over that. And yes, it's not going to affect you, but if you go to war and into drawn out wars and things that last, well, you might be ending up with a bit of problems. So this is why I highly disadvise it for a beginner, because as a beginner, you'll be struggling with two things: your manpower and your money. Well, again, 8.5% autonomy. I lose trade power, meaning I am able to direct less of the trade money to me. I produce less goods, so I sell less goods, and then I have less goods to trade, which hurts income. Production, the more you produce in a province, the more you have to trade. The more you trade, the more money you make. Production and trade scale off each other, whereas tax is a static modifier and not linked to anything else and tends to fall off. Early on, it is going to be our highest income. Currently, we are making 20 ducats, roughly, even with our negative modifiers, 10 half from taxation, half from production and trade. In some nations, it will be even bigger. I'm thinking of France, for example, where tax is going to be way bigger. Castile fighting with Aragon and Portugal and possibly the Muslim nations in the south will have a lot more through tax, terrible production, and less from trade. We'll get into trade in due time. First, I want to finish. And last one, I'm going to give it. Again, I disadvise going under 20% crown land if you're a beginner. I highly disadvise it. We're on 15. This one is going to bring us down to 5%. And, well, now that we're under 10% crown land, the malices get even worse. Liberty desire from subject development, plus 100%. Doubles it. Max absolutism, right now we don't care about it. And monthly autonomy change, hey, now it's plus 0.2. Meaning if we look at Philippe, our autonomy is going to be ticking up even when at peace. Meaning that the more we wait, even if we wage wars, our autonomy is going up. And, well, local manpower modifier, minus 8.5. Local trade, local production, local tax. We're going to be making less money. We're going to be having less men coming in to refill our armies over time. So, if you take these three privileges, sure, you'll be earning a little bit more admin, diplomatic, and military points per month. Sure. But you need to have a plan or be ready to suffer the consequences of high autonomy, in your provinces. And this is why I disadvise these for beginners. Yes, it is the optimization ideal move to max out your monarch points because you can do a lot of things with your monarch points, but the 0.2 monthly autonomy change is going to wreck you as a beginner, and you won't understand why you all of a sudden aren't making money as the Ottomans. And this is why I highly, highly, highly disadvise taking those early. Staying between 20 and 30, sure. And then giving them out and taking them in, sure. Outside of that, please don't. Now back to the other powers. The ulema, I like the rights of donation. Again, these are ones that I like. Feel free to experiment and things like that. I'm not going to be dogmatic. I'm just going to say the ones that I like. Right of donation gives us a little bit of prestige when we convert provinces and makes our missionaries slightly cheaper. I like it, but we're not going to be converting our anything except this one Shia province. So I'm just going to skip on this one. It's influence for our religious people. Institutionalized ulema, we can get seek support of the clergy, which is it automatically completes the estate agenda. We'll be coming into some in the diet soon. Allowing religious delegation, that is they gain loyalty and it completes their agenda. It's similar to this one, except this one moves you towards mysticism and they gain loyalty. This one, they gain less loyalty. And you would finish the diet. I prefer to just skip those. Can be useful, but I dislike them. Clerical education. We had a similar one with the Dhimmi. I said I'm going to give it to the clergy. Reform progress growth. How fast you gain government reform progress. This one, the progress of this bar is mostly / partly linked to your autonomy. Average autonomy in your provinces. So if your provinces have high autonomy, you will also be reforming your government more slowly. So again, you take the powers, the +1 monarch point powers. Be careful, please. I'm going to take it because yes. Fun theological studies. I don't really like this one. It allows you to choose between 3 advisors, but at the cost of loyalty. Loyalty hits to some estates. I'd rather keep my loyalty always ticking up to seize land as often as I can. We're gonna do it for the Umera for another reason. So this one I'm skipping. Development of temple does not lose crown land. It's the same one as the Dhimmi. If they have temples or cathedrals, local dev cost -5%. Skip. Grant residence to a scholar. This one is a Muslim. So, do they call it Islam? It's an Islam modifier thing where we can invite a scholar. We are currently a Hanafi, giving us tech cost down. This one, you can recruit a scholar, invite a scholar for if you have good relations. So Hannibali would be with Dawazir, Maliki would be opinion of Grin. So the Maliki scholar would be dev cost with if we are friends with Granada or allied. I'm going to skip on that one for the moment. Establish religious schools. Inviting a scholar no longer costs administrative powers. I like that one, but it's not going to be my main focus. Religious diplomat. Diplomatic reputation +1. Diplomatic reputation is how likely other nations are to accept an offer. Vassalization, I won't say call to war, but alliance, things like that. It's the general opinion of people. Always worth to have dip rep, but it's not the most critical modifier in diplomacy, in my opinion. Opinion of the same religion. People that all Sunni nations +10 free opinion, and opinion of country from others of the same religion. That's weirdly phrased. 10. Just for the dip rep and the opinion of all Sunni nations, yes please. This one, I like when I'm not playing as a Muslim. It costs 5% crown land, so in my setup, it would bring me down to 0. Penalties would still be the same, but you get an annoying pop-up where you have to say, no, I'll deal with it later. I'm fine. Gives you a little bit of missionary strength. We're not going to be converting. That's the main thing. We're not going to be converting, so we don't really need missionary strength. We only have 1 province. What I do like about it, every own province of the Sunni faith, which is either in our culture group, so the Levantine culture group, which is the whole, you remember the culture, our Levantine culture group is everything in here, that is Sunni and that is owned by us, would be gaining very big bonuses, well, relatively big bonuses. Local unrest, 10% tax, 10% production efficiency, 10% manpower. But with the drawback that everyone who is not in the Levantine culture group and has not an accepted culture, so for us it would be that 1 province in Albania, +3 local unrest, and -10% culture conversion cost. Drawback's very low, but again, it costs 5% crown land. We might take it later, and it also has the tolerance of heretics and heathens decrease. We have Because we have the dhimmi, the guaranteed religious minority rights, our Ottoman traditions, our tolerance of heathens is completely maxed out, giving us actually reduced unrest. The higher your tolerance of a religion is, the more unrest it provides. So every Orthodox province has -3 unrest because we have high tolerance. If we take this, we get hits to it, so I'm not fond of it. Maybe later. Monopoly on wool. I'm gonna skip the monopolies. It's a way to gain. It's an easy way to gain if you need to gain a little bit of loyalty without losing influence. It gives you 1 mercantilism and the equivalent of 1 year of income from production of that, but you don't get a single ducat from it for the same duration. So it basically, when you click it, it gives you the money for the 10 years, but you make no income from wool for the next 10 years. If you plan on expanding into, in this case, wool provinces, not worth it. If you plan on staying similar size, maybe. It can be a way also to increase your mercantilism for free if you need/want to improve it. I like mercantilism. Some people hate it. Say it's bad for your trade. It increases the amounts of goods produced local in your provinces and your trade power in provinces. So if you have high control over your trade node, mercantilism good. If you have very low control over your trade nodes, mercantilism bad. That's why some people hate it. I generally see it as a positive. We're going to skip on that one because there are a few more privileges I want to give. Exempt from seizing land, I'm going to skip, even though it gives some monthly war exhaustion and some tolerance of the true faith. So tolerance of the true faith, I think, isn't capped. Yes, it's not capped, so it would increase even more the unrest reduction in all our Muslim provinces, but we shouldn't be having too much problems with unrest. Expansionist zealotry, very good if you're, for example, if you're playing an Orthodox nation. Besides Wallachia, Moldavia, Serbia, and Herzegovina, and the little guys over here. You're Orthodox, unless you're fighting an Orthodox, in which case you get a debuff to your army morale. Otherwise, you get a 5% buff. Very good. As Sunni, we're going to be fighting fellow brethren Sunni. We're going to be fighting Catholics. And we're the Ottomans, so I don't need it. So I'm going to skip on this one, on the expansion zealotry. Enforced unity of faith. You can't do that while having the dhimmi religious right guaranteed. So we disabled it. Oversight by the ulema, that's what I call the 10-10 power. Might come back to it. Clerical minister and freedom of interpretation. These ones are opposed. One is monthly piety plus 0.01, the other is minus 0.01. It affects this slider. We can't ourselves affect it. So if we take clerical ministers, we're going to go towards legalism. Legalism gives us national tax, national manpower, tech cost, ulema, and more loyal ulema. The other goes towards missionary strength, so ease to convert, morale of armies, idea cost, ulema, loyalty equilibrium down, but dhimmi, loyalty equilibrium up. You have the opposite here. I like legalism. I honestly really prefer legalism. And the Muslims have this thing where the nations in the Islamic group, religion group, have this ability when you reach 75, either towards mysticism or legalism, you can spend 50? Yeah, I think it's 50 to get a bonus. This one reduces our corruption by 2 points, and this one gives you manpower. There's pros and cons for both sides. I prefer legalism. Others will prefer mysticism. So I'm going to go personal choice for legalism. I like the corruption reduction button. we might be able to use it. This one, in my opinion, is a trap. The stab cost increase, it makes your advisors cheaper, but the stab cost increase is bad. Religious state, we took it first. Ulema land rights would cost us crown land for governing capacity. I'll speak of GovCap later. And since we have some margin left, our equilibrium is actually terrible right now. So I'm going to give them, with 2631, I need to give them privileges that increase their equilibrium, so the 1010. And one last one, which will give them privileges. As much as I dislike this one from developing provinces, I'll give the development because it's 10% loyalty equilibrium, and from the privileges I gave out, it's the one that I hate the least for extra influence, extra loyalty. Sorry, because with the equilibrium at 36.2, it's going to be very hard to seize land. So as much as I'm not fond of this one, it's crown land from developing provinces, so it matters much less than from this button. The Umera, they have their equilibrium is already 39.3, mostly because they have a lot of land ownership. 8.1 from land ownership. Base is 30. I want, let's go back from the bottom. I want this one for mission reasons. Remember the mission that said that we needed 2 generals? It was this one, the Aftermath of Varna. Number of generals, at least 2. This one allows us to recruit a general for free without spending military points. Otherwise, I have to click this button and it costs you points, mil points. Remember, we need mil points for tech. Tech, you always want to be on time on mil tech, so saving money, I'm fine. Increases their influence to 45.3, slightly higher than their equilibrium. Again, I'm not worried as we're going to be seizing land. Their influence is going to plummet faster than their loyalty. Currently, they're on 30% loyalty, manpower recovery speed plus 15%. This one is a button that you can click, costs the Umera loyalty, but allows you to reduce your land maintenance. I'm not fond of it. Some people will want it. I'm gonna skip it. Statesman of the Umera. Improve relations plus 20%. I'm gonna take this one. Improve relations, I'll be getting back to it, but the improve relation is just so good that I want it. I'm going to give them the expand the fortifications because sure, they won't be losing crown land from developing provinces. We'll speak about that when the Renaissance spawns. But besides that, it makes your forts cheaper. It makes your forts more defensive, meaning it takes longer for siege ticks to happen. And the garrisons being slightly bigger means the enemy will need slightly more men to siege them down, to have siege progress, and it's more loyalty than influence. I love this one. It's a privilege I really like. Equilibrium currently 49.3, influence is already 55.3, so we can give a bit more. Again, monopoly on livestock, I might give this one out. No income from livestock, but every 10 years? 10 years. We would be gaining 1 mercantilism. Might be an option. The reason why, it's because it's a very low income, meaning we have very little livestock in our land, and I don't plan on expanding much. We'll see. The Ottoman government was called the Sublime Porte. Well, once they installed themselves in Istanbul, Constantinople. And I'm going to take this one. It gives for every estate, so the Our Umera and all the other estates gain 10 loyalty and 10 influence. So remember our Umera at 46. This is going to bump them above. Every once in a while, the estates will be able to click this button for us without gaining the influence and loyalty, but they will force us to do missions. We'll see right after I finish giving out the privileges what happens when you click this button, and we'll put it on cooldown. Our Umera now have an equilibrium of 59.3 and an influence of 65. I am perfectly fine with that. Right of council, that's their 10-10. In some cases, you may want to give it out. For example, if we remove our officer rights, which is just influence, you might want to replace it with the right of council for the extra loyalty, possibly. Aristocratic counselors, same thing. The stab cost is the trap is the stab cost. Exempt from seizing land, I don't like it. Even though it gives a lot more manpower. But I don't want to have a power that protects them from both crown land share from developing provinces and seizing land. But it is very good. Less tax for more manpower regen. Well, national manpower. From which regen depends. We might later on go to this one for the yearly army tradition decay and more importantly the general cost. But for that we'd need 5 army tradition. And we might need to save up for that as well, but later on GovCon. Same thing, merchants. I'm gonna try and go a little bit faster on them. I like the reducing first the financial demands. 10% tax modifier, please give. The decision, I don't really like it, but for the 10% national tax modifier, remember we took a minus 15% hit because low crown land. Well, we're countering 10% of it with this privilege. This one, interest per annum, so our loans are cheaper. Our state maintenance, the money we pay for the upkeep of the state, for us it's only 2 ducats, so I don't really see the importance, but it's the reduce inflation that I really like for the merchants. Reducing inflation, we don't have any. We'll go with advisors, because again, this is a 10% influence. And no loyalty. Currently, the loyalty, their equilibrium is 40%, so we need to give them at least 10% more. Same thing, the Umera have the same one. There's one that allows you to automatically complete the estate mission. I'm going to skip. Prestige from naval battles, grant admiralship. This one allows you to get admirals. Prestige from naval battles. Prestige, you want high prestige. High prestige, good. But it's the most, of all of these values, it's the easiest to farm and gain. So for me, it's more like at higher level, when you get good, when you get used to playing the game, it becomes a currency. It has a value towards which it will trend, but I don't really care about it because I always push it to 100, and then events will bring it down always. Merchant Guild Force Draft. I like this one, but later on when we want to build heavy ships, gives us more sailors. Sailors are not going to be our main focus right now. We have with our conquest and our vassals, because we're going to go with a very vassal heavy play. I'm going to skip that one. This one, provincial trade power modifier. Each province, it scales with the estate influence. I tend to have high influence on my merchants. Merchant trade power, not the most important, but the provincial trade power, yes please. As long as their influence is high, it works very well. But when they're disloyal, you lose a lot of trade power. Again, equilibrium 50%. Well, above 30 is important. I'm giving this one. This one I don't really like. At least not in I'll say small empires. We're not going to be holding much land. Monopoly on paper could be given out for it's only 24 and a few ducats. Textiles, however, is big income. I don't want to have low income but big injections of cash every 10 years. Monopoly on paper, I could totally skip that. Again, light ship and ship trade power is neat. Might give it out later. Right now, not my main concern. I want to keep one slot always open for this one, which allows us to take 5 5-year loans at 1% interest. Cost us 1 mercantilism and 0.5 inflation. Each time you take a loan, you take 0.1 inflation. The privilege will be removed automatically when everything is repaid. So the one-time hit on mercantilism when you take, and you make a little bit less money from trade. This one is very good. Some people will tell you to take it immediately at the start to build up a war chest. Some people will tell you to take it later when you've expanded because your loan size is bigger. I tend to favor the second in general. In our case here, I'll be taking it immediately. And it's 5% loyalty equilibrium. Patronage of the arts. If you're really in desperate need of prestige, good, but again, 5% national tax, early game, everything relies on tax. I'm gonna give out the 10-10 for them because equilibrium is 45, and with 5% of that being the loans. So when we pay back the loans, we're out of it. We lose the 5% the 5% equilibrium. So free enterprise it is. This one is a very tempting one. More production efficiency, more inflation reduction, interest per annum, but the all-power cost plus 5% is, in my opinion, and I'll say generally accepted, a very big trap. I could give out the private trade fleets to have a higher equilibrium for it to tick faster up to above 50, but again, I already have high influence. You note that all the influences are above 60%, except for our Janissaries, but that's soon going to go above as well, as soon as we hire a few. When you win a war and take land, the land, depending on how much land you take, etc., 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 it is split between you and your estates. Estates with above 60% influence will get more of the land than if you have less than 60. You are considered as crown to always have 60% influence. And it's basically influence multiplied by amount of land increase divided by sum of total influence. So if you have more than 60%, they'll be gaining more than you, which will overall reduce your crown land. Except when you're under, I think it's 20%, where you always get crown land. We have taken loans, yada yada yada. Good. If we remember our mission tree, it said we had to build this one. Have at least 10 galleys and 90% of our force limit. Let's speak a little bit about armies and force limit. I'll speak of combat with later on when we get into pure combat. In the military tab, you have this little number, so the little sabers with a little arrow, and for boats, it's the boats with a little X, called engagement width and combat width. That's the amount of units you can fit into a front line. No, sorry, I wanted force limit, not combat width. Force limit, Mastani. There. It's the men with the little arrows, force limit. Armies and force limit, again, 154.22. Armies and force limits. So you have It's a soft cap. First, for both boats and armies, it is a soft cap. So it will be, you can have it, you can go over it. It costs you extra upkeep. For boats, it tends to be cheaper as long as you stay on galleys. For armies, it can, but for both, it can scale relatively fast. So it's, keep the value in mind. If you are losing money, it may be because you are over force limit. So the mission says we need at least to be at least 90% of our force limit and have at least 10 galleys. Here we have the outliner. It might be, might be hidden behind here if you need to deploy it. I keep it open at all times. It is for me the best way to see my nation. And with this little button, you have the outliner option of things that are happening, and actually, no, I have it. I'm good with that one. My subjects, rebel factions, I keep an eye on them. Sieges, how my sieges are doing generally, I remember where they are on the map. Provinces, you can have a list of your provinces and go to them. I hate it because it tends to fill in your outliner. Where my missionaries are can be useful. I tend to just, there's very few of them. I tend to go to the religious tab and sort by time it takes to convert, or just scroll through it until I find them. Again, disabled alerts. You can disable some alerts from up here. I'm just going to skip on them. For constructions, and same as buildings and building ships, and same for armies, recruiting armies. I don't know where it is, but recruiting regiments, they tend to clog it up. Again, adapt it to your playstyle and what you like. But back to navies. We needed at least 10 galleys. We see we have 3 here. And second navy, 0. Navies, if you click on navies, you have 4 types of boats. You can upgrade them to higher tier, but they will never change from one category to another. Heavy boats, very high upkeep by far, and they're for fighting. They are exclusively there to fight. Late game, you want only heavies in your fleet. Light boats are, it's actually going to be easier through this. This production interface macro builder. Again, this is this came in with 8th DLC. You might not have access to it. Very sad. So again, early Carrick, cost of building 50 ducats per, plus a little bit because we have a tiny bit of inflation. And maintenance is 0.47, so basically 0.5 per month. You want to be careful when building them, but they are by far the sturdiest ships you will have. If we hover over, look at our military actually. Early Carrick, hull size of 30, has 40 cannons. More cannons, more damage, more hull size, can tank in more hits before sinking or being forced to retreat. They are, and in the military tab, this is how many you currently have in your army. So heavies, very good for combat, not so good, not good at much more. Combat and blockading, they're good, otherwise useless. Light ships, much weaker hull, very weak hull, very few cannons. If you go back into the detail, they have the zoomies though, and they have trade power. Those are the boats that you use to push trade around. Bigger trade fleet allows you to have bigger influence in trade nodes. Well, again, we'll get to trade as soon as we conquer Constantinople and set our capital. Galleys, your early game, or when you fight in inland seas or coastal provinces mostly, they are your go-to. their upkeep is extremely light. If we go back to here, our galleys, base maintenance 0.03 for the early Carrack, 0.47. Basically 15 to 1? Yeah. You can pay for the upkeep of 15 galleys, provided you're in your force limit, for the upkeep of 1 Carrack. Early game, before the Carrack's hulls, scale, and things like that, and especially in inland seas, 3 to 4 galleys will be able to take on 1 Carrack. You'll probably lose galleys in the process, but you'll be able to take down 1 Carrack. 3 galleys cost you 30 ducats to build, and let's round up 0.1 income per month. Early Carracks will take you longer to build. Generally, well, you won't be able to, you can't spread, if you build the 3 galleys separately. If you build on the same province, the heavy ship will build faster, but sure. And so yeah, early game, but galleys have the inconvenience of being extremely slow. They go at 4, they have a speed of 4. Cogs are your transport ships. They have a little bit more hull, so if you go back to the hull of our Cogs hull, they have 12 hull, which is more than light ships and galleys, but they have very few cannons. They can be used a bit, sometimes used as tanks, but most importantly, you use them to ship your troops around. So again, our mission tree says we have to go up to at least 90% of 25. It doesn't say, but it's like 23 or 24, and have at least 10 galleys. I'm gonna go through the macro builder to build the first 2. So macro builder advantage, it shows in green all provinces that can recruit. I'm going to look at the ones where it is going to be quick to build. So I see 354, I see 350 down here. That sounds like a great place to build. Let's build 1 here. I see 346. Well, I'm going to put the second one here as well. And for various reasons, I'm not going to build it here. The other way to build boats, if you want to build in a single province, in the province, build ship, galley. When you're on the building screen, you will generally have a vision of your force limit. We are going to be building up to force limit. Remember, we needed 10. We currently have 7. And we're going to be reaching exactly force limit. And also, I'm going to select my navies. And for the moment, I am going to I won't say doom stack them, but group them up all in one single fleet. 3 trade ships in war are going, if they are left out on their own, they're going to be prime targets. And in fights, they might be able to add a little bit of something. Since we have galleys in this, I'll say big fleet, we'll be going very slowly, but these are, remember, the early fighting ships. Another option to build boats is to go, when you select a fleet, is to go there and click the little plus button. That button will build in the closest port, available port, and as soon as they are done, they will be sailing, in my case, to Gelibolu. Or Biga. Gelibolu. We're in Gelibolu. Right click to move armies around, by the way. Armies are navies. Inconvenience if you are fighting a war with other people, and we are going to be fighting a lot with people around the Med. They will sail out as soon as they are built and try to join Gelibolu so they can be intercepted and sunk immediately. That's why I'm building province for province. But say you are completely at peace and not planning on any wars with France or Castile, you can totally have your fleet parked and go click, click, click. They will join and they will arrive in the province where your fleet is and automatically group up, which is very convenient. When we took loans, we got a few new notifications. This one saying we can build province improvements. I tend to leave it on all the time. If you right click it, you will dismiss the notification, but as soon as it is available, it will come back. shift-click it will disable it for good. We got this one saying we can become Defender of the Faith. I am going to skip on that for the moment. Muslim religious group, Catholics, I think those are the only two. They have access to, so Catholic being Orthodox, etc., etc., etc. Each faith can have one Defender of the Faith. The more nations follow your religion, the better bonuses you get. So missionaries, morale of armies, morale of navies, monthly war exhaustion, that's the main reason why I take it. Yearly prestige, missionary maintenance cost, manpower in true faith provinces. That's also a second argument for it. Every Sunni province would give us 20% more manpower. But with the Ottomans, our manpower does not come from our provinces, it comes from our subjects. And all our fellow brethren, so all people who are Sunni, get missionary maintenance cost minus 20%, which is good for them. The inconvenience of being a Defender of the Faith is that each time someone attacks a Muslim nation, so Muslim hordes over here, for example, or in India, if you're at peace, you get called in. And if you dishonor, you lose it. And it costs you 500 ducats to take. So until we are a major power, a huge, colossal major power, ready to attack anyone, we're not going to be taking the Defender of the Faith. I'm going to disable it for the moment, just right-clicking it. We're going to go dip under at some point under 500 ducats. As soon as we dip back above, it'll come back. Naval Doctrine. It costs you sailors and a bit of money. The first four actually. Yeah, the first four are generic. Some nations will have a fifth one. We have the Great Turkish Navy. Naval force limit modifier up and ship cost down. While I like that one, it's not the most satisfying. The cost is based on your number of boats you have and number of sailors you have. So if you can always change it later by clicking on this button. I'm going to go with I like the shipboarding. The galley combat ability is going to be an early buff, super cool. Merchant Navy is what I would like to flip to later on. Chance to capture enemy ships is amazing if you want to steal ships from your enemies, which honestly we're going to be fighting a lot, so no, let's go with shipboarding. 33% chance. Some nations, like pirate nations, you can play pirate republics, have higher chances of capturing ships. We start with a base of 0. Oh, last thing about the estates that I forgot. I said we were going to click this button. Summon the Diet. Summon a Diet, you can't do it for another... So the estate, all estates will gain 5 influence and 5 loyalty for the next 20 years. In 20 years, it will go away on its own. So the loyalty being a quote-unquote positive hit to the equilibrium, whereas the influence is there for 20 years. So if your influence of your estates is high and you want to reduce it, might not be the best idea to summon it and have instead them summon it for you. Because when they summon it, you get the same options, but they don't get the influence and loyalty. We now get this pop-up. We are calling the estates in, basically asking all these factions what we could do to make them happier, and we have to select one. Our ulema, they want Gumulsin. If you click on the little province with the arrow, it brings you to there. So this province, which is Hills, Ik, to have a base tax. Again, tax doesn't scale over time. Of 4. Generally, when it asks you to increase something, but it increases its level by 2. I dislike this one. I'm going to see if I have better. Kandar's opinion of us is at least 50. We would lose some decadence. I don't care about decadence. We have a modifier that removes it early game. And the Umera gain loyalty. For the Umera loyalty, maybe. In Halab, we have more than 20% or more trade power. We have 20 years to fulfill the mission. Could be done, but the Demi want Ori to have more production. Same thing, this is Highlands. Yarn. Wool, sorry. Whereas Gumulsin is cattle. Yeah, no, cattle is terrible. We would gain ducats for it, which is more interesting. And dip points. I mean, dip points are always good, but better options. And the Janissaries want us to have at least 75% manpower. That is not going to happen anytime soon. I know myself. I'm going to go to war. So we're going to go with the Demi. We have 20 years to pump in 2 points of development, of production development here. These buttons, if you click it, it costs you the amount here of said amount of points. And actually, I'm going to put in 1 immediately. It increased our production by a tiny little bit, and the trade value by a tiny little bit because we're producing more goods. Oops, I clicked on the wrong province. I did it in Gumulsin. I should have done it in Ori. It's fine. We'll click it later. I put 1 tick up there for quote-unquote nothing. You remember missions. Again, back to missions. We have the train the Janissaries. Have at least 10 Janissary regiments. These ones, the easiest way to recruit them. I mean, we could go from Eredine and recruit. I love to recruit special units from the macro builder. We can have up to 17. They're going to cost us 3 mil points per. And the mission says 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mission complete! And refill the ore test. Remember this one? Total army size of at least 90% of our force limit. We look at our military. Hey, by building 10 units, we're exactly on force limit. While we technically don't have to click the missions immediately, this one is a permanent claim on every Turkish province in Anatolia and Mashriq. Click. This one have at least 10 Janissary regiments. We get Janissary example for 25 years, giving the following: morale of armies up, and Janissary estates gains 10 loyalty. They're currently at 35. It's a temporary hit. I'm going to click it immediately because it allows us also to finish this one. 2 privileges currently granted to the Janissaries. We have 4. Event the Janissaries happen. The event will give the following effect. Gives us 25 military power. Hey, we just spent 30 to raise our Janissaries. Ottomans get Janissary loyalty for 100 years, giving the following effect. Special force limit. Janissaries are considered special forces. And Janissary loyalty equilibrium. This time it's equilibrium plus 10%. And this for 100 years. Remember their equilibrium at 80, currently at 87.6. It went up because we still have the under-reliance on that. Their influence also went up because instead of a -5, there is employed Janissaries compared to total army. We had a -5, it jumped up to a +25. And click the button. I could read the event text. The Ottoman army was traditionally mainly composed of cavalry. In the mid-14th century, Orhan I and his later son, Murad I, introduced the Janissaries, an elite force whose loyalty is bound only to the Sultan. Formed by prisoners of war and slaves, the Janissaries went on to become the backbone of the Ottoman army, regularly paid and highly disciplined. Over time, Janissaries grew in power and influence over the state as the sultans relied more and more on their services. Nowadays, they are their own warrior class in Ottoman society and can demand significant privileges if left unchecked. But in the end, they are just another chess piece on the board. Now what I'm going to do immediately, so box select. I'm going to ignore this army which was already on the tile. I'm going to merge the selected unit, so instead of having 10 different little stacks, we're going to have 1 stack. And I'm going to speak a little bit about consolidating regiments. Consolidating regiments, you have A regiment is always composed of 1,000 men, be it infantry, cavalry, or artillery. More on artillery later. Right now, and except if you have special powers and modifiers, a regiment will regain up to 100 men per month. So right now we are lacking 9,000 men in our armies. Our manpower pool says we only have 7.413. We're also, because Janissaries are extremely expensive to refill, to recruit, they have higher, it's in their description, they have higher recruitment costs. It's costing us 8.36 ducats a month, making us run a slight negative. I don't want to do that. That would be draining our manpower pool just in reinforcements while we haven't even started a war. You can, if you want to, regroup your armies without... So if you click this button, it will try and make as few stacks of men as possible and disband all the ones who are at 0. Generally, I'll say 99% of the time, you don't want to do that. You want your men to reinforce slowly. You'll see me clicking this button regularly. If you hold Shift while clicking, we will keep the 0 strength regiments behind, allowing us to reinforce them later. This is ideal if you want to lower your refill costs. Right now, 10 armies, each recruiting 100 soldiers per month. Shift consolidate. All units went to this guy, who is now, so see Janissaries, they take less fire damage, they take less shock damage. More on that when we get into combat. Reinforce cost plus 100%, so we're paying the double the price basically to reinforce them. They gain drill faster, but they have an amazing assault fort ability. And that's why we're going to be rating more of them later on, but currently for the first war, I don't want them. So right now, our recruitment costs to refill them, we still need 9,000 men, but we're only going to recruit 900 because these guys are already at 1,000, so they can't recruit more. I'm going to exceptionally, in this case, consolidate the regiments proper. And that's going to disband all the units that are on 0 manpower. Because I don't want to pay for their recruitment costs right now, because I don't have the manpower to refill them. And for some reason, it left me that dude with 0. I'm going to create a new unit of 0, and disband the unit. Generally, you don't want to disband units. In my case, again, I don't want the men to disappear. I don't want my manpower pool, all the men that I can recruit into the army, to be gone in 8 months, to be all gone in 8 months. And I'm going to group it up with this army because, hell, why not? Another talking point, cavalry. Cavalry in armies, if we go to the military, will be easier to see. They have worse fire, much better shock. The cavalry units will they cost also roughly, if you do quick maths, 2.5 times the cost of your infantry, be it on recruitment or in upkeep. Cavalry brings more oomph to your armies, but at a much higher cost. The general consensus is that they are not worth their money in general. Unless you have modifiers to their combat ability. Remember our British earlier, I said they had infantry combat ability. It would show in here. Cavalry combat ability would be here. Generally, it's not worth having them. Also in formations, the default, again, you can see it in the mil tab, we have 60, but base value is 50. You can have, at max, as many cavalry as infantry, and your infantry being the front of your line and your cavalry the outsides, your infantry will be taking more casualties. And so you might, during the fight, dip under. Before the penalty started applying at its max level as soon as you went under the limit. Now it's scaling, so it's not as important. But generally, a good ratio for me is at least 2/3 of infantry for 1/3 of cavalry. For your front row, your infantry and cavalry will fill the front row, cannons will fill in the back row. Again, more when we get cannons in a few months of gameplay. We can build a castle. I don't care. National decisions. I think it's not exactly. It's Muslim related. Every ruler of a Muslim nation, depending on his abilities, will get decisions. One linked to admin level, one linked to military level, and one linked to diplo level. So ruler is male, ruler has military skill of at least 3, and we don't have a regency council. We can adopt the title of Khalifa. Bestow the title of Khalifa upon the Sultan to demonstrate his importance not only as our political leader, but also as our spiritual leader. Gives us 0.5 prestige per year. And we move towards mysticism, doesn't really matter. Denouncement of sect practices. Same thing, ruler has a diplomatic skill of at least 3. We get denouncement of sect practices until the death of Mehmet II, giving us national unrest, and move towards legalism. Good. The last one is enforced religious unity, admin skill of at least 3. We get enforced religious unity until the death of Mehmet II, giving us missionary strength versus heretics plus 2%. Remember when I said I wasn't worried about converting Sivas, which is Shia? If we hover over this button, we now have a 2.1% missionary strength against them. So I'm going to click on this little button, click to send a missionary. It's going to cost us 0.38 per month for 47 months until the province is converted. Click. And we immediately get a little notification saying, hey, there is unrest. If we hover over the unrest button, we can say, see why. Our legitimacy is high, giving us a -2. We denounced sect practices, so a -1. We have an active missionary for a +6. And we have intolerance. So if we go back to our religious tab, -1 of tolerance of heretics, giving us local unrest plus 1.25 in every Shia province. Less goods produced and local tax modifier a bit less. Again, you want to convert provinces or accept them, like we did with our dhimmi. And that's for the first decisions. These ones, the yellow ones, they are decisions that came in through privileges given out to our estates. Dhimmi imposed new religious tax. If we look at it, has not any estate disaster active. We have the recap of our estates here. So our dhimmi, they are currently at 35 loyalty and 73 influence. So 30, their current level, and sadly this one doesn't show their equilibrium, which is, it shows their land share. I'd rather they show the loyalty equilibrium, but hey. It would make, so their influence is 20 or greater, loyalty is 30 or greater. They would lose 15 loyalty, so it would put them in the negative, and they would start giving us a negative bonus for 153 ducats and unrest for 10 years in every heathen province. So every province here would be getting a bit more unrest. Luckily, heathens, we have give us a -3 unrest, so it would basically bring it down to a -1 unrest for 10 years. Not the biggest of deals. What I quote unquote dislike more is the fact that it would bring these under 30%, meaning we would lose 2 tolerance of heathens because we would bring them under. And then it would be even more unrest in the region. Dhimmi, promote dhimmi nobles. This one is Demi gain loyalty, the other estates lose loyalty, so the Ulema and the Umera. Demi gain influence, and automatically completes an estate agenda of the Demi. I'm going to click on this little button to turn it off. That way it won't show up as a notification. Same thing for my merchants as contributions, which is construction costs and naval maintenance. Naval maintenance is never going to be a problem for us, and I took it just for the extra sailors. Umera, however, Umera grants generalship. Remember we wanted 2 generals for the mission, and we currently have 1. We could pay 50 for it, or we could just, yes, it's going to temporarily piss off our nobility because it's going to take 10 loyalty off of them, but in exchange we gain a general with 40 tradition. Click. There are disloyal estates in my country, the Umera. I know, I just put them there. And if we go look back at our military, we now have a 2nd general, who fire and shock matter, well, maneuver to a certain degree, but fire and shock matter in fighting. Maneuver is moving around the map and saving your men. And sieges, well, laying siege. Siege pips, shock pips, and fire pips later in the game. Early on, shock is more prevalent. Our infantry has 0.5 shock, our cavalry has 1. Our infantry has 0.35 fire, our cavalry has 0. It's a bonus that gets added to other things and then multiplied, so it's not the biggest, it's not 0, it's not going to reduce things. Their cavalry isn't useless during fire phases, but they aren't the ones who are going to be dishing out damage. At least until they get improved a little bit. And that was one of the requirements for have an army equal or larger than 30k. We have currently 31. Number of generals at least 2, and we need the event victory over the Varna Crusade has occurred. Cool. And that's going to give us claims on Constantinople and peeps over here. I'm immediately going to start moving these guys here for absolutely no reason, obviously. And remember our force limit. Since we disbanded de facto 9 out of our 10 Janissaries, I have still 9 in my cap. I'm going to hire mercs. Because early game, I want mercs to fill my front line. Ooh, these are tempting. It's 16,000 men, so it's way more than what I need. These guys, the Crimean Company, perfect. I'm looking at them because they have a general with 2 siege pips. If we looked at our generals, they only have 1 siege pip. Early game, sieges take ages. Literal ages. So, 2 siege general is great. 4-3 is also great. They can go up to 6 pips. So, not only is he good at fighting, but he's also good at sieging. Wait, he was a bit higher up. Our Crimean Company. And he only has 9 infantry, which is what I want to siege with. So that is going to be absolutely perfect. And they're going to be here in 36 days. I'm going to put them in recruitment in Philippe. Just a little bit back. These guys are tied to, so if they are, there are 2, you will generally have 2 to 3 merc companies always available to your country. Free Company, Grand Company, Independent Army, which will always be, quote unquote, always be available. And will always match your tech level. Basically, they are the merc companies of your country. The others, you can see the little parentheses are, well, down here with the Crimean Company we hired, for example. Their current level is 3 because they come from a country where they are, this is the home of Crimean Company. There. So as long as Crimea is Tech 3, these guys will be Tech 3. It can lead to some disparities, especially if you're playing in Middle East or the steppes. So be careful when hiring a company that it is up to date in your military. Mercs will always cost you more in manpower, both in upkeep and in upkeep, but they have the advantage of having their very own separate manpower pool. There are savant calculations on how much they have exactly, but so I'm just going to skip on that. Feel free to go on the wiki to check more on that. Generally, the bigger the company, the bigger their manpower pool. They do regain, just like us, every month a little bit, but very small, and it's generally not worth it once a company is out of manpower to keep it around. That's the general rule. You can see all the details, but basically some countries have access to special companies. Currently, let's just ignore them and say we're fine. We're recruiting our Crimean company. We have one galley being built here, another one here and there. All three are in the Aegean Sea, so once they are built, sail our fleet out, sail all three galleys out, group with them, and then we have our fleet. That's for easy missions. We finished these ones. The aftermath of Varna will happen basically as soon as the game starts. We will then be able to click this one and hire Urban and gain 4 cannons. Normally, you don't get cannons until Miltech 7. Ottomans and France, I think, are the only 2 nations. Maybe Timurids and Mughals with the next DLC, but you're only 2 or 3 nations can have them. They are extremely precious. You want to keep them alive at all costs, because if they get stack wiped or destroyed, if the unit gets entirely destroyed, it's not coming back, and you'll have to wait for Tech 7. Cannons speed your sieges up so much that you don't want to miss them. Forgot. We're not going to go into idea. This one I don't care, and this one I don't care. Turning off decisions that will pop up later and that I might just skip. We're going to leave that up. I tend to leave that notification up again to each their own. Crescent Fleet. So Crescent Fleet, we have the galleys needed that are being built. Establish the Pashas is good. Maritime Presence. I might as well look at this one. It says have at least 10 light ships protecting trade. Well, if we look at our fleet, we currently only have 3. So let's build also 7 and go over our boat limit, because who cares? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats. Yes, we'll be over cap, but our cap is mostly over with galleys, and we'll be improving our cap as we conquer over here and get more coastal provinces. Tech, I'll speak more about tech once we reach a new tech level, and institutions. Trade menu, you can have details about trade. I speak about trade now. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about trade now. So, trade flows following trade lines. So these little arrows, right? Trade timestamp 33. I'll say 50. Trade. So trade flows following these lines and groups up in what the game calls trade nodes. They have they can be either maritime or landlocked, in which case they have a little land symbol. Early game doesn't matter too much. just to know that you will never be able to send boats to protect trade in Kiev because it's inland. Let's keep it to that. In a trade node, you will have our trade power, and more importantly, how much of the trade power that gives us, how much control over the trade power, the trade in the node it gives us. So currently we have 115, giving us 49%. There's 7.1 monies coming into this node. We are collecting 4.97. How are the 7 determined? There's a bit of black magic in the calculations. Well, it's not black magic immediately, but locally there are 6 ducats worth created. 2.53 ducats are coming in from nodes above, so from Crimea, Aleppo, and Alexandria. There's about 3 ducats. 253, so 0.77, 0.74, and 102. Coming in and outgoing, because all the people here, all the money doesn't stop here. Outgoing is 1.47. It's the 1 arrow leaving here. And I have 0 light ships currently protecting. Yes, my light ships are in my combat fleet because we're going to need them to fight. If you click on a node, you can see the nodes that feed into it, and you can go to them like that with a simple click. Or you can go down. At some point, I'm going to go... There are 3 end nodes in the game. At some point, trade stops. The trade stops in the Genoa node, in the Venice node, and the English Channel node. Early game, Venice and Genoa tend to be the richest nodes, competing with each other depending on how one does or the other. Late game, English Channel is where most of the money is made. Again, sorry, cat wants to visit the balcony. Depending on things and how the player influences trade, you may still be able to keep Genoa as the strongest node. Venice really tends to fall off. You have, again, the... let's go back to Constantinople, to our node, which is our home node, our main trading port. We have this little golden boxes. You always automatically collect in your home node. The node, by default, the node of your capital. Capital Eridine. We go back to our trade node. It's in the Constantinople node. It could be wherever we want in the Constantinople node. The fact that it's there means we're collecting there. That's the only thing that determines where we are collecting. And again, we have 49% of the trade power here. And that determines how much of the money that is incoming plus local multiplied by our power gives the 4.97 that we are making here. You have merchants. Merchants are used to decide where the money is pushed. We have, by default, most nations start with 2 merchants. You want them in nodes above your home node and deciding where you want to push. So our trader in Alexandria, if we find ourselves, we have 7% of the trade power, so we can influence 7% of the trade. We retain 7% of the value of the node, which is very little. Byzantium has a little bit, and Kandar has a little bit, and is pushing this way. So us, Byzantium, and Kandar altogether are sending 1.02 ducats into Constantinople. We can decide because we have a merchant. If we don't have a merchant, the trade is automatically pushed. I mean, Crimea doesn't really matter because there's 2 ways out. Our influence is pushing, 3 ways out. Our influence here, because we don't have a merchant, is split 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So your interest is to ideally control entire nodes. For example, if we control all of Aleppo and Alexandria, we might want to remove the trader from Aleppo, because whether trade goes to Alexandria or directly to Constantinople, in theory, won't matter much. You also want to steer trade from places where you have high influence to places where you have high influence. And you don't really want to put merchants in nodes after your home node, unless you really want to set someone there to collect. But that's, for example, if we had, I'll say an exaggerated number, but 50% trade power in the Genoa node, it might be useful to set a merchant in Genoa to collect from trade. It is not our home node, we would suffer a slight drawback, but if the node has a lot of value, it can be better than just keeping your home node, just your home node. Merchants, their main reason is to push trade around. Their second reason is they bring a tiny bit of trade power. So base of a merchant is 0.2, and because we took the burgher privilege that allows merchant guilds economic freedom, our merchants currently have a trade power of 5.4, 343 from the privilege, and base of 2. Remember our light ships? Our light ships with their trade power of, do you show it here? Yeah, trade power of 2. Every light ship, one light ship, is worth in trade power, to keep it simple, as much as a merchant without modifiers. And while your number of merchant is capped through different mechanics, you can unlock more, but that number is capped. Your number of light boats is only soft capped with your naval force limit. Right now, if we put our 3 boats wherever we put them, currently our merchants pushing being worth 5 and a few, our 3 boats would be able to influence trade more than what our merchants does. However, boats don't allow you to choose where you exert your power. You need a merchant physically present to decide where you push trade around. And that is where merchants are useful. In terms of raw power, they're not the most efficient. Boats will give you power, and merchants will determine how much you send. Generally, you want to lock down your home node as much as you can. So taking out Constantinople, if we look at here, Byzantium has 16% of the trade in the 16% trade power in the node. Kandar 10%. Venice 3, Genoa 9, Naxos, Ragusa, Serbia. Serbia probably has a merchant or something like that. Yeah. Serbia has a merchant sending money to Ragusa, which is their home node. So they're minus. The big ones are Byzantium and Kandar. Well, guess what? We're about to get claims on Byzantium, and Kandar is over here and will be eaten and integrated. So guess what? They're in trouble. And that's about all for trade. Last thing you have details here. Your trade power comes from your provinces. Let's check on... We have a center of trade. Yes, Hudavendigar. Hudavendigar is a trade center. Trade centers go from level 1, 2, or 3. The higher the level, the more trade power they bring. So Hudavendigar brings in 20 trade power here. And the higher, and if we improved it even more, it would increase a bit more. Local trade power plus 10, so even more trade power. You're limited in tier 3 trade hubs by the number of merchants. You can't have more tier 3 hubs than merchants. Generally 1 is enough, but see with Kandar and its tier 2, Constantinople and its tier 2, and we have two tier 2 hubs as well. If we conquer them, our share in here is going to go up by a good at least 20-25%. Then we'll have to kick out the merchant nations of Genoa and Venice. And we'll basically have hegemony over our node. In which case, again, if we go to Constantinople, the total money is going to be there will be less outgoing. So we'll be making a little bit more money through trade. And that's the general reasons for trade. So trade efficiency, you can read the wiki. There are very few guides on YouTube. Mercantilism, see, provincial trade power modifier plus 18%, and merchant loyalty equilibrium up. I like mercantilism. So each of our provinces has their trade power increased because of mercantilism, 18% currently. So again, I like mercantilism. Other people tell you it's absolute crap. I like the trade power in provinces. Again, opinions. So you can read more my general advice for trade. If you're not unsure about where to place your merchants, shift them around, wait for the end of the month because calculations update at the end of the month, and see if this number goes up. You can also find the number, technically total number here. The difference in here is because, I'll say it's fake because it's first month of game and hasn't had any changes and things like that, and other nations aren't calculated on start of game. But otherwise, see how this value changes and you're good. Economy, you can take loans here, repay them early if you want to. Sometimes it's worth it. I will be repaying loans early because I want to get back access to a feature I'll present later. We are currently earning 22 ducats and spending 18, giving us a balance of 377. Remember, our tax income, crown land ownership, minus 15%, giving us a very bad taxation efficiency. We are not making much money through tax, even though it has gone technically slightly up with the merchant guild's financial demands. Otherwise, it would be absolutely in the dumps. Gold is generally worth it if you can have it. We're going to be scaling off of vassals, but generally it is gold is developing gold provinces to 10 production is generally 10 or 12. I've seen both recently. Some people do savant calculations on risk of depletion compared to dev cost and things like that. I'm not into all of that. I remember 10, and if I have points to spare, I put them up to 10. But with 10 and 0 autonomy, Serbia's with already quote-unquote just 3, gold is the only trade good that is not shipped around. It goes immediately to the pocket of the state. They're making with 3 base production. Serbia is gaining 2 ducats per month for the gold, which is, when your economy is 22 like us, huge already. Serbia's economy is not 22 ducats a month. They are probably closer to 10. And with 2 ducats from gold, that's, 20% of your income. Expenses that hurt for us. Fort maintenance. I'm a fort enjoyer. Some people will tell you, fort's bad, yeah. I like forts. So I tend to keep that. It is still a little bit of an expense, but it's not the worst. Our biggest expense, and by far, is our military. It's going to become even more expensive when the mercs come in 36 days. Remember these guys, the Crimean company we're recruiting. And this one is This one lowers your army maintenance, army, merc maintenance, and navy maintenance while at war, but costs you 2 mil points per month when at war. You don't want to fall back on mil tech. I don't like paying for that, paying the 2 points. Reduce inflation by 2%. If you really don't know what to do with your admin points, yes, otherwise not the best. Declare bankruptcy, wipe our loans, but will suffer severe drawbacks. I honestly never click that button. Diplomacy, by default, last country you checked. With the Z key or by clicking here, you will get back to your own country. And we're going to be here, we're going to be setting our rivals. It says we have too few rivals, which is a bit of a problem. Rivals are countries that hate your guts, and that you are allowed to say, I hate your guts too. So by default, so you see your enemies, you can have as many as you want. Generally, you don't go above 4 or 5, but 4 or 5 people that hate you is already a good amount. Hungary hates our guts. I'm gonna say, Hungary, don't worry, Hungary, I hate your guts too. Even though they might fall in a PU, but for the moment, I'm gonna say I hate their guts. I also hate Lithuania's guts. And last but not least, I could say I hate Poland's guts for the moment. I'll maybe shift to them later. But right now, before fighting Poland, I'm gonna be fighting Venice. And you get more prestige when you beat up your rival in war. So, Venice... Come on in, Venice. Confirm rival Venice. You can embargo your rivals. We're not going to do that immediately. Remember, alliances. Let's finish the tabs. Government. Here we have the temporary modifiers. Maybe also the permanent modifiers. If you want to see all the country modifiers, you can go into here. And the one I'm going to look for is improve relations. Do we have some? We don't have. Yes, we do. We have a 4.4 improve relation due to our positive prestige. Improve relation is the speed at which. Let's actually chapter this. I'll speak about it later. Do we have one? No. Sad. We'll fish for one. For the moment, we have some inflation, so for the moment, this guy will do. Each advisor has a higher cost. And a monthly upkeep cost. So if we hire this guy, it would cost us 16.1 ducats. Again, I took loans for that, so that's fine. And it would cost us 1.1 a month because we have a little bit of inflation, and he would be reducing our inflation every year by 0.10, which is fine by me for this role. Do we have an improved relations? We do. He's overpriced. I don't really care. Do I really care? I do really care. I would prefer him on tier 1 because I can't afford. We're going to go into debt if we take him. No, it would be stupid to take him. But the improved relations modifier. Actually, let's have a bit chat on advisors and advisors. Advisors. 253. Advisors. You can have one advisor per category of mil points. So one admin advisor. I already hired this guy. One for dip or diplo. One for military or mil. Advisors, and let's also speak of the national focus. The advisor bring you two things. First, depending on their level, that ranges from +1 to +5. they will bring you +1 to +5 of the monarch point category they are hired in. Early on, you can hire. It is for your economy. It is generally advised to stick to level 1 advisors. Currently, well, we're down to 277 because we are hiring one already, with an advisor cost of 1 point something. But generally, you won't be able to afford tier 2 or tier 3 advisors early on. Later on, probably worth it. Each advisor, so the admin advisors will, in general, I'll say in general, affect your economy and your economy and how good it is working. You'll find tax improvement guides, you'll find production efficiency guides, you'll find inflation reduction guides, like what we did. That's the second bonus. They each bring a bonus which is fixed. An inflation reduction advisor will always bring you 0.1 inflation reduction. Advisors also have a religion and a culture. Culture will, if it is, as long as the culture is accepted, will allow you to level them up if you pay. It becomes extremely expensive to bring them up to level 5. Otherwise, you won't be able to promote them, and the level at which you recruit them is the level at which they are paid. It's the level at which they are. We don't have any, well, we do have an Albanian. Do we have an Albanian dude somewhere? No, we don't. So, gold star like this guy, Turkish culture, our main culture. Any other one with a silver star is accepted culture. Mill advisor, I'm not going to hire one because we're going to get through event, again, event through the Guns of Urban. No, through this one. We're going to get the ability to hire Urban, which is going to be a tier 2 advisor, but super discounted, so cool. As for the Diplo advisor is going to be affecting, wonder why? Diplomacy! And the three, it's good on the start, we have the 3 main modifiers you can find. Well, the 3, in my eyes, most important. Again, personal opinion. Spy network construction. Spy network construction allows you to siege ever so slightly faster because, the spy network on someone allows you to have much higher spy network allows you, to have better siege ability and other bonuses on countries like stealing maps and things like that, and fabricating claims. The faster you build, the more likely you are to reach the threshold you need for the operations you want to lead, and the lower chances you have of getting caught. So this one, good. I'm going to take this one because he's the only tier 1 guy, but I will be fishing is firing advisors. You can fire an advisor, it costs you money, but next month we'll have another choice of advisor. My hope is to find a tier 1 improve relation advisor. More on that when we get the improve relation person. And here, again, I'm not hiring anyone. A tier 2 advisor would be 4 ducats, but Urban being super discounted, he's going to be costing us 1. And I just need to wait 1 month for it to happen, so we're good. As for now, before we unpause, we can send offers. The first one, we needed to make Crimea a friend. So and bring their relations 150, so they are already, it's a religious school. So they are like us. They are Hanafi. They follow the Hanafi school. So if we look at here, we are Hanafi as well. So we get an extra 10 relations. They are the same religion as us, so plus 25. And their opinion, because we have religious diplomats, is another plus 10. So they are already on plus 45 relations with us. I'm going to offer them an alliance. They're now on a 95. Envoys will travel immediately to destination, but will take a little bit of time to travel back. Tunis, I already sent an alliance offer to someone. so I can't call them back. And Granada, I want Granada as well. So we need to wait 1 day to be able to send the next offer. What we can do as well is embargo our rivals if we don't, as long as we don't have a truce with them. That, if we go back to here and our view, this will accept we have truces with Hungary and Lithuania, so we will be able to do it only with Venice, or do we have a truce with Venice as well? Venice has a truce with us. So none of our rivals, we can't embargo any rival currently, but embargoing them, which is a eco action, issue an embargo and reduces the power of their traders in nodes where we have power. For example, our home node. However, this will also reduce our trade efficiency unless they are our rivals. The trade efficiency penalty being relatively high, embargoing people is generally good only and only if they are your rivals. Generally. So we don't have much to do. We know we're still missing one. We have loans. We are warned that we are very low on crown land. And I can also speak of, well, yeah. Remember how we were exactly on 5%, and now we're at 519 because I misclicked on developing here instead of Ori. Each time you do a click of development, you gain roughly, I'll say, it's it to keep. Oh, Cat is having fun in the plastic shopping bags, the hard plastic shopping bags, jumping on them, and he scared me. So when you click to dev here, you gain 0.2 crown land for yourself, unless you gave out a power that prevents crown land through developing. We gave out one, I don't remember to who, to the Umera. Does not lose crown land share from developing provinces. So when we develop, the Umera don't gain crown land, don't lose crown land. All the others lost a teeny tiny bit of crown land somewhere. So their percentage went down in an insignificant way, but ours went up by 0.0. Okay, I'll say 0.19. It's, remember, 0.2. And that is also a way of getting out of low crown land. So we know we have low crown land. We know we have loans. We took the burger privilege for 5 loans. We have provincial unrest in Sivas because we are converting it. We have a free advisor slot. Yes, it's going to go. It will be urban as soon as we can hire him. Truces with Kerman. So this one I always keep up. Same thing as the notification that's always there. Kerman in September 1449. Venice and the others in December 1449. Venice, the Papal State, Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, Wallachia, Serbia, Moldavia, Bosnia. Basically, that arc. That arc we can't... Actually, Lithuania? Can I embargo you? No. Truce. So, as soon as our diplomat comes back, so we're going to unpause for 1 day. You can speed up the game. I will be playing on speed 3. Choose the speed of the game that suits you. I'm going to see if I can ally Granada. Yes, I can ally Granada. To try... They probably won't accept vassalization because we're way too far. But I like to keep these little guys as allies because... reasons. And the other one, the last one that I want to ally is Tunis. And there we go, the event. The victory over the Varna Crusade, Siege Engineer Urban. Our coast has been raided. Yeah, the Knights have a very annoying tendency to raid your coast. First, diplomat to Tunis, confirmed. Our coast has been raided by the Knights. We will be getting rid of the Knights at some point. And Tunis has accepted our offer to enter into a military alliance. Yay! Victory over the Varna Crusade. Peace has again fallen over the Balkans with the defeat of the Christians at the Battle of Varna. Our Sultan's dearest father, Murad, answered his son's call to arms to defend us from these invaders. He has achieved a great victory, though all at no small cost. Casualties at the battles were heavy on both sides, and our soldiers will need time to recover from the battling they have received. battering they have received. However, the Christians have come out of the fight in far worse state, with Vladislav of Poland, Hungary, and Lithuania dead. Both Poland and Hungary find themselves in the chaos of an interregnum. Inshallah, their misfortunes will continue. Our victory has shaken Europe and the Christendom to their very core, and all tremble before the might of the sublime Ottoman state. None will dare lift a finger as we sweep our way through the Balkans. Serbia will be ours. Wallachia will be ours. The Albanians will be brought to heel, and Skanderberg will be killed like the dog he is. The greatest prize also will be ours. Constantinople. The die is cast. Ottoman gain 25 power projection. Power projection is this measure. Having rivals. Embargoing them. Insulting your rivals. Humiliating your rivals. Being the best general will give you power projection. The higher your power projection, the more bonuses you have. At 25, you can get, I'll say another. You can get a leader without upkeep. You have a soft cap on the amount of generals and admirals you can have. Going above the cap costs you 1 per month. And then there's your land force limit and it increases. Base value, we got 1 from the Dhimmi, 1 through feudalism. We're going to get 1 because we're going to be over 25 because of the event. And from land force limit, because somehow this equates to 0.05. I'm not sure how the math works. I think it's 10. It's 0.01 for 10. Not sure. And 100. Splendor. So that's power projection. Splendor needs its little discussion here. Splendor. Splendor, which is YouTube 30620. Splendor is something that increases on a monthly basis, 1 per month, plus some for each age objective that you fulfill. Some nations are better posed for things than others. For example, having a large city in Constantinople will be much easier for us than, say, tiny little Scilly stuck in Austria. Or if you were independent, if you were Athens, much harder. Same thing for us, embracing the Renaissance. If you are in Italy, northern Italy, where it tends to spawn, it is going to be much easier to embrace than if you are a little state lost in the Moluccas or Malaysia. The time for you to learn about Renaissance is going to take time. Have at least 5 different vassals at the same time. We are not going to reach that point, possibly. Because we are going to have Elayets, which are vassals, but of a different kind. Present on 2 continents will be relatively easy. We need to conquer into here, but that's going to be a little bit. And humiliate a rival through a peace treaty. That will probably happen, although not going to be my priority. Discover America. If you're a colonizer, well, that's an easier one for you. And control trade centers. Own, control, and core at least 5 provinces with level 2 or higher trade centers. Hello, Mr. Alex. We will be having that one as soon as we conquer Kandar and Byzantium. Hello, Alex. How are you doing, Alex? What's up? What are you up to? How was your day? How was all of the things? How was all the things? How was Dead by Daylight? I saw you were playing that this morning. I was busy and didn't have time to jump in and say hi. And we're just starting the game. We did the whole setup. I've been chatting on setup for the past 3 hours. So again, we get these bonuses. Each time you reach 800 Splendor, you can unlock one of these things. There are six base? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 7 base per age. And some nations have a specific one in specific ages. There's Age of Discovery, Reformation, Absolutism, and Revolution. We, as the Ottomans, have Ottoman Siegecraft, which gives extra siege pips to our leaders when we siege, but we need to unlock it. I'm alright, just waiting for dinner to finish up. About to start my next book. DVD has me feeling dead inside as always. Oh, I'm sorry. You should play EU4. EU4 is great. And so that's ages. So again, people will have opinions on which one to take immediately, which one to take later. We might go and take this one as soon as we can. We'll get a little notification once we get to 800 Splendor. We'll see later. So this one, 100 Splendor for free. Perfect. And immediately we finish something and we get the event, the Siege Engineer Urban. Urban was an iron founder, an engineer from the Hungarian province of Brasov. As one of the pioneers of siege engineering and artillery construction, he made a living based on his weapons of war. In 1444, Urban tried his luck with the Byzantine emperor, but as they could neither afford his salary nor possess the materials necessary for constructing such cannons, Urban saw himself forced to turn to the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II Fatih. He promised to create cannons big and potent enough to blast the walls of Babylon itself. So it's going to cost us, so we can say we don't want him, which would be absolutely stupid. Or we can pay some ducats. You know, I took loans for some reason because anticipation. The Hungarian Catholic army reformer Urban joins our court. Skill 2. Morale of armies up. Remember, morale of armies early, giving you better damage in fights early. Good. And this advisor is 75% cheaper for your country to employ. The walls of Constantinople will crumble once our troops start besieging the city. I'm doing better. I was ill, had a silly virus that made me have, I'll say, lumps in my leg muscles, and painful to stand on them. It's mostly gone. I'm evacuating the exhaustion now more than anything else. And that's also why I'm back to streaming after travels and ill and not feeling like it. And EU4. And that, we got the little flag, the aftermath of Varna. So again, army equal or larger to 30k. We start with the 30, we're at 31 from the start. We have 2 generals because we took the decision from the Umera to grant us the 2nd general. And we got the event, the victory over the Varna Crusade. After it has a mean time to happen of 1 month. We got it after 3 days, so relatively lucky. Ottomans gain a permanent claim on Constantinople, Athens, Corinth, Morea, Achaea. I call it IKEA. We're gonna gain a claim on IKEA. Arta, Cephalonia, and Mesambria here, and we gain 5 prestige. You know that thing that I said is a resource we can farm? Boom. We have completed a mission. Again, it says basically what the tooltip said here. We're good. The Guns of Urban is employing a military advisor with at least skill 2. Hey, remember that guy Urban that we hired that's a tier 2 advisor, super discounted? Well, look, a tier 2 advisor would cost us 4, but Urban, he says, you don't need to pay me that much. Let's hire Urban. And immediately, we complete another mission. Easy. Easy game. And this mission is the one that gives us 4 cannons in Idirn, sorry. Those cannons, the mission says, due to their size and archaic designs, the unmanned guns will be used exclusively for pushing sieges. And I'm not asking them to do anything else. Done. Merge. Now we're going to give out leaders. Doesn't really matter which leader we give to who. I'm going to give, but this guy has morale of armies and recover army morale speed here. So I'm going to give him those armies because his job is going to be to jump on Byzantium. And this guy who's already marching is going to get the 2nd one. And we're going to do, as a beginner, you can, I'll say I wouldn't advise it as a beginner, but me knowing the game and knowing the Ottomans, we're going to be declaring almost immediately, almost as soon as possible, 2 wars. So we can see Tunis accepted, so we got a little visibility. We see a little bit of what's happening in his country, where are his armies. Crimea is offering us a royal marriage, basically linking our dynasty. It might not be exactly our ruler marrying the ruler of Crimea. Could be a family member, cousin, who cares? The game doesn't precise it. We lose 5 legitimacy when we do that, which is going to very, 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 very marginally hurt our national unrest, tongues of true faith, heretics, heathens, dip rep, income from vassals, max absolutism, and Umera loyalty. But we get 1% improved relations, which is the dip modifier that I really, really like, and that's going to allow me to speak of it. And 5% chance of new heirs. I don't really care about it, but it's always worth it. And we are gaining legitimacy at 0.87 per month. Because of our royal marriage, we should be gaining 1 more. It just hasn't factored in because I haven't unpaused. And that, if we go back to our country government, modifiers, improve relation. Can we get the tooltip here? Only from prestige. Okay. Improve relation is the speed at which modifiers decay. So the Hungarians, for example, they have the was at war -15. We're losing 1 yearly. The more improved relations we have, the faster those negatives will tick away. And the biggest one that we will be ticking away is aggressive expansion. But that's gonna happen once we go to war. Again, skip those. I know I have loans, but I like to keep it to remind myself. I know I have provincial unrest. I know our Umera are unhappy. We can unpause. So you can see here all of the... Well, you can't see it because it's behind my camera. If I turn myself off, all these little notifications. You can see decisions of things around. I can see that Byzantium announced Venice as their rival. It's pop-ups that I said, nah, you don't need to put them as pop-ups. Just put... Sorry. Just all the notifications, just put them there. So, again, not important. Sometimes you can see things like this one. Decision, AQ, this guy, decided denouncements of sect practices, condemn any form of sect practices, and declare their practitioners heretics. Same as what we did. We took the decision to denounce sect practices as well. I don't need a pop-up. I don't need to know the information. I don't really care about it. And now we are waiting. We have 2 days. I can't... Where are we going to declare on first? I guess we'll see. (27th of November). I'm just going to wait until December 11th. Casus Belli. So end of month, it took in the fact that we unlocked claims through missions against Athens, Byzantium, and Epirus. They hold provinces we have claims on. Majapahit, we know of Majapahit. It's a nation that starts in a disaster. One of the very few nations that starts with a disaster. Honestly, I don't care about it, but I'd rather keep the pop-up for all disasters that affect people rather than missing that on a potential rival or target. If the target is in turmoil, Venice announced us as their new rival. Huh. Remember how we only had 4 people rivaling us? Well, now we have 5. Eight, 9, 10, 11, Tunis, offering us a royal marriage, obviously. We have 3 free diplomats. I'm going to send 1 to Granada. Nope, I can't. I need to wait 3 days. Tunis, I have to wait. Crimea, I would like to improve relations with you as well. I have to wait 1 more day. So first thing, we're going to declare war. Epirus. Epirus currently has no friends. Byzantium only has his vassal. Byzantium may, I'm going to put a big may, ally Wallachia in the upcoming month. You can only declare a war every 1 month, 1 war every month. So I'm going to start by declaring on Arta. I'm not going to recruit an admiral because I can't afford to pay an admiral. I don't have the dip points. And we're going to declare on Epirus. We can declare for either Arta or Kefalonia. It doesn't really matter. We're going to be eating both. In here, you have your Casus Belli. Conquest being different CBs will allow you different things. If some things are forbidden, it will be set here. They hold provinces that we have claims on. The war goal is to take Arta, but we'll be able to ask for more. And with the conquest, 100% aggressive expansion, 100% prestige, and 100% cost for conquering claims. So we'll have other CBs later on. Reconquest, if we were to declare on Albania, so just to leave this menu. We could, I don't want to fight Venice and Hungary right now. Their armies, the Albanians have 4k infantry, Venice 14, Hungary 17. They have combined 12k cavalry to my 8. Yes, we have 4 cannons, but our cannons are purely there for sieging. So wouldn't matter. It would be a painful war. I don't want to fight that one. But we have, just to show Albania, we have a reconquest war with only 25 aggressive expansion for retaking land that was ours before. Remember, the Albanians are revolting against us. They're officially a revolt, but they are installed as a state. Epirus has no allies, so we can declare on them. We can't call in our allies, it's not much of a problem. We have more men than them, they have a total of 5,000. We're bringing in officially much more, but the 21k here are going to be more for Byzantium. So let's just confirm the war and start wars. You want to make sure to be careful about allies. You can always declare with a no CB, but you get 2 war exhaustion, you lose 2 stab, and you take 39 aggressive expansion with basically everyone, which reduces opinion and chances of coalition. We'll speak about coalitions later once they risk forming. And we're going to march immediately into Arta with our full force until our boats sail, because currently we cannot cross because we don't have naval dominance in the Ionian Sea, so the crossing is blocked. But their 5,000 men are hiding in Kefalonia. We can wait. And now that we declared war, we can send diplomats to improve relations with Crimea. Granada, I would like to proclaim a guarantee, meaning if Castile declares on Granada, they're declaring on me as well, which hopefully will keep them from attacking Granada and hinder them until I can maybe diplo-vassalize Granada, or at least keep them around, because that blocks Castile off a lot and gives me a landing in Spain if I want to attack Castile. For example. I'm not that evil, I would never do that, right? And the other one I'm going to be sending to bit late. We'll do that after we start the war. Remember how I said that spy networks helped you siege and stuff? Hey, look, our mercs are there. I'm actually going to give the cannons to the mercs and go... No, we'll keep the mercs around. March mercs up here. Detach infantry. Can I actually fit everyone here? 21. Nope, I can't. Oh, guys, just stay. 15k and 19. That's gonna be too many. Few more infantry. That's 8, 11, 9 is going to be 20. There we go. March 9k infantry out. What I'm calculating here is the supply limit. Supply limit, I can hold up to 21,000 men in the province. Above that, I would be taking attrition. Attrition is this little skull icon. It kills. It murders people. It's calculated at the end of every month. At the end of the month, you're going to be seeing our casualties here. Actually, I'm going to do some fancy micro. I'm moving our infantry and our cavalry out. I need technically 3 regiments. Plus, I always count +1 in case of a bad siege event to keep the siege progressing. So now, at the end of the month, if these guys are out by the end of the month, yes, 26th and 26th, I'll only be taking attrition on these 5k men and not the 14k. And if they decide they want to cross, I just call the men back and it's going to be fine. Have them march back in. Event in Austria, I'm just gonna ignore it. It's HRE stuff. I said I wasn't going to cover HRE stuff. Are these gonna march out? Perfect. This little infantry marched out just in time. I'm going to detach the artillery and give them a little attach order. Attach to the Crimean Company, meaning now when I move the Crimean Company around, they're gonna move with the Crimean Company. And these guys are fine down here. Yeah. Our boats have arrived, which is going to allow me to speak about sieging and sieging coastal provinces. You see this minus 49%. Let's click on the province, which brings up the siege window. You can go watch the province or the army, but if I want the army, I tend to click on the army. But show province if I want to see what the province is exactly. Arta is a capital. Capitals always have a tier 1 fort because capital, like they have some form of walls and defensive views. I can get back to my siege view through here if I want to. I generally close and re-click. So the defenders have morale. If morale defender reaches 0, siege done. If garrison reaches 0, siege done. As long as you have people, at least 1 unit there sieging, the garrison will not refill every month. I'm going to show on Selanik. Mothball it. If I mothball a fort, the garrison will increase here by 154 each month because of reasons. It is not manpower taken from your manpower pool, it is manpower coming from city ? So it's not consuming your manpower pool proper, but currently with 0, they would be just like a normal province. I'll show you in Cephalonia once we get to Cephalonia. Actually, I should be jumping on them. We should be jumping on them. Let's group these two. But back to the siege. So they have 1,000 men. They're not going to refill because they won't, because the province is being sieged. We have the level of the fort here. The fort defense, because of terrain and various modifiers, it can go higher in the positives or in the negatives. If it's in the positives, it is good for the defender. If it's in the negatives, it is good for us. Ideally, we want that number to be negative. Currently, it has a 8.3, meaning it increases, the main effect being it increases the time it takes to siege. Each 32 days, we're going to get a siege event, which is basically a dice roll between 1 and 14. So if you read the tooltip, 1 and 14, 1 is always a critical failure, 14 is, I'll say, the best success possible. You need to roll a total of 20. How would you roll 20 with only a 14? Well, with modifiers. Siege leader pips, remember I said leader pips, important. Well, we have 1 leader pip, so that's a +1 to our dice roll. So if we roll a 1 on the dice, it's still going to be a fail. Anything else than a 1, we're not blockading the place, true. I would need to be there to blockade. Because their port is in this sea zone, if we bring a navy to blockade the port, we are going to... Currently they are being supplied, I'll say, by sea. If we bring boats, we're going to stop that negative from being there. And -1 because fort level reduces that. If we had brought our cannons in, but we're going to be declaring in a few days on Byzantium, and I'd rather have the cannons on Byzantium, we'll be able to, we would be able to bring modifiers here. And each time we get what the game considers a successful roll, which is anything else than a disease outbreak, we gain +1 on the phase progress. That can go from 0 to 12. Meaning, even if our one siege is going to negate the 1 of the fort level, blockading, remove that. The longer we siege, the higher the chances go. It makes a savant calculations. The chances of getting a surrender dice currently is -49%. Big sad. So, fleet moving around. Fleet has arrived in the Gulf of Toronto just before the siege tick time, and you can see the phase progress modifier has gone. Uh, 8th of January. I could start spying on them. I could also improve with Grenada. Or with Tunis? Tunis. Let's improve our relations with Tunis for the moment. So we have 3 diplomats. I'm gonna improve with them because I'd rather improve with my allies first. That's personal opinion. Some people will tell you you need to spy on your future targets, but we get so many claims from everywhere that grant surrender of Maine, that's an event with England. Won't bother with it. 12th of January. I'm 1 day late to declare on Byzantium. They still have the following vassal of Athens, which honestly at this point doesn't matter. I want to declare on Byzantium. They have a vassal, Athens, so the vassals are automatically called in to follow their overlord. I'm going to say the war goal is to take Constantinople. Again, I can't call in my allies. It doesn't matter to me. And I'm going to confirm. Immediately, I'm sending the Crimean Company in with these guys. Note, the Crimean Company is low on morale, actually. Actually, let's do some fancy micro. If I send everyone in, the Crimean Company arrives on 21st of January. Our infantry and cavalry arrives on the 20th, which is perfect. They're going to be 1 day before, and then the Crimean Company is going to come in with the cannons on the 21st. These guys, I'm going to... Actually, I'm going to send them all into this province to hold the province. And I'm going to do a little bit of fancy micro, saying when you guys are done, I'm going to go shift and tell them to move back out to Gelibolu. Actually, move back to Idrin. So that as soon as the fighting is done, they're immediately going to try and walk out so as not to bother the siege of cannons plus mercs. And these guys, if they aren't straight out defeated, they are going to be retreating to the closest province they can come. And hello Charmander. What do I think of Project Caesar and the Tinto talks? I am, like now with all of the new Paradox releases, I am cautiously optimistic. I'm very curious as how Project Caesar, so for those who wouldn't know, Project Caesar, it's a game in development by the studios of Paradox Tinto, which are located in Barcelona, which are the guys who are doing EU4, and everyone suspects, though it hasn't been announced, that they are actually developing EU5. And each week they are presenting their vision of the game and how it is evolving. I'm liking what I see. They are seeming, it seems, it's my impression, that they are keeping it as a complex game. They are not watering it down, which I really like. My main fear is that I'll call it the creative team versus the financial team. So the financial management will push for a release date that they feel is good when the game hasn't gotten enough polish, like what happened to Vicky 3. Vicky 3, which now a year and a half after release still is missing what I would have considered features that should have been in the base game. Like proper explanation on how your military strength is calculated, for example in Vicky. Or at least a general understanding of it, and explanation when you do the military tutorial. But that would get me ranting on Vicky 3. Now my hopes, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I am curious as how much it will change compared to, I'll call, base EU4. Clearly there will be less features than in EU4, but I do like the complexity and the general direction that they are taking. I have plenty of hopes for UI and diplomacy and things like that, but I would be getting into way too much detail. Like, I would like to have diplomats not being a fixed number, but being more like and again, I'm going to take examples on Vicky 3, your influence. Your diplomatic influence. You can have many relations in Vicky 3 until your diplomatic cap, which you can raise through various means. I much prefer that system to a fixed number of diplomats, where I currently have 2 diplomats currently locked, improving relations with my allies. Actually, I only want 1, but the other one I want to curry favors. So yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic. I like what I'm reading. My hope is that the creative team is given all the time they need to finish the project, rather than just pushing it out because finances said that this was the right time to release the game. And back to EU4 and fighting the biz. We're losing money per month. I am not afraid of it. It's fine. Our manpower is technically not hurt yet. After this fight, it will be, because we're putting 8k men in the front line. And as soon as combat starts, you only fill your front line. So if you zoom in, or if you look, cavalries will have a little slash. You can see our little slash. If you hover over the icon, you see who they are attacking. Infantry will attack in front and the one to each side, cavalry will have more flanking ability and will be able to go at least 2 in front plus 2 on each side, which will allow them to possibly attack much more units. Infantry is in the center and shoots at the enemy. Combat is divided in 2 phases. First, the shock phase. First, the fire phase, where armies fire at each other. And to determine the damage done, the easy way of understanding it is higher morale, higher discipline, better. Military tactics being another enormous multiplier. Basically, your mil tactics minus their mil tactics multiplied. So better mil tactics, which is improved by discipline. So 0.052 to 0.05 is not going to be much, but if you can, on some tech levels, you get bigger differences, increasing your mil tactics by potentially a lot. We have better morale because we have the Janissary example, we have urban, whereas they have malice as Byzantium starting, deteriorating army minus 15%. So not only do they have less discipline, they also have way less morale, so they're going to be taking many more casualties than we are. Plus, we're about to bring in more cavalry and more front lines with the mercs, even though they have lower morale and will be doing less damage. A unit that runs out of morale or out of, so if you hover over, you can see current morale 157 out of 215. They currently have all their men. They haven't been shot or fired at yet. Once they reach 0, they will, if they reach 0 men or 0 morale, they will retreat and be out of combat. We pause. We're going to see numbers flashing. We lost 174. They lost only 60 because they rolled a 6 for this, which is now the shock phase. We rolled a 0. So 2 zeros in a row. Good job us. 2, and now every 2 ticks, third. That was the third tick. Now we roll for shock. They rolled a 2, we rolled a 1. Our general being better, we get a +2 on it. And now we have the backline of cannons, which do 0 damage. They are support cannons, but they are in the fight nonetheless. And some merc infantry managed to come in on both sides for some slight flanking damage. Meaning these guys are now at 856, and shock damage. Remember cavalry doing more damage? Well, we have 4 cavalry in the fight, they only have 2. And we rolled slightly higher, and that is a stack wipe. They ran out of morale within 7 days of fighting, so now they just died. We lost, I'll say roughly 1,000 men, they lost 8,000. This guy having siege pips, I'm going to send this guy straight down to Athens. And as soon as he's out of enemy territory, I can re-affect him to another army. I'm going to give him to them, and these guys, just to give the military shock bonuses. And they're going to cross the straits and go say hi to these little guys on the island, and hopefully stack wipe them as well. Since we stack wipe them, same thing. These guys, actually, you're moving to Erding. These guys don't need to be 1,000 here. A province without a fort will fall within a month. They just need 30,000 men. I don't need to attrit with all these men. Though they probably will be because... No, 31st of January, perfect. They'll be out just before the month tick. So only this guy will take attrition. Same thing, attrition, kills. We took 50 casualties of attrition in our first tick against Epirus with only 5,000 men. Imagine if we had all these 20,000 and, well, these 20,000 men overall. Would be terrible. Siege here. We could cannon down the walls because we have cannons. Would cost us 50 mil points. I'm not in that much of a rush. I might do it for Moria because Moria. They only have 1,000 men. We need 9,000 men. So we could do it with 9,000 cannons. Right now, morale doesn't matter. We have 9,000 infantry and the 4,000, our 4,000 cannons. Our magnificent 4,000 cannons brought to us by Urban. Thank you, Mr. Urban. Actually, no, you moved down to Athens. And we'll just group these guys up. They are moving out into the straits to prevent the siege from progressing. Walls of Constantinople. The defenders in the siege of Constantinople will get minor penalties. Piercing the Theodorian walls. Local defensiveness minus 10%. Because we brought cannons to there. Remember how Epirus has a positive here? Well, Constantinople has negative ones. So instead of 30 days per siege tick, we only have 26. These guys can group up, and I'm going to send them marching straight to there. The only armies left standing is the Athens army with 2k. Biz has none. So I'm actually going to split these guys once they are in here with the S key half and half. 2k going that way. The other 5k without a general going into here. And I'm going to put, as you see the little blacksmith hammering off, he's trying to recruit 1,000 infantry here. I'll also bring my boat here to prevent them from sailing out into the strait and preventing me from crossing. That would be extremely rude on their side. Yes, it's going to hinder the siege. Crimea wants to learn about institutions. I'm going to say yes. And let's speak a little bit about institutions because that came up. Institutions. Let me put a little marker down. Institutions at 346. Institutions. So, to prevent forceful snowballing of, well, I'll say too much snowballing from people, the game has introduced institutions. So there are 8 institutions. I remember 7 because generally you start with feudalism. Most countries, the hordes, obviously, they are hordes, nomadic. They don't know what feudalism is and nobility and pyramidal things. A few states, like over here, start without. Down in Congo and down here, over here, they don't know what feudalism is. A few over here. But most nations will know what feudalism is. The next one is Renaissance. It will spawn starting in 1450. It can spawn, and you get one every 50 years. So after it's colonialism, printing press, global trade, manufactories, enlightenment, and industrialization. For the Renaissance to spawn, you're at least 1450. Feudalism has been discovered. Italy is in the region of Italy, so our capital needs to be in Italy if we want to have a chance at spawning it. And we are not Malta, which is in the Italian region, but too far to spawn it. And if any country has fulfilled the requirements, so basically all of Italy does. In 1450, on January 1st, 1450, there will be a roll. Does it spawn? If yes, select a country randomly from the pool of eligible candidates. If not, we'll wait 1 year, and then 1 year, and then 1 year. And if it doesn't happen for 25 years, but that's basically I've never seen it happen, it will spawn in any country, in any province with at least 20, any capital with at least 20 development. And that's the only criteria, but again, it will spawn before and we'll wait. Once you embrace an institution, it costs you money. You need to have 10% of your development where it is considered present, and then you can pay for it to embrace it. Once you've embraced it, you can sell it to other people, like teach them what it is, for money, and people can request that from you. Our Crimean ally has requested from us some knowledge sharing, so they will be paying us 0.5 a month until it is present for feudalism, until it is present in all of their capital state of Crimea, so until it is present in Crimea. If we look here, they are gaining 2.5 knowledge spreading +1, and nearby friendly province has feudalism, namely in Genoa. And they're not at war with Genoa, so it's considered friendly. And they have a little spread modifier that multiplies all of that, and it's so from 1.9 multiplied by 32%, well, 132%, gives 2.5 per month. So until that bar is filled in Crimea, they're going to basically be paying us 0.5 ducats a month. Don't really need the 0.5 ducats, but they're our future vassal in our friend. I'm also, remember we needed 60 for the mission here. Crimean Destiny, we needed at least 60 trust. Well, trust is gained passively over time. It is also you can also gain it by currying favors. Curry favors with them will increase our favors over time. Yes, please. Does it show? Doesn't show here. It shows here. So we now are gaining 0.41 favors each month because we are currying favors. Our dip rep, which is 0. Ours is currently at 186. Okay. Basically 2 divided by a lot of that means we basically don't get anything from dip rep. Their opinion, which is very important, and allied relative strength. Our armies are much bigger than theirs, so it's much easier when you have a big army to ask this favor from the dude which has a very much smaller army than the opposite. How are you doing? You'll be fine in Athens' flatland. Yeah, it'll be fine. Worst case, we get pushed back a little bit. I'm going to detach 1 infantry. Can I? No, I can't. Okay. Actually, you're going to come and clean up down here first. Ooh, we're here first before they come in, so they're coming into us. They are locked in to move. So they are locked in. They have done more than halfway of the movement. There's a way to cheese that, but they're going to come in, and there will be, don't know why it doesn't show, but there will be a battle between them and us. They have 2k infantry. I have 2k infantry and 2 cavalry. Oh no, they embarked on their boats. Interesting. And let's actually leave it at that for the moment. Yeah. You guys go wipe over there. Yeah, they landed their troops immediately on me. While smart-ish is not going to save them. And that is a stack wipe. Not going to prevent them from moving further in. Do I want to rush in with 4k on these guys? They are recruiting. No, first let's have these guys. These guys, they're moving into here. You can move actually to there, and you're going to move into Kefalonia. As soon as you're done, I want you to go to Morea. So these guys are going to... We're going to take a straight crossing penalty because there's a little strait here. So if we look at the combat, No, we don't even have a straight crossing penalty because possibly we have better maneuver. Yeah, we have better maneuver, so we negate the crossing penalty. Again, easy fight, lots of cavalry, dead. And now we send in the little 1k here to basically occupy the island. That's all that matters right now. Little 1k here can move out as well, doesn't need to be around. I'm keeping these guys in. They are blocked. Okay. You wanna play it silly. The Byzantium fleet sailed out with their admiral. They do have a good admiral, so I'll have to be careful. Worst case I retreat, but I don't care. I have 4k men here. They only have 2 and I can walk in through the other side, so Navy-wise, we have technically better morale. We have the same engagement width, so we can both put 20 boats in at the same time. We have our 3 lights, our 7 galleys, and 10 transports, 2 transports in reserves, none retreated. They brought in 8 galleys and 8 transports. Naval combat is a bit random, so we're firing at our side is firing randomly at their side, and as soon as I see some red on our side, I'm retreating. I don't care if it counts as a lost battle, I just don't want to lose the ships. They are down to 17, meaning one of theirs I got either retreated or demoralized or sunk. I don't see it, but I would be surprised if it had sunk. Silly, Trade League by Venice. I see the first red on our side. I'm gonna say, okay, fine, you win, I'm out. It's because we didn't have an admiral, they have an admiral, but I don't care. I'm here, I'm walking around. These are their last troops. And once I murder their last troops, well, you know, it's a bit hard to organize disembark with when you don't have troops around. These guys, I'm going to move the cav out. I'm not sieging the place. I'm not sieging the place with cav. These guys are stuck until the Biz Navy moves out, which they will be doing. Infantry here, cav out. Battle of Moria, we killed their 2k. I don't need to leave that many men to siege here. I'm going to shift consolidate. Move out the horses, because horses are very expensive to reinforce. And it's a tier 2 fort, so I need 7,000 infantry. And these guys are quote-unquote stuck here for the moment. I don't really... Actually, I could cheese my way out. Let's cheese our way out. I'm gonna move them into here. Blockade! Yeah, they're blockading me. I read the resources, it's fine. There, I merged them, so they joined this army, and now they're considered to having been in this army, so I should be able to move them out. I can't move further than Athens? Well, at least let's move them into Athens. You guys, same thing. It's a tier... We'll do the same thing. Wall breach here. We could assault it if we wanted. It's very heavy on manpower, so I'm not fond of it. Did we get a wall breach here? Yes, we got a wall breach here, which is a 1k. Honestly, it's merc manpower. Mercs are on full health. I'm going to order an assault on Byzantium just to free the cannons up. So, ordering an assault. Costly in lives and also costs 5 mil points. 5 mil points is not much. Before I forget, Granada wants a royal marriage. Yes, please. Since it's them offering, they take the legitimacy hit, not me. Only a maximum of 15k infantry will make an effective assault each day, so yes. And I'm just going to let all 9k, it's only these guys, only the mercs that are in there that are fighting. Speed things up a little bit. You see the morale of defenders, which might reach 0 before anything else, in which case they surrender. Siege of Constantinople is done. Remember the cannons that I attached to the mercs? Mercs! Next stop, Athens. Or Arta. You guys go see Kandar. Kandar allied Dulkadir. Perfect. Dulkadir, who did you ally? Kandar. Perfect. I love it when the AI is cooperative like that. These guys I want to select. I'm going to blast into small units. And again, we're going to cheese them out of there. Merge, so they join the Aten Oldu there. And now I should be able to... Actually, I'm just going to go with... No, let's keep the siege progressing to... No, not cavalry, Mistani. For these guys, I should be able to march out. There we go. So I'm keeping the very bare minimum men in every single province, just to keep it going. Here, they can't prevent me from crossing because I own both sides of the strait. That's why this guy is stuck for the moment until I finish sieging there. The fall of Constantinople. We gain 10 prestige, or we demand the despot surrender. This vassalizes Byzantium. I don't want to vassalize them. We will annihilate the remnants of Byzantium. And that's 10 prestige. Remember I said prestige, farmable thing? Ooh, funny. I saw something funny. A gift was exchanged, my Sultan. The selfless generosity of Serbia seems without limit. They have donated a value of 20 ducats to Byzantium. Man, Byzantium, I must tremble with 20 ducats given to Byzantium? I must fear that. And we're getting low-ish on money, so I'm going to impose the new religious tax on all our dhimmi to keep us afloat for a few more months. And it says, yes, you can build castles. I don't want to build castles. I don't need castles for the moment. These guys came across each other, said hi to each other. Status quo, status quo. Cannons. Oh, U4K also can go to there. Hey, Arta fell before these guys even needed to come in. Let's go to... Let's actually relieve the big stack in... sorry, I need to select the mercs. Except you're not going to be allowed to do that, so move like this. And these guys are absolutely free to pass because I own both sides. I can go to Bolu. And since Epirus is now entirely sieged, unlike other games, peace deals. Let's make a little note for peace deals. Peace deals at 403. Peace deals. Once you reach, okay, 100 being the maximum, you technically can peace out even on 0 if the other is willing to, but generally you want at least at 10% war score you can make demands. You technically can peace out at any war score, it's just the amount that you'll be able to take. Sometimes it is not worth going for a 100% war score. If I'm fighting Castile and they have already started making colonies and things like that, I don't want to fight them for 100%. I just want to occupy their mainland and then see what I can do with a peace deal and come back a bit later. A peace deal will always be set between... So in this case, we're negotiating with the only other guy. You can negotiate, if you can negotiate separate pieces. If you take land, it costs you a lot more in terms of aggressive expansion. But otherwise, If it's just money, you can negotiate separate pieces with every war participant, as long as they're not a vassal or limited by for other reasons. But in theory, if it's bunch of independent nations fighting bunch of independent nations, the war leader can negotiate with any participant to move them out, except for coalition wars and things like that. But the general theory is war leader can negotiate with everyone. If they negotiate with anyone else than the war leader, big penalties in terms of aggressive expansion and things like that. But not forbidden. In our case, we Ottomans have 100 war score on Epirus. You can see it here. We have complete victory. We defeated their army for that was actually a bunch of war score, and the rest is occupation. If you look, I don't even know how you see the entirety of the thing. Ticking war score will speak at. Oh, actually, we in this little green arrow we are currently gaining ticking war score, currently 0.04. I can gain up to 24.6 by achieving the war of taking Arta. As soon as you hold the war goal, you can you start gaining what is called ticking war score. It gets reset and then starts ticking in your favor. If you lose it, same thing, reset to 0 and starts ticking in the enemy's favor. Can go up to 25 war score for just holding the objective. That's a feature here to help you negotiate in wars. I hold the war goal, but I can't conquer all of it. Well, I still get some ticking war score. In our case, we declared for Arta. Thus, the importance of choosing your war goal wisely and not doing mistakes like Mistani of going, click, click, it's the right CB, go. You can offer a peace deal to your enemy through this. I, however, find this button extremely close to this one, which is unconditionally surrender to the enemy. And I don't like that button. I'd much rather go through here and sue for peace. Yes, again, you are very close to the unconditional surrender, but again, muscle memory says I go that way. Opens this window that I cannot shift. You have recap of the war score that you have with that individual target, and you can negotiate. You can either demand tribute or offer tribute. Some very rare marginal cases you might want to win a war but decide to lose it by giving up money. Like I could say, I give you 32 ducats, consider that I lost the war, but that's specific reasons if you want to lose your Defender of the Faith, for example. So you can cede provinces, revoke cores. We'll speak about cores after. So I'm going to take everything, but to show others. Revoking a core on Yanya. They consider Yanya to be one of their cores. A core is what is supposed to be your home territory. Let's actually show once we're done. You can annul treaties, all sorts of treaties like, well, Epirus has Albania as their rival. I could technically force them to remove it. Actually, does that give me the prestige or not? Nope, you can't. You need to leave them alive if you want that. I want all their land. Generally, you will also ask for war reparations, 10% of their income for the duration of the truce. Base white peace, which is the minimum duration of a truce, is 5 years. And for each 10% war score that you're asking in the peace offer value is 1 year. So max length of a truce is 15 years. I'm still going to, you can click this or shift, I do shift right to put in as much ducats as they can pay, which is the worth of 5 loans. Their loans right now are worth 5 ducats. For small nations, it is unsurprising. 25, 35. Very common. And I'm going to send the demands. So our little free diplomat is going to travel to them. With 100 war score, we see that they will accept. Utterly defeated. They have to accept. And, well, we don't have any aggressive expansion yet. But let's show it here. Recap. We declared with a conquest, CB. So we're not paying any dip points. You pay dip points when you take things that are not planned in the war. If, for example, I decided that I wanted to vassalize them, it would cost me 19 dip points. But it would cost me less aggressive expansion because people are less mad when you vassalize someone rather than taking the entirety of their land. Again, if we look, treaties, Ottoman vassal, the next line is aggressive expansion. 339 countries, most of the HRE and all of the Muslim countries. Muslim nation taking land off of the, I'll say, Christian nation. Muslims don't care. Basically, they don't care. It's going to be a +0 aggressive expansion for possibly not these guys. Might be a -1, like around here. Starting here, they just won't care. Catholics will mind a little bit more, like Serbia, Albania, Naples, but it's a tiny country with not much. And since I'm taking land, I am also going to suffer overextension. Speak about that in a little second. And it will cost us 83 admin points to make all ceded provinces cores. This is where people generally start struggling with admin points. It is when you conquer too much and have too much to core. And again, I'm taking the... I'm clicking on it to right mouse button to add larger increments, or same thing as left button. I'm adding the value of 5 loads because I can take the 25 ducats. If you can suggest demands. They would, what would they do? Oh, they also add the revoke core on Yanya. No, wait. Yeah, we demand their full annexation. They're also removing that. Okay, cool. Again, I'm going to see if I can ask just to make sure they didn't slip a condition in there. Nope, they didn't. Cool. That's interesting. Yet another rivalry, and again, take their ducats. If we go lower in the peace deal, so we demand their full annexation. When you want an entire country, make sure this line is present, otherwise you missed a province somewhere. When conquering big places like Ming or colonial Castile, if you're taking like all the little islands, that's generally the last things that you capture, and it can be a bit of a pain when demanding full, and there's no button, demand full annexation. Empress will pay 25 ducats to the Ottomans, will result in 0.02 inflation. Yeah, obviously we're taking their money without any activity behind, so inflation. 0.02, I really don't care. Conquest CB, Ottomans suffer a maximum of 12.8 AE. We gain a little bit of prestige because we win. Empress loses the same amount of prestige because they lose. We're not making any demands outside, so 0. And then land ownership. The Ulema land ownership will be modified by 0. The Umera are losing 0.8. The merchants 0.3. The Dhimmi will be gaining 0.1. The Janissaries will be gaining 0.3. So overall, there's 0.9 crown land that's going to be shifting around. The difference between the Umera losing, the Merchant Guild losing, and Dhimmi and Janissaries earning is crown land for us. So we're getting, so minus 0.9 plus 0.4, there's going to be 0.5 extra here for us. So we're at 519, we should be at 569 at the after the peace deal. It did not change. Okay. Are you sure, game? We should. It's fine. We noticed this, but we should have gotten some land in here. That's fine. We're still on 5%. We'll be seizing soon-ish. Land flipped our color. Great. And we got this little button. Some of your provinces lack cores. There are 3 levels of land own. Well, technically 4. Let's stay on 3. 3. There's land that has just been conquered and not yet integrated into our land. Sadly, Arta we can't do yet. Didn't it state already? Yes, it is. I don't want to half state it. We'll chat about half states. Actually going to be easier with when we take biz. No, we can speak now. There's 3 level of integration. So there's completely uncored, which you should never stay with uncored land. It generates overextension, and overextension will be there until the land has been cored. Giving national unrest, so unrest everywhere, stab cost up, trade power down, so it hurts our economy. Our mercenaries are more expensive, our diplomatic reputation suffers, our improved relations, the thing that decays aggressive expansion, suffers. Our yearly corruption goes up, and we gain a little bit more decadence, which is a mechanic specific to the Ottomans. That is in here in the government tab. Basically, you want absolutely 0 decadence. As soon as decadence goes up, well, things go terribly, put it like that. We can only core Kefalonia because Arta is a core of Byzantium, and we are currently at war with Byzantium. So let's make it a core. Since we have a permaclaim and we are the Ottomans? Nope, or maybe it's mission tree. We get core creation cost down, which allows us to core it in 24 months. The baseline for coring is 36. Oh, we have a claim, that's why. A little bit of war exhaustion because we took some attrition. It went up by a little bit. And because we have a permanent claim, we have a minus 25% technically, coring time. Coring time and coring cost. So claims, making claims, very good, very interesting when you want to core the land behind. So for 24 months, we're going to be overextended. So for 2 years, we're going to be overextended for taking and holding that land, which honestly is fine. Checking out allies. Oh, you have no allies? Ooh, very interesting. I'm going to leave the boats here. I don't need the boats. I have people on both sieges. The mercs are coming in. Actually, stop mercs. Stop mercs. Stop mercs here. These guys, infantry, move out. Because they have a siege pip. They have siege pips. They have siege pips. And now the cannons are doing the work. Their morale is low because they took a lot of morale damage when assaulting, but they're back to full manpower. Their manpower pool is still 19,000 men. Not worried. And because we get 1 month where positive income, because last month we had the spoils of war and the ducats coming in for the peace deal of here. And right now we can see our little dude with his little turban making it a core. He'll be on the map until then. If it gets occupied or anything like that, it stops all progress. Now I want my Miltech 4 first. Let's merge these guys. We'll merge everyone and then split people off as we go. The goal being attacking from here into Kandar to stack wipe Kandar troops as fast as possible. This one requires 9,000 men, but we'll just leave 2. Lithuania is now considered a great power. Oh, did they not take the alliance with Poland? Apparently they didn't. Ooh, interesting. Normally Poland automatically becomes the overlord of Lithuania. But they didn't in this case. Which is interesting. can I warn Hungary? Great power. Where is send warning? Send an insult. Oh yeah, we could insult rivals, but that's, as long as we have a truce, it's not worth it. That would increase our power projection. But right now it is exactly 50. Because we have long-term rivals, mission, events, and rewards that is slowly decaying, giving us an extra monarch point per month. Currently making 15 mil points, 9 dip, and 11 admin. 14% here. So this one, again, 2 siege general, 4 because of artillery level, because fort level 1. I think it's 2 multiplied by fort level. Yeah. It's 2 per... It's... Well... No, it's 1? Not exactly sure. I don't remember how the calculation works. But... Plus, we have a +6. We're not navally blockading. Our fleet got quite badly damaged. It is almost repaired. Galley on 93. Last one to repair. All the other galleys, the other 3 galleys that we started are almost done. They'll be done October and November. We might wait until November. We might push out, but I might also not need to, because cannon's good, cannon's done. These guys can group up. And we'll... So we brought another stack in, so they are now sieging, so they can move out. And now with cannons and a better siege pip, even if it's blockaded and things like that. Actually, let's just... We already have, apparently, a wall breach. So we could just assault this. Let's assault this. And I'm shift consolidating to have always fully fighting units, because when you have more than 15,000 men, it will be... It keeps the assault efficiency at max. And again... no. This one is because we're under 10% crown land. And we'll solve this matter ourselves. The Siege of Moria is done. We did suffer casualties. Again, I don't care. It's mercs. You guys march to Bolu. And we can now peace out Byzantium. And Athens, their vassal, who is still officially on medium because they defeated us at sea, but, well... Byzantium, sue for peace. And I want all of your land, please, and thank you. Including Athens' vassal. So we're going to suffer 44 aggressive expansion with some countries. Generally, the main target of the war having the highest, suffering the highest. So it's probably closer to 20-ish there. Actually, we can check. Albania, which is closest neighbor, and Orthodox, if we look at our relations. Currently, we have 11 aggressive expansion because of expansion into here. So we have 11. Let's check after the peace deal with Byzantium. We take all their monies. We take all their ducats. Maximum amount of ducats. They're going to repay some of the cost of the war. It's going to cost us 299 to to core everything. It's a bit of a lie in this specific case, because we're the Ottomans. It is a bit of a lie. I'm going to send the demands. They can't refuse. We fully annexed both Byzantium and Constantinople. And I know it, we got a decision. Integrate Galata. Constantine loses the conditional modifier. Genoese colonial in Galata. Genoa loses Genoese colony in Galata plus 20%. This is a modifier in here, giving us less trade power and things like that. For the border was told and things like that. So first thing is say F you Genoa, giving us more trade power in Constantinople. And this one, we gain 1 stab for free Ottoman gains a core on Constantinople, which otherwise, if we look at the coring cost, would have been, 153. It becomes our new capital. The culture becomes Turkish. We automatically convert it to Sunni. So Constantine gets renamed to Constantini. Same name. We gain 4 base tax, 4 base production, 3 base manpower. The government rank of Ottomans changes to empire. Remember, we were a kingdom. Well, now we're an empire. Cultural union gained due to reaching government rank empire. We are now a cultural union of the Levantine culture. Our Levantine cultures are now accepted in our realm. We go back to government. We don't have any of these, but that's possibly our paths of expansion. So, hell yeah for that. And now we can look at the coring, and it says to core everything, 153. Boom. There's one we are not able to core, which is this one. I'd rather sort by overextension. Well, it's the one that generates the least overextension, and it's going to cost us 38. Actually, I'd rather core you first. This will be closer to... yeah. It's not going to matter much because next month we'll have the points anyways. Yeah, plus 11. Yeah, we'll be fine next month. But just for that, it's a bit of a petty thing, but this one is in our state, our capital state. It's going to allow me to speak about half cores and full cores. Uncored, you want to core immediately. Once it is cored, it becomes... if it's not in the territory, like Athens, whole new state that I conquered, it's going to be on 90% autonomy. Actually, let's make a little talk on cores, full cores, and stated. Cores, we are at 426. Cores, full cores, half cores, territories, states, all this little talk. By default, land that is conquered needs to be cored. That is just not a question. You want to spend the admin points to core the land, to make it into as part of your empire. Otherwise, it's just like, it should be part, but it isn't part of the empire. And again, overextension, 1.8 national unrest, 18% stab cost modifier, trade power abroad, minus 36, merc cost up, dip rep down, improve relations way down, yearly corruption up, and for the Ottomans, decadence gain modifier up. So bad, all terrible, all red. You want to remove the core, you want to make them cored as fast as possible. Once your land has been cored a first time, if it is, let's make a distinction between land that is in a fully new state. Morea, we didn't have any land. Athens and all this was Byzantium land. It will be considered called a territorial core. Some people just call it core. And it will accept modifications for reasons and things like that. Have 90% autonomy, meaning you're only getting 10% of the tax and production and trade power from the province. But at the same time, it costs you very little on your governing capacity. Your governing capacity is this little bar. You do not want to go over GovCap. Being over GovCap brings severe penalties in all sorts of domains. You never want to go over GovCap. We'll speak about GovCap and how you can increase it. The two main things is becoming a higher rank. So, well, we just reached Empire, so we won't be getting more. Tech, here, on different tech levels, if you hover over this icon, 8, 12, 17, 20, 24, 27, and 31. And your estates, I'm not going to click it, but the Umera, generally you can give out 3 maximum. You can gain another 300 from there. and there are buildings and things that reduce the governing cost of the governing cost of the place. That's a core. You can then you can then state the land. So, well, I don't have any stated land right now. Half stated land, I think. This is only one. No. Yeah, this is only one province. I'm fine with that. I'm going to remove it to show it's fine. It's going to cost us 75 admin. Half states, by default, have 50% autonomy. But, again, only 50% cost for the governing capacity. So, this one, I decided to unstate it. I don't advise doing it unless you're having problems with GovCap. I can pay again the 75 that's going to cost me. If I decide to make it a state again, making Albania into a state will cost us 0.03 in maintenance. State maintenance is a thing. When autonomy has been reduced to its two lower levels, it will also increase our manpower and sailors in the area. Turning Albania into state will use 3 out of our governing cap, bringing it to a total of 312. Any province belonging to a trade company will be automatically removed. More on trade companies later. Currently, we're not making any money from the place. Doesn't really matter. It was a small province. Governing cap it doubled because we're paying immediately the full cap, even though autonomy hasn't been reduced. It is, though, a half state, so it should be on 50% autonomy. And doesn't generate any overextension, but we still have to pay 20 to core the province back. That's going to be an expense for future me, but that's the 3 levels. Core, 90% autonomy by default. Half state, what people call half state, which is, this one I can play as much as I want, but... So territory, 90% autonomy. If you are under your gov cap, there you will have a little flag here saying, hey, you could make states. Making a state, by default, 50% autonomy. I mean, it's going to tick up from here because we put up to 90% and messed with it. And full core, theoretically, 0% autonomy, depending on how much autonomy you reduce and things like that. And impact on GovCap. If you're conquering land that is already stated, like here, Arta especially, which is in the state of northern Greece with Kefalonia. Well, both Kefalonia and Arta technically. This is already a full state. When you are coring land in somewhere that is already a full state, you don't have to pay a second time to core. You pay immediately the full price to get the full core. So Arta and Kefalonia, once integrated, once fully cored, once this bar is done, they will tend towards 0 autonomy, in theory. Again, we have modifiers that make it bad, but in theory, we're going to be heading towards 0 autonomy there. Whereas here, Morea, we did not fabricate the state. We didn't own any province in there at all. So this one is going to be this one is going to stay on 90% until we state it, and if we state it, we'll have to pay the extra coring costs afterwards. But that is also why Anabolu is much cheaper, only 22, compared to same development. Sorry. Where is my... this one. My Bulgarian 5 development province, I'm paying almost double. Because, again, this province is in the state of Thrace, which was my capital state, which was already fully stated. So I'm paying full price to core there. And instead we finished the mission, City of the World's Desire. We completed the Guns of Urban, we completed the Aftermath of Varna, and Constantinople is our capital. The event, the Great Capital Constantinia, happens. Let's just click on it, because hell, why not? The walls are breached, the gate has fallen, and the gem of the once mighty Roman Empire is now in our possession. The magnificent Padishah ordered his troops to spare the once prosperous metropolis from further sacking and razing, as he has plans for it. The walls will be restored, the houses renovated, and the seat of power moved to Constantinople. Alongside these many efforts to bring the new capital of the Ottomans to the glory it once had, the government under Mehmet II supervision resettles many from the land to the capital. This population influx has brought many men of talent, artisan, architects, and artists prime among them. With the skills of these men and the guiding hands of our Padishah, the capital is engineering a new golden era. Constantinople will once more be the pearl of the Mediterranean. We get defeated the Byzantine Empire for 15 years, more or less, giving us tolerance of the true faith. Remember tolerance of the true faith? This thing that reduces unrest in all our Muslim provinces? Well, +1 for 15 years. Yearly legitimacy +1. Again, that was why I wasn't worried. Again, that's for 15 years. We gain 1 base tax in Constantinople, 1 base production in Constantinople, 1 base manpower in Constantinople. We get resettlement of Constantinople until the 1st of December 1470, giving the following effects: local development -5%, and monthly devastation down. Hell yes. I'm gonna check something before, well, no, too late, I pressed the button. Well, no, it's not too late. Do I have royal marriages with all 3 of my allies? Yes, yes, yes. Crimea, how many favors do we have? We only have 4. We can wait a little bit more. And apparently we finished 2 more things. The Crescent Fleet. So this one, have at least 10 galleys. That's why I didn't want to lose a galley in the battle, because I was building only 3. We gain an admiral with 50 tradition in exchange. Hell yeah, let's click on it. And let's bring boats to Gelibolu, which is my... This is absolutely personal preference. I tend to station all my boats in Gelibolu. The other mission, which is Reign in Greece. The problem with this one, I'm not going to click it immediately. Every owned Greek province loses 100% local autonomy and 20 years of separatism. Ottomans gain a permanent claim on the Balkans region. The reason why I'm not clicking this is that these places are still coring, especially this one as well, which I still need to start the coring. As long as it is cored, autonomy cannot be lowered. So once I actually conquer and state this, then I will validate the mission, because otherwise I'm quote-unquote just benefiting from the 20 years of separatism. Separatism is a value by default. You get... Well, it's already down in here. Normally you get a +15 for some reason. Am I a conqueror or something? Is that my ruler? Yes, my ruler is a conqueror, so I have -5 years of separatism. In theory, you have a -15 by default, unless you have modifiers. 15 unrest because of separatism. The separatism ticks down at 0.05, as the tooltip says. That is fixed. This is a fixed 0.05. You cannot speed it up. You cannot lower it, except if you remove years of separatism through event. So 20 years of separatism will be 10 unrest, which, once you remove a bit of war exhaustion, a little bit of overextension, for some reason both my nobility and my Umera are unhappy. Why are my Umera so unhappy? Oh yeah, Ori, I needed to put in 2 ticks there. Done. That was my My burghers. My merchants that are... That was my dhimmi who wanted that. My dhimmi... Oh, my dhimmi are unhappy for some reason. Okay. Well, that'll make them happier again. Happy again. When under 30%, unrest, and tech cost up, and tolerance of heathens down because for our dhimmi, and our Umera that I pissed off by taking a general, less manpower recovery, our troops are more expensive, and national unrest. Umera, I'm not very afraid. In 4 or 5 months, they will tick back up above. The dhimmi, it would be the same thing. It's a few, except it's a lot more. This is why I'm happy that this one is finishing. And I'm not getting admin points. Reigning Greece, we're waiting. This one we can upgrade centers of trade. The one in Constantinople, for example, which I'm going to put the money into it immediately. And generals are out and it's our land, so... Have our best general. Declare on Kandar now that we're done. They would not vassalize because I own their cores. Oh, actually we could... Oh, we can dip vassalize these guys. Let's actually not go to war immediately. Let's put people where I can drill. Might as well. Or actually just we don't need to drill. All our troops are, I'll say, maxed out. I'm just going to stop paying for the troops right now. Zoop! So we're making a little itsy bitsy bit of money. I'm going to do the same to our fleet. No itsy bitsy bits of money. To save a little bit more on income. And we are going to diplo-vassalize these two guys. How do you diplo-vassalize? First, I'm going to stop currying favors with you because reasons. First of all, it starts with an alliance. I want to be your ally. You rivaled Ramazan, so Ramazan, I'll be with you in a second, right? And unpause because things need to go. Completed the estate agenda. We gain ducats. That's good. Hungary's making claims on me. The Knights plundered us. National epic. Spend some admin points and lose a little bit of ducats for yearly prestige. I do like that. But first I want to launch the core. Events can stay on hold for 3 months. So 1st of January, I want to start this core. Numerous companies available, I don't care. And then I say yes. We spend the ducats, we can go into negatives there. But we started our coring first. Next is Dulkadir. I would like to improve relations with you. Shogun, flock to Constantinople. 1 base production in Constantinople, 20% prosperity. We'll come back to prosperity next time we have to dev. Right now, I am improving relations with Dulkadir. And I am... I allied them. I am improving relations. I should have done that ages ago. Maybe we can also get Cyprus. Can we get Cyprus as well? No. Not yet. Maybe later. Maybe later. QQ, any chance of vassalizing? No. Declaring war on you, you have no CB on you, okay. And I'm going to keep on. These are tricks you learn. I'm going to proclaim a guarantee. Anyone attacking Dulkadir is declaring war on me. I'm going to do the same on Ramazan because I can. It's putting me over my Diplo relations, but that's fine. Albania gets influential placeholder, or we get a dip rep dude. No, serves us better there. Did we get an improve? We still have that tier 2 dude. I really want the tier 2 dude, but I'm going to say Ragusa, I am no longer guaranteeing you. He's gonna get conquered by someone, I don't care. Ramazan, however, I don't want someone to declare on Ramazan. So I'm proclaiming a guarantee on them to make sure that these guys, the Mams, don't decide to go after them or Karaman or someone else. Right now I'm saying if you attack that dude, you're attacking me. Sufi, organize rally support. We move towards legalism and gain legitimacy. That's fine by me. We're back to 48, so let's recore Avlonia because that's in Albania. And keep on improving relations. I'm going to use the tricks that, some tricks. We have to repay our loans first. I hate that. We still have the gift, it'll be fine. Settlement of the Crimean Company. We take their general, or we just say thanks but no thanks. Thanks but no thanks. And transfer trade power, that's 10 relations as well. Sadly, your rival is Ramazan, and I want to diplo-vassalize Ramazan afterwards. Kandar will never accept peace, so no thanks. We are currently improving relations. We're on 32. We can go up to a great maximum of 100 with just an ally. So I'm just going to... I might actually... just to make it faster. Royal marriage with them. That's going to occupy a diplo slot for a while. But that's fine. I'm going to start improving with you. Blah, blah, blah. This is Ottoman decadence. That's fine. I'm going to start improving relations with you. And I'm going to recall the Crimean guy because we have the relations. And I'm going to put him back on currying favors. And at this point, we're not paying for the army. We are gaining a very decent amount per month. And I'm going to start repaying loans because I need to repay all the loans at some point, so might as well. Repaying them back early. You pay the full interest as if you had paid it. I'm also going to group up the navies so they don't take so much space. Actually, you guys, protect trade in Aleppo, where we have a merchant. No, we don't have a merchant, but that's fine. I'm going to start paying for the navy again. It's not the biggest expense. And I'm going to mothball these guys. Mothballing them is going to reduce them to 20%, to 25% sailors. Sailors will be technically returned to the pool over time. But I'm only paying 25% of the income. Too few rivals. We just lost Lithuania. No, Lithuania did fall as a junior partner of Poland. I was expecting that. Mamluks. They view us as a rival. As much as it sounds smart to do it, I'm not going to do it for subjugation reasons and mission tree reasons. I can rival England, hates my guts. Let's rival England, and let's stop the Crimean favors for the moment. That's my flexible dude for the moment. And I want to issue an embargo on my rival England. Lithuania is no longer considered a great power. Yes, indeed. And I'm going to spend some prestige to send a highly cultured letter to England. Sending insults. I'll have to wait 2nd of March for the diplomat to come back. Which is fine. Blah, blah, blah. We gain 1 innovativeness. Cool. Send an insult. So, if you insult your rival, you can make it scornful. You can choose the very little line, I'm gonna go with this one, and I'm just gonna click yes. Insulting, if you insult anyone scornfully, you give them a CB, because an insult CB. If you insult a rival, you can gain 10 power projection. Remember this thing? That gives us global trade power, morale of armies, yearly prestige, and yearly legitimacy. Well, we're gonna gain 10. We're gonna gain 10 points of it. Decays over the next 10 years. Gonna cost us 5 prestige. Remember when I said prestige was a currency? That's what it does. And I'm gonna get extra relations with Denmark, Scotland, Castile, and France, who are all rivals of England. My Padishah, we have sent a highly cultured letter to England. Is that sorry thing on your head what passes for a crown in England? However, they have somehow interpreted it as an insult. We are amused at their lack of culture, but they appear to be quite upset. I wonder why. I love the text of insulting people. Currently waiting, so he's traveling to England. He insulted him. Our power projection went up. The former March Moldavia became a vassal. Good for them. Crimea. Italian ambitions, yes. Gain a claim on Salento for a while, and 50 mil points and 10 prestige. Cool. Does that mean Naples is free? Yes. And they're allied with Siena. Might be good to set a foot in Italy. Ooh, innovativeness. That would also be a good thing to speak about. Well, we did vassalize these guys. Let's keep Naples for later. Let's go for Diplo vassalizing as we go. Do you have any chances with other people, by the way, before we declare wars? Yes. And yes. Biltis, no. Trebizond, oh, Trebizond we can. Trebizond is good to get. You possibly no, you're a vassal. So no, Karabakh, no. But we could get Hisin Kaifa. Trebizond, Ramazan, Dulkadir. We're gonna get them all. We are still above limit. Conquest against Naples because we have a claim. And we can invest in a new technology. And gain innovativeness. Innovativeness, little cog with a little science bottle and a little plus. It's this value. People will have different opinions on how fast you need to gain innovativeness. Some people will tell you you need to take innovative ideas and go full ham on it. I like innovativeness. But I absolutely need it. The bonuses for innovativeness at maximum, the all-power cost minus 10% saves you a whole lot of monarch points. So it's absolutely a great thing. But sometimes the cost of going for it counters a lot. I prefer to gain some passively by being ahead in admin and diplotech. Generally doesn't happen with my playstyle at the start, at least for the first few techs. Over time, I will catch up. When you're the first one to research a tech, you have this little yellow notification saying, hey, maybe want to pay attention to that. Being the first to adopt a tech gives us 4 innovativeness. It would give us extra military tactics and land morale. So all our land units would gain 0.5 morale. That sounds like a great plan. And we were exactly on time. So we have a 0. So we would have exactly the same 0 penalty because we are exactly on time and no neighbor has taken it yet. When you're ahead of time, each tech has a theoretical year of adoption. And that theoretical year, so for Miltech 5, it would be in 6 years, so in 1453. So we have, for the moment, a 60% penalty because ahead of time, and a 15% because we haven't embraced the Renaissance, hasn't even spawned yet. This is to prevent the snowballing of people. The cost of the tech is possibly more than what we can hold. You can hold up to 99 of each monarch point, plus whatever modifier you have for missing institutions. So currently, we can hold, it's 150, so we need 1,050 mil points. We only have 18 available. And we can keep up to 1,148. So in theory, if this bar was full immediately, we could click the button. However, researching tech ahead of time costs you extra monarch points. Monarch points that you could also spend on developing. I'm looking at Constantinople, which is the most expensive place to develop in our country, but say here, 52 extra points could be that. We could spend the points on generals, for example. spend 49 on the general to get a general, which would also give us 1% of army professionalism. There are plenty of reasons to spend points rather than ahead of time on tech, where you just get the bonus for being ahead of time. There is a case to be made. Sometimes you may want to be ahead of time on a mil tech when attacking someone because of the different bonuses. For example, 15%, 0.15 infantry extra shock, and an extra 0.2 cavalry shock. Very worth it. Combat width, fit more units, fit more cavalry, possibly flanking. Good. Generally, for admin tech, never worth being ahead of time. Except very few cases, like when you get admin efficiency on 17 and 23 and 27. That's basically the only case. Dip tech is also linked to your boats, so if the navy is your priority, yes. Otherwise, not worth being ahead of time. Wait for it to tick down to 0. And if a neighbor has it adopted, you get neighbor being generally large, like it would be like any European nation. We would get a minus 5% discount because someone else has already researched it. So by taking it for myself, I gain the 4 innovativeness, but all the other countries get a minus 4%, a minus 5% because I took it before them. Umera recruit ministers. Truces will expire. I'm fine on... Oh! Missed one boat. One little light trade ship. With these guys. Move into Teke, please. I'm grouping them up together there. And now on full maintenance. Actually, Alexandria is apparently better for trade for me. Okay. Because I have a merchant there and I increase my trade power there. And since I orient money, I'm orienting money home. By the way, wiping out Byzantium. Now it's Kandar. Venice still has a big trading presence because Venice. But we got more trading presence there. And we are almost there on Dulkadir. Last trick to gain things is to offer military access. They would say no because no strategic interest. Okay, sure. Playing the courts. Move towards legalism. Yes, please. I'd really like to get to 10% crown land, but that's going to happen in 49. And Dulkadir, we just need to wait for a month. Offer vassalization. Dulkadir is now our vassal. They can no longer rival Ramazan, who just lost their rival. And I can stop improving with Dulkadir, because Dulkadir is a vassal. Ramazan, same treatment. Offer an alliance, and I'm going to let that tick up. Ramazan wants a royal marriage. I will decline that one. I will offer them military access, because now they're happy with me with that. And let's actually start improving with you. Improve relations with you. Reformation of the army. Actually, I'm going to improve our existing army and go to my Umera. Remember this one, the Umera in the Officer Corps, which would cost us 5 army tradition. We just got 20 with the event. Makes our generals cheaper. Done. Yes, it increases their influence. No, I don't care. Reign in Greece. How are we doing on cores? Almost done. Almost done everywhere, so we're going to wait for those to finish. And Ramazan, same treatment. I already have a guarantee. I want to offer you military access. We can repay another loan. Let's repay a loan. Kisan Kaifa, we are improving with you. I need to also claim a guarantee. Anyone attacking them is attacking me. Trebizond is going to be the next one as well. Ramazan, I can also offer you to transfer trade power. Done. And Dulkadir. So, vassals. Vassals are basically, they're your subjects. They follow you in war. They pay you a little bit of their income every month. Like, base value, 10% plus legitimacy. You know, high legitimacy for 5% total. They're paying us 0.18 ducats a month. And in terms of manpower, that's it. The Ottomans, and what makes them amazingly powerful, have access to a special subject type, and vassals will take up a diplomatic slot up here. They bring us at 6 out of 4. That's actually a lot, but that's okay. Yeah, because I'm guaranteeing Hiss and Kaifa. What you can do as the Ottomans is promote them to Elayet. The Elayet system was a system that, and actually I'm going to put a little chat on Elayets. Elayets, we are at, where's my timestamp? 5. Elayets they were special subjects that are open only to the Ottomans, possibly Rum as well, the Sultanate of Rum if you form it, but let's keep it simple, to the Ottomans only. Historically, they were, let's say, semi-autonomous region that were officially protected by the Ottomans, but had their own local government, and in exchange for their protection, they sent men and money, basically, to the Ottoman armies. The thing with Elayets and the Ottomans is that they don't cost a relation slot. So Dulkadir, I did take the royal marriage with them, so they're not going to keep on occupying a slot for the moment. So I'm just going to promote them to Elayet. Their color is going to change to light green. Cyprus led trade league by Venice, yada yada yada. And Elayets have 2 levels of autonomy. Elayet, quote-unquote simple Elayet, you can see it in a subject tab with this one. They pay us more money because Elayets pay you more money, and they pay us a bit of manpower. They increase our maximum manpower by 1,251. You regain, I think it takes 10 years, so 1 out of 120 of your max manpower every month, before modifiers and things like that. The thing is, and as if they are just Elayets, they do have a liberty desire, which is army power of all Elayets, and relative eco power of all Elayets, and well, they have 4.6 from 23 development, mostly because we are very low on crown land. Oh, and finish the maritime presence. What you can do with, and as long as they are Elayets, their liberty desire will be calculated with all the other Elayets, because they're relatively independent and not exactly sure they want to be that for us to be their overlord. What we can do as well, Moria is done, meaning we finished the cores down here. Sorry, before I forget. There, and core all. Now these are full states. We'll give them a day or two to make a month just to tick. We do still have the unrest because of separatism, but we no longer have war exhaustion and no longer have overextension. So unrest is down to 3. Unrest here is gone. So the only unrest left here is separatism. We'll be clicking on the button to finish. Let's finish on Elayets. So Elayets, simple Elayets like this, will compare themselves to all the other relatively independent subjects. They can be called but in exchange, they can be called into our wars. What you can do is reign in, and they can't be integrated. We can call them to war, but I cannot integrate them. And it costs us 20 favors with them. You can rein in the Elayets. They can be annexed for 6 diplo points per development, sure. And when you rein in an Elayet, so their little symbol changes in your subjects from iron to, I'll say, golden. For Elayets, I cannot call them to war, but I can annex the vassal after 10 years of being a core Elayet, and if I have 190 opinion. Vassal opinions, through improved relations, I can go up to 200, plus 200 relations. So it's relatively easy to keep Elayets, to bring Elayets to integration levels. However, they still give me max manpower, and they still give me 0.39 ducats. And this guy only has 4 provinces. We are going to be multiplying as much as possible all Elayets. Ragusa, do you have any chance of vassalizing you? No. Too bad. Theodoro, any chance? Oh, Theodoro would take vassalization as well. We'll get Theodoro. But first, let's finish the missions. So, as the Ottomans, remember this thing called dip rep that we have? That's the acceptance chance of people accepting to become to accept our offers of, say, alliances and things like that. Also, Cat is back, so enjoy Cat Camp. And our improved relations is at 0.31, which is going to be the decay of aggressive expansion, for example, towards Serbia. At now, with a 30% increase, well, aggressive expansion is not 2, but 2.6. Base is 2. Was at war, it was 1 per year, now it's at 1.3. So people are going to forget much faster that we were at war and stuff like that. I'm surprised Wallachia is still up, and I kind of like it. I will, though I will send a warning to Hungary if I can. I have no diplomat to send. Yeah, but that can be easily fixed. So I'm going to send a warning to Hungary saying, if you attack anyone that is bordering me as well, so Wallachia or Serbia, I'm going to intervene. And in a few days, we'll send out to Poland. We finished the mission in Greece, so we can reign in Greece. So, reign in Greece. This one, 5 prestige, always welcome, because extra prestige is trade power, morale of armies, legitimacy, improved relations, things and stuff. Always great. Loyalty of your estates as well. Every owned Greek province. So if we look at culture, Greek. So sadly not our Albanian province, but all the conquest of here and there. Loses 100 local autonomy. Currently, I full stated them, but Athens is slowly ticking down from roughly 50%. And 20 years of separatism, which is basically 10 points. Bring them down to 1 each. And now I have claims on over here. If I go to my Diplo view and select my country, I see in hashes everything where I have claims. So I have claims on Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia. I might want to take Croatia. Nah, let's not push it too much yet. I'm going to finish Diplo vassalizing the people around here. Because once I start going ham on conquest, it's going to be slightly harder. Herzegovina, do I have any chance of dip vassalizing you? No. Bosnia, no, but they would take an alliance. Serbia, no, because I own some of your cores. Fine. Ragusa, I already checked. Croatia, you're a subject. Mantua would theoretically take yes if I weren't so far in borders. That's why I want to declare on Venice. I'll say ASAP. So now Dulkadir is considered our territory, our friend, until the end of time. Ramazan, how are you doing? You have a rival called Karaman. I think Karaman I'm gonna conquer. And Crimea has finished embracing feudalism, so they're no longer paying us 0.5 ducats a month. And we finished a maritime presence. Until the end of the game in our home node, local trade power and local dev costs. Cool. Done. Venice. Venice has one heavy ship. No, we need more force limit than them. Okay, cool. Quality wool event because we have wool. Diplo insult against Wallachia. They have insulted us. Rude. So what we did for power projection, Wallachia just did to us, which is fine by me. You're going up, up, up. Yes, you're going up, up, up. I don't want to take the royal marriage because it would just increase the time it needed, and I can't influence nation. I can send a gift, however. Let's send you a gift just to speed things up. 25 ducats. That's, 2 months and a half of income. Brings them to 196. We did not royal marry them. So once they become vassal, and then Elayets, they will be removed from our list of people. Offer vassalization. Done. New trade research is heretical. I want to keep my dip points, so I'll spend prestige. Again, it's a currency. And I can stop improving with Ramazan, start improving with Theodoro. Theodoro, rival Kandar. We are going to conquer Kandar, because Kandar won't want to vassalize, so we'll insult Kandar at some point. Offer an alliance to Little Hissen Kaifa. Noble birth. So merchant loyalty goes down for Umera loyalty. And we gain for 20 years yearly army tradition down, or we gain 2% professionalism and piss off our Umera again. Let's piss off the Umera again. Our nobles. It's fine. I had one estate pissed off anyway, and I'd much rather have the 2% professionalism. You, Ramazan, do you want to become an Elayet? Yes, you do. Thank you very much. Theodoro, I could technically ally you already. Isn't Kaifa 25, 140, sorry. I already have a guarantee. I would like to transfer trade power. The ruler of Granada died. No more royal marriage with them. Let's send ourselves a royal marriage. It's fine, it's 2 prestige. Sorry, 2 of that. No royal marriage from you. Profiteering Costendil. Yes. I don't care about Genoa's opinion. Theodoro, I would like to proclaim a guarantee. Nope, still traveling back from over there. 125, your rival is AQ. AQ will never subjugate. So let's send an insult to them. Make it scornful. That boosts Hissen Kaifa by a lot. I will take the local unrest and things like that. Proclaim our guarantee over Little Theodore. Ooh, Circassia with a little one country only, conquered by the Great Horde. You, my friend, look like also a future Elayet. And this is why I would like more diplomats. Cyprus. Nope, Cyprus won't say yes. Also, Kandar. You are very isolated. It's fine, I'll give you a chance. I wanted Trebizond as well. Let's get Theodoro in because... Revoke it. No, don't revoke the guarantee. Offer them military access. Would you? Oh, you would take military access as well. Done. That's 191 on Biltis. And recall that. Send someone to Trebizond. Just improve relations for the moment. Listen, Kaifa, do you want to become my vassal? 1st of March. The answer is yes, but spoilers. The answer is yes. Isin Kaifa is now our vassal, meaning Ramazan, we're going to reign in the Elayet of Ramazan. I don't really want them to join our wars at all. I want to... Your rival is Kandar. Trebizond, are you rivaling Kandar as well? No, but I did get 25 relations from insulting your enemy, so actually you're the next one to ally and friendship up. You're barely behind Theodoro. I will proclaim a guarantee on you as well. And this is all increasing our max manpower. So 1,200 from Ramazan, 1,432 from Dulkadir. Proclaim a guarantee on you. Isin Kaifa, I'm sure you want to become an Elayet. Everyone wants to become an Elayet. You become an Elayet, and you become an Elayet. And I want more mysticism. We're playing like that. It says I can upgrade centers of trade in Athens. I don't want to upgrade the center of trade. I want to repay my loans. Our autonomy in our provinces is still going up, which is a bit of a problem. But November is around the corner. And on November, we can seize land, and it's going to push us right above 10%. Cede Mazra to that. Now we can renounce the claimant core on this province. We're going to have these events regularly as long as we have claims here. We're just going to say, no, we don't need the claims. We're fine. Timurids announced Ottoman as their new rivals. Unsurprising. Ramazan is arraigned in Elayet. You can be arraigned in as an Elayet as well. Why do you dislike me? Oh, you have some AE with me. Okay. I would like to offer you military access. Truce with Karaman has ended. We can now declare war on them. I will declare war. I just want to see who they ally first. But they will never take that because I own their core provinces. We look at their Diplo view. Yeah, they have 3 cores here that they would never... that they would want to retake before, but I'm not going to give it to them. No way. Trebizond, how are you? You're already on 63. Ugh. Might have to take a royal marriage with Trebizond. It's a bit of a problem. Don't really want to take that. Although we have 2 subjects. There would be a reason to take vassals. Nope, because we're full on powers with the Umera. However, we're going to have to pay a little bit for the army. For November is approaching. Trebizond, guaranteed. What else can I offer you? Again, I insulted your rival already, so... transfer trade power. I renewed a few loans. Ah, I can seize land. Let's seize land. Let's actually first summon a Diet so that my Dimi are going to be less likely to revolt. Oh, only the Umera will be revolting, but also bring them very close to 30% in the end of their unhappiness. The Umera, can I do something? Aegean Archipelago, I would gain a war reason against Genoa. Scio or Lesbo. But Genoa is still in the Empire, so if I attack Genoa, I bring in Austria in, and I don't want to do that. As much as it is tempting, no thanks. I have a fleet equal or larger than England, 39 boats. We don't have the fleet limit now, so no thanks. Tirhala, local autonomy, more than 15. I mean, it would be hurting our income, but that would be a possibility. It's only 1 base tax. You want stab 3, that's in your dreams. And the Janissary, they want to fire urban. No. Demi here, and you need increased autonomy for the mission. And I can seize land because I made everyone happy, except my Umera, which are going to rise up as planned. That's why I raised troops. Mercs, cannons you can detach. Mercs you can go to there and to there. That's also why I paved Mercs. Crimean Company, they might still be on Tech 3, by the way, which might be a reason to potentially fire them. Where's the Crimean Company? Crimean Company still on Tech 3, yep. So, might be worthy to note that they are one tech behind. Trebizond. Truce with many people have expired. So many people that I can attack. I have CB on you. Diplo insults CB, but I do have an insult. I do have a CB on Herzegovina, which would call in Wallachia if I call you both in. Yeah, I think it's time for war. We're gonna make an Elayet in Wallachia and in Herzegovina, and then declare on Bosnia and Serbia. That sounds like a plan. Or we declare Serbia allied with Bosnia. They're guaranteeing the independence of Albania, which is going to be a thorn in my side. Actually, you pick no leader. Go beat them up. Mercs, stay here once you're done. Go back up with your cannons. You guys group together, and then I'll split them back up into two stacks. And from there... Now I want to take these guys out because Elayets and help for future conquests. And rebels were successful. There was no fort next to them, so they increased autonomy by 10% here. Not the worst. By all means, not the worst. Not enjoyable, but not the worst. You can split 1 and 2 and have that dude, I guess, yeah. And let's declare on Wallachia. No, Herzegovina, because superiority CB, you can't take any land. Whereas here I have claims on their land, even though I won't technically be able to take the land. We are allied with both Theodoro and Trebizond, so I can keep on doing that during the war. Cannons can reattach the Crimean Company. Let's check. Wallachia is still on Miltech 3. Herzegovina is still on Miltech 3. Serbia, you won't let me pass. Oh, you would let me pass. That's very kind of you. Very considerate of you. Let's get you closer to the border here. You're gonna play catch with wherever the Sunni zealots down here. That's not really my problem. Humiliate rival against Venice. Ah, the Renaissance. 1st of January, 1450, right on time. Spawned in Genoa. Genoa proper. Which is relatively cool, but right, it spawned. Constantinople will start getting it because our capital is in the super region of Europe. Sorry, subcontinent. No. Is there not? I thought there was a map mode on continent Europe. Yeah. Europe, the continent of Europe stops somewhere around here, like somewhere like here. Most of Anatolia is. So our capital is technically in Europe. So because it's in Europe, it is gaining the Renaissance at 0.48 per month, which is extremely slow, but not my main preoccupation right now. England have called a crusade against us. Well, sure. England is the papal controller. Hungary, I can issue an embargo against you. Done. And Venice, my other rival, can issue an embargo against you. Theodoro, your rival is Kandar. I said I would attack Kandar. Serbia, would you please let me march through your land? Thank you very much. You guys march over there. This fort needs to fall. I'm very ahead of time on points, so I'm just going to order the barrage. That's 50 mil points to create a tier 3 breach in the walls. And that's the immediate surrender. Perfect. I'm just going to leave 1 infantry behind. You can go to there and then to there. So Mercs engaged. Mercs took the blunt of the damage. Trade dispute CB against the Knights, against Cyprus, and against Scilly because they're in the trade league with Venice. You can come back and try and intercept any form of army. Where's Govina? Do you even have army? Yes, you have 7,000 men, so let's be slightly... Let's be cautious, let's put it like that. You guys can march all the way to here. After that, we might also get Serbia and Bosnia as subjects, because why not? And that's all. They're all going to be Elayets. They just don't know it yet, but they're going to be Elayets. Theodora, we're almost at max improved relations, and Trebizond, same thing, I guess. No, 77. We've used most of the tricks. We can still do 25 ducats, but I need to repay more loans. Can I repay a loan? No, 170. Okay. I'm going to do something that's going to make people scream at me when you see that. Who died? Aw, our amazing general died. Well, I should have named him, but I did not. Well, too bad. Too bad's for me. Oh, they tried to raise 1,000 men. Too bad for them. I do have excess mill points, so barrage this as well. I'm gonna maintain my diplomat in Theodoro. Theodoro, I need 52. Crap. Your rival is Kandar. You don't have the insulted rival. You don't have the insulted rival. Cool. And you're not transferring trade power. Perfect. That should be 2 points. Yeah. Transfer trade power for 8. Siege of Tirgovist is over. Mercs, move over. You guys can group up. And you guys can just stay over here. Trebizond, did I transfer trade power with you? Yes. Did I offer you mill access? I did. 145. Let's get Theodoro in with the insult rival and send a gift. Relations improved for the Sunni faith. Good for them. That's 171. And Kandar, I shall send you an insult. Highly cultured letter. Furthermore, I believe Sinop must be destroyed. Well, actually integrated in my empire, but that's difference in semantics. I'm sure you won't understand. You can conquer that. I'm gonna keep these guys around in case they bring an army on my back. And Theodoro, improving relations, vassalization. Agent of Moldavia, Crimea, the fate of the Crimean Khanate. Make them a tributary state. And Crimea is now a tributary under the Ottomans because I failed the event of 60 trust. Crap. I'm going to bird this because I had the points. I just forgot to spend the favors. And I'd rather have them higher event because we worked for that one. So, sorry, I crashed the game. When you crash the game, it goes back to the latest autosave. which is first of the month. The ruler might not die this month, but again, in an Ironman game, if you react immediately, there are ways to slightly go around. But I can only go back to the last autosave, which is 1st of August. And since we didn't have 13 days between the event and me purposefully crashing the game, nothing bad ever happened, right? Nothing bad ever happens when the game crashes. Reduced recruitment cost for a unit also reduces maintenance cost. Thank you for the tip, Paradox. That's an illustration from Emperor, the 1.30. I think it's the one. I think it's from Emperor. It's 1.30 for sure, but I think so. Oh, 1st of June actually. We have not 1st of August. It's fine. We might have a bit of Wallachia to siege back, but that's okay. Yeah, we were sieging here. We were about to... We had barraged it. For some reason, my outliner got closed. Crimea, we have 25 favors, so I'm going to trade favors for trust. Spend 20 favors for 10 trust, which brings us to 60. We have the relations, we have that. Crimean destiny. If we complete the mission while Crimea is a loyal ally, we'll be swayed to swear vassalage to us during the succession of the Crimean Carnate event there, instead of just becoming a tributary. That one is, I'll say, important. Now their ruler can die, we just have to make sure that over time he still is good. Declare war on Kildare. Siege of Tergovist is over. Knights making claims. You're marching back. So chat, you didn't see a thing. Obviously, nothing happened. Nothing bad, at least. We're on 12.4% crown land, so when at war, we're losing autonomy. In, well, here. Autonomy is going up by 0.05. But as soon as we're at peace, it ticks down, so overall, we're not too bad on autonomy. Theodoro, I don't remember which ones I had, which things I had done with you. I could transfer trade power, thank you. Trebizond, I am doing Benin Neglect. Tokat. Let's see where Tokat is. Tokat is here. And I can, so in this little province that produces cloth, autonomy of 7.6. I can either increase trade power here, trade power being at 2, which is absolutely terrible. I can double that. Or I can increase tax for more money. Or I can increase manpower. Given that tax is what we're making the most out of it, I'm going to say if it moves, tax it. They're going to bring us for 5 years a little bit more income. If I were struggling for men, I would have taken the, if it moves, draft it. Wallachia wants peace. I do not want to peace you out because I made you a co-belligerent. If I negotiate peace with the main person and his ally at the same time, I do not suffer penalties. If I negotiated separate pieces, for example, vassalization. So if I negotiate with Wallachia, again, I'm the war leader, I can negotiate with any war participant. If I told you, hey, now you're my vassal. 55, aggressive expansion. If I go to Herzegovina and say, you're my, sorry, in the peace deal, they are my vassal, actually, it's the same. Interesting. And coalition may form between Wallachia, Serbia, and Herzegovina. Well, Wallachia is going to be out of the war, and Herzegovina is going to be out of the war, so let's just piece you out separately, apparently, since it's the same amount. No, not pillage capital. Ottoman vassal. And take all your ducats because I still have loans to repay. This piece being separate cost me 82 dip points. That's the one thing that could prevent me from... Nope, it's still going to cost me points. Same 82, so separate. Ottoman vassal, take your ducats. Can't do much more. Done. That might be aggressive expansion with Theodoro. I bird this again. How much A is that? It's a lot. It's not that. It can be overcome, right? I did not insult their rival. I did not send a gift, and I am not influencing them. So no, it'll be done. I'm gonna repay, and I'm going to do something that people are gonna be yelling at me for. I'm gonna debase my currency, which is gonna give me inflation, corruption. But in exchange, I can repay my last loan, which is gonna open so many options. And they are disloyal. Before someone else decides to support this disloyal character, I will placate local ruler. Spend 20 prestige to reduce liberty desire by 10%. I'll be sending someone to improve relations extremely soon with them. Theodoro, I would like to send... can I influence you now? Yes, I can, because I am rich as hell. And I don't have any debt. Influencing nation, pay them equivalent of 1 year of income in exchange for 25 relations for the next long time. I am already doing all of that. Trebizond, I'm going to do the same thing because I'm going to need it. Influence the nation. Serbia has cancelled the military access. Oh, by the way, I'm probably suffering horrible attrition down here. You guys move over. Scoot over. Trebizond has been influenced. Theodoro, I need to... Yeah, just going to send an insult to Kandar. Kandar, send an insult, make it scornful. Theodoro, I would like to send you a gift. Send a gift for 25 relations. That's 200 relations with you. Perfect. Can offer you vassalization. 19th of December, I can probably send you a gift as well. Send gift for... Go. And now just waiting for the diplomat to come back. Offer vassalization. Good. Trebizond, offer vassalization as well. No need to improve with Theodoro. Offer vassalization. Done. So now there are my both of... Well, I can Liberty Desire, yes, because of total strength of vassals compared to me, which is fine. And Herzegovina, one of them can go out and get black flagged. Doesn't really matter because they're going to be my vassals. Okay, they revoked that, but they still gave the military access because to Herzegovina. Silly Serbians, you should have revoked to the Herzegovinians as well. Herzegovina, sue for peace. I cannot take their land, so I will just say, Ottoman vassal, pay me your ducats. Done. Trebizond, you are my vassal, so I don't need to improve any more with you. Theodoro, you probably want to become an Elayet. Thank you. Trebizond, you're next. And you need to be improved relations with. Currently, Liberty Desire a bit high. You as well. It's just because I haven't reined in the Elayet. Promote to Elayet. 21st of March, rein in this Elayet, which should be lowering their Liberty Desire. Yeah, now it's only Wallachia. Rein in the Trebizond Elayet. Come on. Let me click. Herzegovina, I would like to promote you to an Elayet right now, but you're going to stay my vassal. And you, same thing, I will. I do want to improve with you, but they have a bunch of aggressive expansion because I basically force vassalize them. I am still over limit by 2, but can I revoke a privilege from my Umera? No, sadly. I shouldn't have given out the Umera and the Officer Corps. That's fine. The Catholics over here are probably a bit mad. Like Serbia, aggressive expansion, 87. They could join a coalition against me. Bosnia. Nope, Bosnia can't. Let's look at the coalition map mode for us. Green can't join a coalition. Orange could start forming a coalition. Moldavia is a subject, so they can't. And Serbia is the only one all on their own, so let's just let the Catholics cool down a bit. We're gonna let the Catholics cool down, and we're gonna go say hi to Kandar, because Kandar very isolated, very alone, same as Karaman, and we're gonna conquer those guys. They seem to be lacking conquest. Let's actually go for the big guy Karaman first. Troops there. I'm gonna put mercs there. And last stack, I can reach here, 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 there. You go there. Go. And I reined in the Elayets, yes. You can grant autonomy back to an Elayet. Like if I do this, Diodoro is now no longer a core Elayet. It increases Liberty Desire of Wallachia to 51, so no thanks. I'm gonna rein them back in. You can flip-flop this as much as you want. It really isn't a big deal. And I think, given that, how am I doing on tech? Still far on the dip tech. How are we doing on prosperity here in Thrace? We're not prosperous yet. How is our merchant equilibrium? It's never gonna be good. Let's actually dev push for the Renaissance. Dev pushing! Something that you will hear. I am not the best, I'm not far from the best and most efficient at doing it. So, but the concept is you stack as many local dev cost reduction bonuses as you can in a province with as many bonuses as you can. You have some farmland. Farmland has local dev cost minus 5%. Cloth has local dev cost minus 10%. Farm grassland doesn't have any bonuses, sadly. Thrace with 14 is already a little bit high for optimal deving. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start by exploiting dev here. It's going to reduce the base tax by 1, which is also going to lower the cost of this by 2. So I gain a little bit of ducats. And now developing it is going to be cheaper. 1, 2, and so each time I do a click of dev, I get a little bit of progress towards the Renaissance. And on 15, I want to expand infrastructure. Spending 50 admin points. It's going to increase the state governing cost by a lot. But it gives me 10%, 5%? Local dev cost minus 15%. So back down to 45. And we can go. You can't have more than half of the total dev of a state in one single category. On 30, I want to do another expand infrastructure. MAMs declared on AQ. Interesting. we're gonna declare on Karaman and Kandar. Just waiting for these guys to be in place. 42. Build a great palace. Lose 100 ducats for prestige and legitimacy. Yes, please. Hey, Karaman, you have no friends. So I have conquest both for my Elayets and me. Ooh, both Elayets and me. I'm gonna go for Ishel because that's the biggest. Ilkadir has claims on this. Interesting. I'm going to make them disappear because otherwise they're gonna protest saying it should be mine. No, let's. Well, I'm just gonna take it all for myself. You go to here and then to there. You march into here. You split 3k here, 3k there, 7 in the middle. We should stack wipe their troops. We can bring our mighty navy. No, because it's mothballed. Let's start by unmothballing the navy. And you can get ready for the war against Kandar. So now our navy is going to take 8 months to 7 months, 7-8 months to repair. Yeah, my claim on Salento is going to expire in 20 years. We'll see. Might go after Naples anyways. They're only allied with Provence, which is about to disappear. French conquest of Barrois, yeah, they're going to disappear. And Burgundian conquest of Barrois. Okay. These provinces that belong to Provence are, well, this one. Both Burgundy and France declared for it, so they're going to be... Naples is going to get beaten up a lot in the upcoming war. You have no more men. We're going to leave the mercs and the cannons. Leave 1,000 men. You're going to be the attack force there. You also have a siege pit, so I want... something like that. Right now we are improving with these two guys because they're going to be a bit unhappy by the fact that we force vassalized them. For reasons over here, aggressive expansion, and they force vassalized us, so we're gonna improve relations. It's gonna take some time until they accept to be Elayets and then reigned in. But at some point they'll say yes, due to their high liberty desire and their opinion of us. And same thing as we conquer and restore our crown land by, you know, developing, for example. We're going to be reducing their liberty desire as well that way. And Renaissance is almost there. It is gaining now 0.35 a month. Like Constantinople is gaining 0.48, but has already so much development that pushing anything else would be bad. So pushing our former capital, we're now going to be sinking our admin points into there. Or no, because we need to save up the admin points for here. You, sir. Kandar. I'm sure you feel perfectly fine, surrounded by all these fine men of the Ottomans. Declare war. I want to take Sinop. Leave out 4k men. We'll go and release the Janissary after. Because again, Janissary is important maintenance, important recruitment costs that we don't need to pay for. Oops, I sent in the wrong guys. It's fine. You guys, same thing. $1K and actually, since Trebizond seems to be... No, Trebizond is just walking home. Okay. Move towards legalism. We have 10k men here. Merge. Siege of Ishel is over. Move to here. Yeah, Wallachia is actually helping, although, yeah, because they're our vassal, they are being loyal and helpful, very kind of them. No, I want to gain the innovativeness. Lose 10 prestige, Bulgaria area gets unrest, sure. I'm gonna wait for them to finish to see how they do. Truce with Dulkadir ended. Don't really care. Yeah, Wallachia, again, they're gonna take some time to become, before they accept to become an Elayets, but that's okay. Siege of Karaman's over. Hell yeah. That was way faster than expected. Back. Abilities, any chance, or is it... Do I have too much? You know, you're a vassal and you're fighting wars. Okay, sure. It's Circassia that I'd read. No, you're... Oh, you're already a vassal under Crimea. Perfect. And Crimea is not yet dead, so hasn't yet decided to become our vassal. Let's improve relations with them. No, let's actually see Karaman. Sue for peace. Treaties. I want all your land. How much admin points is that? 161. Can wait a month or two for that. Siege of Sinop is over. This one I can totally finish myself. 1 and 2. These ones, that is an absolute certainty. I want Sinop for myself because it's a center of trade. That is absolutely certain. And they are already, so again, this is already a state, so I'm paying the full core price to make them entirely cored, which is why it is so damn expensive. We finished the mission, gain 100 admin power, permaclaim on the Anatolia region, perfect. Meaning these guys are the next ones, 109. I'm gonna actually sue them for peace. I need to wait for someone to come back. Hungary no longer considers us a rival. Well, too bad for them. Take all their ducats, take all their land. I know I don't have the points to core, but I know that some of my vassals wanted land. So I'm gonna give away 1 or 2 provinces just to make them happy. Like, do I want to give away Ishel? Oh. Hey, Ramazan. Little 1 province minor of Ramazan. When you have subjects, moreover loyal subjects like Ramazan, I'm going to grant you a province. You can have Ishel that I haven't cored. That is now your problem. And if I go to my coring, this is an entire state, the state of Karaman. I'm going to keep the entire state of Karaman. 30, I mean, I'm making 11 per month. It's 3 months. It's fine. It'll be fine. And Ramazan is now 2 province minor, and they have to deal with the fort and the coring of this. So if we look, they do have their little dude. Hungary is no longer a valid rival. We eclipsed Hungary, so that's 10 power projection for free. Too few rivals. We can decide a new rival. Tim rivaled me. Let's rival Timmy back. Let's embargo Timmy immediately. Eco actions. Issue embargo. And now we have this little notification because we are rivaling Hungary while them not being a rival. Allied with Albania and Austria. Interesting. Revoke the embargo. How are we doing on Crown Land? 16.4. Edirin, I'm going to put in some more mill point devs. try and get the... Almost there. Okay, and from here, I'm going to flip from local dev to institution spread so that it goes ever so slightly faster at 0.5, and in 5 months, it'll be here, and all Gucci. Next question, if I... Oh, wait, I have Bosnia allied with Serbia and Scilly. Serbia allied only with Bosnia. I have claims on them. Co-belligerent Bosnia. I'm wondering how much AE that would be towards Austria, because currently, I mean, they're on 2, which isn't 2WO too bad. Recruit minister. Gain a skill 3, improve relation, dude, but he's not 25% cheaper. How much is a tier 3 advisor in this category? Well, in any category, actually. I don't know. I think it's 10 ducats, so it would bring them down to 7.5. I say we can afford it. So let's piss off our Umera again. Man, they're gonna keep on being pissed off, but don't care. Done. Give me that statesman here. Yeah, 7 ducats a month. Perfect. We're gonna hire our first tier 3 advisor, which is improve relations and not spy network. Improve relations is the thing that will lower the... So we were at -2 per year on aggressive expansion with Austria. Now we're at -2.4 per year. Which, while it doesn't seem much, is a huge change. Venice, you're allied with the Knights in Genoa. Interesting. Say I build a few, like a lot more. I had... Let's go with 3 heavies. Let's go with that. That's a lot of boats that are going to be built. They're in port, and so they're going to spread the boats out as much as they can. Actually, 3 heavies sounds a little bit ambitious, maybe. I mean, we can afford it, and we'll be blockading people. It'll be fine. Ooh, Mams took these 3 provinces. Do I have any reasons to declare on AQ? I do. I might just vassalize what's left of them to have reconquest on the Mams. Yeah, let's go do that. Change of plans. Serbia, you're fine. Europeans, you can forget me for a little while. You're at war with nobody. You're on Miltech 4 though, meaning that the Crimean company is going to be a bit low. They took these 3 provinces. How did they manage to take that one? They shouldn't have been allowed to take this one, but it's fine. It's the capital. We'll be taking these 3. Or we take them for ourselves and we border Biltis and Samshke and things like that. You're a vassal of Karakonlu. You're a vassal of Georgia. Georgia is doing relatively well for the moment. Yeah, let's go like this. AQ, declare war. Hisenkaifa has a claim on Mush. Trebizond has a claim on Erzurum. Mush is their capital, right? Yeah, Mush is capital, so let's go for my claim on Mush. Conquest. It doesn't really matter, because there are vassals. You can declare, but you go straight there, abandon 1 infantry that's coming in here. You move into there. The 20k, you're moving into there. And this guy is moving to there. They're going to be probably moving into Hisenkaifa. Venetian claims on Morea. Sure, deploy insult CB. Deploy insult CB is a useless... Yeah, they're hiding there. Convert Hagia Sophia into a mosque. Yes. Gonna cost us a loan, but that's fine. We're gonna gain 2 development in Constantinople in any case. So that's going to be at least 1 loan, possibly 2. 1 loan. Soon to be 2, by the way. You cite Conquest as your CB. Well, that's a bit sad for you, QQ, because mine. I want only reforming of the army. Renaissance appeared in Erdene. Yay! So, now that it has appeared here, it's going to be spreading. The higher the dev, the faster. So, Constantinople is going to be getting it super fast now at 4.29 a month. And since we have a little bit, we can maybe have an idea of how much it's going to cost us to embrace. No. Well, 409 at max. Once Constantinople has it, which is our second big province with 35 dev, that's 70 dev out of our total. I know you can see it somewhere. I always forget. Government? No, it's in here. I know where we can see it. I know we can see it. I know we can see it. I always forget where you see it. It's not over extension, which is getting managed. Hey, 116% religious unity. That is amazing. I don't remember, but I know there is a way to see somewhere your total development. Actually, this one is here. Since we are a great power, well, we're always listed, but our own development is 472. So we're 70. With 70, we're going to be bringing in a lot of our development in. Congrats, you can move out with these guys. Move back to Constantinople. 16.8. I'm one siege away from no longer having the negatives in... Where are the siege leaders? Yes, we are the siege leaders. For some reason, Syria is still in there. Ottomans get stood by religious fanatics, giving us missionary strength. I don't really care. The ulema gain loyalty. The dhimmi lose loyalty, or we lose ducats. We can do that. Discovered an agent. We're back to making teeny tiny bits of money. We are at war, but we're not using our navy. No, because if I do that, I destroy my trade. Stop paying for the... Just mothball these guys back. Yes, Fickle Mistani. Building and then cancelling, and then building and then cancelling. Kaseki Sulman Mariam, that was our consort, wasn't she? Possibly, yes. Result 21, we have the years of separatism down, we're good. 35%, surrender, perfect. I'm going to take all of the nation of you, but I'm not going to pay a single province. Oh, the reason why I'm taking all of their land instead of vassalizing them immediately is because they have some... They kind of hate my guts right now, like scornfully insulted. For 100, they're forgetting it fast, but still. Aggressive expansion, minus 49. Declared war, minus 25. They also want my subject provinces, but that's another whole problem. Hostile relations, minus 50. Has a claim, minus 10. Whereas if I piece them out, so I take all the land for myself, and then I say, nah, I don't want to core this. I'm just going to release. I can't even release them? Why can't I release them? Oi! Oh, they're not releasable because we don't own... Someone else owns their core? No, because... QQ considers it... Oh, it's not their culture. They would have needed to be Kurdish. Okay. If you don't... I got tricked. If you don't own the main culture... a province of the main culture of the nation you want to release, you can't release it. So... I could either keep it for myself, which is extremely tempting. I don't want to release Eretna. Samshke has a claim. It's only claims that they have, right? Claim, claim. So I am going to core it. It'll be fine. 34, I'm just missing 1 month. It'll be okay. Again, 67. There's one limit you really don't want to go above, which is 100. If you go over 100, you start getting bad events. You may want to go over knowingly. Gain 2 base manpower in Constantinople. Every known Orthodox country's opinion of the Ottoman goes up. Or we say, F you Patriarchate, we gain a lot of ducats. All the Orthodox countries' opinion goes down, which is including our two vassals. 2 agendas of the ulema completed, 4 privileges to the ulema, and gain a lot of development in Constantinople. Let's do that. That sounds much more fun. Which is also why we should be clicking this button every time we can. Our ulema are super happy with us. Our umera, they're catching up. They're drifting. They're drifting. Mehmed II is secretive, foreign spy detection. Cool. Serbia, coalition against me. Worrisome. Who else could join the coalition before Venice could? That's something I don't want to. Oh, knights! Oh, little knights, you're allied with Venice, so if I declare on you because I have claims, you bring in Scilly and Cyprus. That sounds like a perfect war to not get Venice not in the war. Because if Venice joins the coalition, that's yet another member inside the coalition. I don't want that. Hint, I don't want that. Oh, cannons were in there. Oops. Cannons to Gelibolu. You go to Gelibolu. And you guys go to there. Actually, I recruit a second Janissary just because we can. So we do have a few Venetian provinces over here that we can fight. Oops, that was my trade fleet. Yeah, go to port in case of war and hide there. So we're going to be fighting a lot of people, a lot of navies. You can unmothball, please. 8 months. We're going to be suffering. Might be a big word, but we'll be supporting the assaults. Albania, your independence guaranteed by Venice. That might also be a war target. No, Hungary is still in there. Why, Hungary? Not saying it that you're protecting them. Oh, you're just allied with Hungary. Okay. Genoa entered the military coalition. That's fine by me. Oi, you were supposed to go home and stay home, boats. Now you're home and you're staying home. Boats are half done, so I'm not that worried. You guys can attach to the Crimean Company. I'll have to be very cautious of that. We don't have mill access here. We don't have access through here. We can go siege down Durazzo, not Negroponte, nor Naxos, sadly. But we can totally go and take Durazzo. Let's actually see if we can get our troops locked in Corfu. No, Corfu. No, let's not be silly. Let's not take risks with our cannons. Send you guys off. Send you guys hiding right behind. They're gonna siege down Herzegovina, but that's okay. I don't really care. Boats! You guys can group up here. We're gonna start grouping up the boats. They decided, since we're at war, to not group up with the main fleet, which is very smart of them. And that pulled some navies out to fight. This is the scary navy. We did get an admiral. Oof. 6 shock. Okay. Truce with Isinkaifa. Hungary entered a military alliance with Scilly. That's fine. It's a military alliance. That's it. Heathens in high places. No, I'm keeping Urban. He is cheap and super efficient at what he does. No way I am you're canceling him. That's 1 galley and 1 galley. I'm gonna... Oh, they are they fixed? They are fixed. Interesting. Sail out, all of you. Good. Hopefully we defeat them and they run away. No, 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 you guys, you were not supposed to go in there. We might lose these galleys. Okay. We did not lose those galleys. Good. You two sail out. I was a bit ambitious in my selection. Group together. We did capture 2 light ships, which are extremely damaged. It's only 2 light ships and 2 transports. Go. And you guys sail out as well. We're gonna go around and collect boats. Sail back to Gelibolu to fix our galleys, which are, I'll say, relatively damaged. Delayed salaries. Pay the elite troops or lose... No, oops. Would have preferred to click the other one. That's okay. Venice is renting troops from Bosnia. Good for you. Do we have access through Serbia? No. Serbia will never give me access. Albania would never give me mail access either, right? Nope. AE opinion of me. Rude. Let's improve with them, maybe to get them to the limit where they will let me pass through. Improve relation confirmed. These are our 3 heavies, which are going to be our main argument against the Venetian boats and the Knights' boats. Knowing that we declared the war on the Knights. Which are... Oh! Somehow they marched around Scilly and these guys marched around... Well, that's convenient. That means I should be able to march to Spalato. Oh yeah, Hungary gave us access. Thank you, Hungary. Good news. So I don't need to improve with you anymore, but I can start spying on Venice. Architectural funding in Constantinople. That means less tax. For construction cost, dev cost, and yearly prestige. No, I'll take the admin points instead. And we reached our first government reforms, so time to speak of government reforms. Dun, dun, dun. What is this strange beast? Gov reform. At 612, 613. Government reforms. So every state, whatever your kind of government is, for a monarchy, republic, horde, a tribe, whatever it is, you have gov reform. You accumulate gov points every month depending on average autonomy in your provinces and total dev? No, it's 1,000 plus 1,000 times 12 plus whatever bonuses you have. And yeah, average local autonomy, etc., etc., etc. Average autonomy, hertz, etc., etc., etc. So you want to reform your country very fast. You want high you want very low autonomy, and smaller empires tend to reform much faster than bigger ones. This is also why I am keeping a relatively small empire for the moment. That is why Wallachia is going to become an Elayet, and same thing for Herzegovina. You gain reform progress. Each reform is much more expensive than the previous one. Flipping between government reforms on the same tier. Generally, you're locked in. Most of the countries are locked in their first tier. Always worth a check. We have Ottoman government giving us enables. So we have a fixed dynasty. We can place pashas. We can recruit janissaries. We have that. It enables decadence. Enables janissaries, blah blah blah, and enables the Elayet subject. Our first tier gives us yearly legitimacy, unjustified demands minus 10%, meaning when we ask for things that we're not supposed to ask for, well, people will get a bit less mad, a bit more max absolutism, and governing capacity. Remember this bar to never go above. But now we reach the tier 2 in monarchy. And this is, how do we deal with noble privilege? Every country has a bunch of generic ones, and some countries have country-specific ones. Notably, we have the Devshrim system. So we can go with strengthen the noble privileges, which is more manpower and more Umera influence. Note influence and not loyalty. Our Umera is already at 65% influence. I'm not fond of it, but that's the generic one. That's my favorite generic one. This one, national tax modifier, and our Umera influence goes down. Basically, we are taxing our nobles more. Grant noble castle rights. Fort maintenance goes down, so if you plan on having a lot of forts, why not? Increases influence of your nobility by a tad bit, 5%. We can compromise with them. Stab cost goes down. Yearly legitimacy goes up. I'm not fond of it. And the increased levies in state privilege no longer increases influence and no longer decreases max absolutism. Which is not overall not a bad one, but I'm not fond of it. Noble officer corps. CAF cost goes down. Yearly army tradition goes up. Influence of the nobility goes up. Noble electorate, we would need to have taken aristocratic ideas. So I'm gonna skip. Puppet the nobility, we would need to have completed espionage ideas. Seizing land from the nobles does not trigger noble rebels. Allow estate privileges to be revoked regardless of loyalty and influence. So if you have problems with high influence estates, puppet the nobility can be an idea. But the one that I'm going for is the Devshrim system. National manpower modifier up, Umera influence down, Janissary loyalty equilibrium, and influence up. That's going to be the quote-unquote problematic one, because our Janissaries are going to reach 88% influence, which is extremely high. I'd rather keep them around 75, but still. But for 10% national manpower, I love it, and it enables the Devshrim system, which is completely OP. Let's be honest. And now that we took our reform, next reform is at 140. And we are gaining 0.84 a month. Take some time. And now we have this little icon. We can use government interaction. So hidden under here are these 3 buttons. The first one, every owned heathen province gains the following effect: lose 10% local autonomy, and the provinces get pasha from their own kind, giving unrest down and monthly devastation down. And that's for 20 years. It also gives us core creation cost minus 5%. Would have been neat before coring over there. I'm going to activate it now. The other one, conscript heathen recruits. Vassal manpower contribution plus 15%. You know, our little Elayets, Theodoro, Isenkaifa, Dulkadir, Trebizond, Ramazan. All 5 of these. How about they give us 15% more for the next 30 years? For 50 mil points, knowing that we're ahead of time, yes please. This one, Diplomatic Advisor cost minus 5%. Reminder, Diplo Advisor, he's our most expensive. But we are late on Dip Tech. I am still going to take I'm still going to take it. Arguably the less OP one, but we'll take it anyway. It's fine. We can do that. Let's see if we can save this this fort and crush the Venetians while we're at it. Let the boats repair a little bit. Actually, it's just the back. Group. I'm going to detach the light boats, which are terrible at fighting. We no longer have the little hammer. Go say hi to the part of the Venetian fleet, the Cyprus fleet. See how they enjoy. They're trying to flee, which is good. And we caught only the Cyprus fleet, which is good because income. And we captured ships because we have the doctrine to capture ships. We captured 2 galleys and 1 transport. And also bring in this galley that was built and this galley that was built. Group, let's flee to flee. Hey, we defeated the Venetians. We lost 4,000 men to their 8 to 9,000. How many men does Venice have, by the way? 14k only. So this was their only army. That's cool. You can go immediately to Spalato then. You can go slowly recover there, and you can go to Zara. Naxos, F you, but that's okay. I'm gonna group, wait for the 31st of January because boats get repaired on 31st of January. They got their repair tick. Now we're gonna go and see if we can catch these light ships. Probably not, but I'm bringing the light ships back to Constantinople. That was the goal of the maneuver. And big fleet, which could... we have some pretty damaged galleys, but it's only light ships, so we should be able to catch at least 1, possibly 2. All of them. Both fleets sunk. That's 5 more light ships for us. Bring those back. You sail to here, because you're... And we have excess mill point, so please barrage this. And you guys know I'm not fond of you running around, so please, come on. Be serious. Boats, group, detach, light ships. Light ships sail to Huda Vendigar because why not? And you guys, if I sail you to here, are you there before the 31st of March? Yes. Let's actually go to Selanik because that's fort. And apparently they had brought out a few light ships again. That's 3 more light ships sunk, while 1 captured. Captured light ships, please go to there. The rest of the fleet is going to port. Good. 21 supply shortage. We're going to be destroying... Hey, we caught some Hungarian, apparently. If you're all gonna hide in Durazzo, I will come and beat you up in Durazzo. That's fine. That is perfectly fine by me. I need to bring my fleet here to blockade and things like that, but for the moment, it's another heavy. We did get the repair tick. We should be in Galibalu. Yeah, 30th of May. Perfect. We gain our heavy that joined us. Can we sail to Arta? 28th of June, perfect. Move towards legalism. Yes, please. I don't know where Venice hid its fleet, but... Oh! Hi, Venetians. You're over here. Cool. That was a stack wipe of their armies. You have no leader. Well, have a leader. And since the entirety of the Venetians are there, that we stack wiped most of the... We stack wiped Scilly and whoever else was in there, Cyprus and Naxos. Oh, actually Naxos, let's go... Since we have an army around here, let's go to Naxos and Negroponte. And let's be cheeky about it and say that we want to sail to Athens. I will be there on 27th of July, that's cool. So we're going to take the repair tick, possibly catch the knights. Nope, no catching the knights. Wait, you're sieging down... Oh, it's Wallachia and Herzegovina, it's the vassals doing it. GG vassals, no need to lock them, perfect. You're sieging my vassal, I don't really care. So you can move up. You can stay at least until 30th of July, 1st of August. Actually... Shifts consolidate. Give me 2,000 men to go to Durazzo. Might want to lock myself into... Group up in Vidin. Group up in Vidin. I want to see where these guys are going. How much do we still need to repair? 79%. Okay. 14th of August. If I sail you to here, can you skip one sea zone? Yes, you can. Perfect. State of Spalato is over. Good. So you now move to Treviso. And you run to Friuli. And you're going to deal with the ones that we managed to catch or not. Actually, move back a little bit. Let's recruit some more infantry, because we can. We have a higher force limit because we have more keeps in the army. More vassals, so 6 more infantry? Yeah. And 5 janissaries, that's 1 too many. Let's cancel an infantry in exchange. Perfect. While we're in our land, Ooh, 10% movement speed or that. I'd rather have you leading that army, and you guys with that dude. We could use our Muslim piety interaction to reduce our corruption, which is totally an idea that I appreciate. However, it hurts our tech cost, but the only tech we're going for is the dip tech, which will be cheap anyway, so boom, get rid of that, and that's going to help us not pay to root out corruption. We're paying probably to reinforce men. Yeah, 855 to reinforce men. Sickness of the Padishah. More power to the Umera for less tax, or for 10 years we get some monthly autonomy change and merchants gain loyalty. Now I'm gonna take the tax hit for 10 years and get the Umera loyalty up so that we stop getting unrest for that. There, now you can cross into Biga, where we're gonna recruit the last men. Boats are mostly repaired. Ooh, I might also organize a landing on the Knights. I should organize a landing on the Knights. There's much more fun in blockading Venice. So much more fun to blockade Venice. But yeah, I'm gonna organize a landing on the Knights. Because they are the war goal after all, or on Cyprus. Because Cyprus is being a meanie button trying to land in my back. Hi Cyprus, where are you running, Cyprus? Come back here. Come back here. Actually, yeah, too late. You can catch him there. It's fine, we'll catch them in Adna, and that's going to be the end of them. Normally. Catch them, please. Just with Theodora expired, don't really care. Yeah, that's the end of them. Blockading Venice, I really appreciate that. Let's, we're close on tech again. Tech, oh no, we're exactly on time, so we don't want to spend more mill points as much as I would love to do that. And they are trying to unsiege this, which is absolutely fine. How many transports do we have? 13. 13 is way enough to organize a landing on Cyprus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 9 and 4 cavalry. Actually, 10 and 3 cavalry. I'm sending them to there, meaning this fleet, I control-click, meaning the only fleet I have available with the 13 transports is going to sail out and things like that. And thingamajig in to help. However, you're going to need a leader. Let's actually pay for a leader. Ooh, you're leading my cannons. You are totally leading my cannons. Sorry, dudes. You're going to get this dude. You're just gonna march out, straight out. Okay, this guy with a 4 siege totally needs his own leader, and he's gonna join the cannons. I'm gonna merge him with the cannons. And then select the cannons and spit him back out. And now, on the siege, we have 4 pips for sieging, which is amazing. 4 pips and a terrible merc company, but that's okay. We have the good and fair people behind to protect. Impose new tax on the Dhimmi. Yes, please. That's okay. I don't want to unify Islam yet. Are we not getting good rolls with that? Come on. Come on, game. Oops, these guys are almost... Who do I want to scorch? Scorching Land allows you to run faster out. You are not hindered. They are hindered in their movement, so this guy just managed to run out and is going to group up with friends in Gelibolu. And I'm going to say, vassals, you can attach. Treviso, Siege of Treviso's over. Cool. Let's go to Brescia in the mountains, because I can't get to Venice yet. And I'm definitely taking Ravenna off of them. They probably don't need Ravenna, right? We landed here. I know I said I was late on tech, but I'm assaulting this fort. Which is stupid. I should have done it with full infantry, but Siege of Cyprus is over. Done. You guys control-click back to Teke. Wallachia, you reached max. I'm gonna recall you, that's fine. Cyprus, I would like to sue you for peace. I would like... Ottoman vassal would be making... I don't want to make the Mamluks too mad because I don't want them to coalition me. You're going to give up your claims in Ramazan because that's a little bit of prestige. You're going to give me... You're going to give me war reps, so 10% of your income for the next 10 years, more or less. And that's about it, because I don't want to do... Oh, actually, no, you can transfer trade power. Longer truce, and they're going to give me their trade power, which I should have done to all my Elayets, by the way. Subject, Elayets, if you're very loyal, you're going to embargo my rivals just like me. It gives them 5% liberty desire, but outside of that, you're perfectly fine. And you are going to divert trade. That's 30% liberty desire. But I get absolutely all of their trade power, which is huge. Herzegovina, I'm going to wait until you're an Elayet. And there we go. And that should increase our trade income by a little bit. It's not going to save our economy, but it's going to help. Oh, we need to get Scilly out of the war as well. Well, we'll get Scilly after. I'm going to peace out Venice. Yeah, we're going to conquer the Knights. Possibly release them immediately as Greece, if Greece existed. Herzegovina, we can recall the diplomat as well. We can look at coalition. Who would be coalitioning me? Hungary. Hungary is no longer a rival to me. So let's just improve relations with them for the moment. Just to keep them on the... I'll say on the better side. Bosnia, you're my way into attacking Serbia. But you're relatively low on AE, only 32, quote unquote only. Mamluks are my rivals. QQ I wouldn't want as in a coalition. And I already have a 21 aggressive expansion, so improve. And because we finished our course and we're still overextended. Oh yeah, Mush. Okay. We didn't have a claim on Mush proper. We only had claims on Erzincan and Erzurum, so it takes longer to core. But because our overextension went way down, let me look at with them. Now our aggressive expansion is ticking down by 3.1 a year instead of 2. Because we have relatively good improved relations, and this is why it's, in my opinion, by far the most important modifier in the game. Could you move it? Get to here before? Yeah, end of month. Cool. And we only have like one... Oh yeah, we have one very wounded cog. Also that we stole from Cyprus. I also need to land in Crete. I want to land in Crete. Let's land in Crete. Wallachia, I would like you... Actually, you guys can go to Negroponte. Are we going to capture... Yeah, we're going to catch the fleet of the Knights. Ramadan, time to fast. Legitimacy or prestige? I will take the prestige. And we sunk the entire navy of the Knights. And gained another 2 galleys. Siege of Spolato is... Oh yeah, they retook Spolato. Okay. We'll be back for it. No worries. I'm more interested in this siege finishing. So we can go to Bergamo, Ravenna, and then finally Venice. Siege of Brescia is over. That's the one I was waiting for. Can we march to Ravenna? We can. No, you can't. They can't go back through their own fort, so you're good. And you're marching into Ferrara. Ferrara. Hey, we made it to the island. No need to attach to me anymore. Negroponte fell. Good. Actually, stay attached to me because we're going to need to fight off some Venetians over here. Okay, Venetians. With no leader. Yeah, Polak is jumping on them on their own, like, war! Hi, Venice. Battle of Herzegovina was a stack wipe. Let's go back to... Actually, let's give orders. Herzegovina, you have the order of taking here and occupying this. Albania, are you still allied with Hungary? Yes, you are. Okay. We landed here. Let's land on the knights. Slow reinforcement, that's okay. Hi, Venice. How are you doing on troops, Venice, by the way? 16k. Mercs. Mercs, Spalato now. 16k. Zara right behind. You guys, Istria? Maybe? No. Let's go play tag with them in our empire. While we land on the knights, and once that is done, we'll be pushing with our navy all the way back to the fort that they retook. Silly them. Only 800 men out of the possible 2,000. They didn't have much. The city didn't have much time to recover. These guys landed. Good. They're going to take their sweet old time to siege the knights. We're paying a bit more than what we need in manpower and attrition, but that's okay. Actually, we have 14 men, 14k men, so okay, I want to do that surprise drop. Let's do a surprise drop. I love surprise drops. We're gonna leave wait for these guys to arrive, and then we're gonna take these guys and send them straight to Treviso and tell them, land in Treviso. Venice occupied Friuli over here. That's fine. You can keep your 15k men. That's fine. Recall the diplomat from QQ. He is now kind of positive-ish on relations. Let's improve with Georgia as well. So, trap is set up. Very sneaky. I'm going to wait for the tick because we have the navy in front and we have the bonus of that. That's their surrender. Perfect. You guys, sail to... No. Sorry, control, right-click, takes the boats, and lands exactly on the province. You march towards Friuli. You march towards Istria. Silly, are you not exhausted of Actually, you move to there, you move to Silly. Naxos is vassal of the Venetians, so they can't do a thing. The knights don't have an army and don't have a navy, and their only province is being occupied. Only one left is Venice. And with this, he sees my fleet arriving, he's like, uh-oh, and then immediately... Why did I get black flagged? Black flag means we're in a province where you weren't supposed to be. Attach again to the... And that was the defeat of them. Boat can sail back out. I have one unit occupying this, right? Yeah, good. Now everyone is unblack flagged. You guys can reattach to the Crimean Company. Crimean Company can go to Silly. You guys can go to there, and you guys can march into Venice and start sieging down Venice. They have low manpower, so might be a stack wipe. Nope, not a stack wipe. Stack wipe of the silly troops, though. No, don't move out. You in Venice, stay. We're gonna sink the Venetian navy. I'm gonna park in Istria, press A to start repairing the ships, to detach the ships that need repairs, and then sail back out. If I didn't press this button and had sailed back out, and if I had pressed it, sorry, in open sea, they would have sailed to the closest province owned by me, which is there. And my boats would have sailed all the way there to repair, while they just need like a few ticks. And there, the entire navy is going to be repairing, and as long as the entire navy isn't repaired, they're not going to sail back out. We have the same little notification, but with a little red flag saying, I'm going to first fix this. National unrest down. That sounds like a cool plan because we're getting quite a few separatists. Or staff cost modifier. No, let's take the national unrest person. It's going. The Bulgarians are going to decrease. These guys, Kandari, possibly are going to decrease as soon as we start lowering war exhaustion after the end of the war. Same thing for Erednid. Armies, same thing. Ottoman nobles. I still have Erzurum and Erzincan. And the Armenians in Mush. That's the three that are going to revolt. The others are going to be under control soon. But back to this. Innovativeness. I want the innovativeness, and someone around me has already taken this. I can probably also embrace the Renaissance if I go a little bit into debt. Don't want to go into debt. But if I look at my tech, it would be costing me 748 for this. And it would give me a 15% decrease in cost, saving me a bunch of mill points. Again, I know people are going to be mad at me for doing this. I don't care. Corruption increases the cost of many things, so over time it is not the solution. But it allows for an easy embrace, and now this one is 15%, well, 15% cheaper. Take that. We no longer need the embrace institution on our capital, indeed. No edict needed anymore. And we're still losing ducats a month, also because we're rooting out corruption. We apparently have superior infantry. We'll change those just after the war. The knights are not out yet, but soon-ish. These guys are out, and immediately Dulkadir and Tunis ask me about the Renaissance. Tunis having higher income, I will sell it to them. Sorry, Dulkadir, I will say as accept, but they won't be getting it. I can summon a diet. I can put everyone on a diet. I don't want to put anyone on a diet because Janissaries at 96% influence. No thanks. Not for me. And now we chill war against the... Yeah. Faceting! Hell yeah! This event for the early Renaissance adopters. We apparently were an early Renaissance adopter. And you need a province that is trading, well, in glass or... Yeah, in glass. You replace gems instead of glass in your capital, which is worth a lot more money. And until the end of the game, you get local goods produced. So more goods produced means more money, more trade value produced. And trade value modifier. So the value of our trade is going to get a 15% increase. And price of gems goes up by 25% until 2nd of January 1821. The game ends on 1st of January 1821. And immediately our trade value went from 9 to 21. And the income our income again here, we're on 87% because we're occupying all of the Venetian provinces, so there's only slivers of other people, meaning we take in now 10 ducats in our 10 ducats here in our capital. And the best is yet to come. England is no longer a valid rival for me, meaning we get the Eclipsed England plus 10. We have a free diplomat. Okay, I will stop. I will revoke my embargo on you. It's fine. It's okay. I can do it. I can do it. We're suffering. Okay, 6.1 from reinforcements. I'm very tempted to just barrage these places. Also, wait, because Silly is going to pay us a few ducats. Water shortage. That's that's almost the best you can get in progress. Then there's food shortage, water shortage, defender's desert, and then success. But water shortage kills a lot of people and hurts morale. Siege of Silly's over. Time to go siege down. No. Okay, we need to march through. No, we don't have access to Austria. Austria, please, come on. Thank you, Austria. Let me march through your land. Gonna be much easier like this. For some reason, they brought people back home. That's okay with me. And as soon as the cannons are there, ambition of a valid sultan. Construction called local tax, down, and yearly prestige, or admin points. I take admin points. Hungary, let's recall our diplomat from Hungary. We're now on 50 relations. Austria, they're actually not that mad at me, so Siege of Rhodes is over. That's gonna signal the end of the war. You guys, same thing. Are they actually gonna? Yeah, they beat the Venetians up. Or Venetians. That's what's left of the Venetian army. Things are gonna get not cool for them. Siege of Venezia is over. And now, with this, I'm actually going to first start marching home to make sure I get black flagged when we peace out. I'm going to sink their navy because I can, and I'm petty like that. Sunk their 7 galleys, gained 4. Are we over force limit? Yes, we are majorly over boat limit. We're going to have to get rid of some boats. I'm afraid our trade boats are going to go. Actually, right-click for half, because we had 65, right? Yeah, let's sink and disband a few. And that immediately from 10 ducats to 3 ducats over. We still have 10. Are we still 10 over? No, we are 7 over. Actually, I'll do it in galleys. You guys... Again, import in case of war, protect trade. Aleppo, which is closer to my borders. War is mostly over, so superior unit types. We'll speak of unit types after that. I still have 2 free diplomats. Silly, I'm going to separate peace you. Sue for peace, I would love to make you an Ottoman vassal, but for 20 AE... Actually, 20 AE... would prevent you from joining more wars. I'll do it. Who would be in a coalition against me? Serbia, they're already in. Who cares? Genoa. Who cares? Venice, they won't be able because they have a truce with me, and it's only 52 AE, so... We have a new vassal in town. Hey guys, have you heard of this guy? He's called the new vassal. Wallachia. I am sure you are ready. No, you are still don't want to be an Elayet because high liberty desire. Well, let's pay off your debt. 27 ducats. Done. That should... There we go. Promote you to Elayet. And we'll rein you in soon. I am out of provinces everywhere, and you are not marching through Herzegovina. Perfect. Now comes the fun times. I'm improving with Georgia. I don't need to improve with Georgia anymore. Venice, super peace. And this is where it's going to cost me a bunch of dip points. So, too bad. I was about to take the dip idea. Now we're very ahead of time on admin tech and we're late on dip tech. Let's speak first of national focuses. National focuses. Could have spoken earlier about it, but national focus, we are at 654.30. So, national focuses. National focuses is this little check mark. We're going to speak about national focuses and overall monarch point generation. How many points do we get per month? How do we get to these 15? Well, if you hover over here, it tells you. If you hover over here, same thing, it tells you. Base is 3. Every nation gets a base of 3 in every category every month. Then you have your rulers, military skill. In our case, 6. So that's a total of 9. We have our national focus on it. I'll get to that in just a second for another +2. We have at least 50 power projection. So that's another +1. So that's another +3 and 6 and 3. That's 12. Because we have an advisor on tier 2, that's another 2. And because we have primacy of the Umera, remember this little power that we gave out and that's bothering us in Crown Land? Well, because we gave that out, we get another 1, bringing us to a total of 15. Our diplomatic, we are 3 over our diplomatic relations, because we have the mill access with Austria that I need to revoke. Chile, Herzegovina, and Wallachia. Although no, Wallachia is an Elayets now, so no longer. Dulkadir Royal Marriage, Granada, Tunis are 3 allies. Herzegovina, Scilly, Dulkadir, and Austria. So we're going to remove Austria, we're going to remove Herzegovina, and hopefully in time Scilly will decide to become an Elayet. For the moment, I'm happy with this. So that's a -3 on our generation, which hurts. We're generating 4 plus 3 base, and we have another -1 coming from our national focus. National focus is this little tick box. National focus, it can be on 4 things. Either one of these or none. What it does, if it's none, no shifting of points. If it's set on any one of these, it will give +2 to the one selected and -1 to the other 2. So there's no gain or loss of points. It's just how you spread them out. And right now we are on tech, very late on dip tech. If you have more, I think our corruption is going to be... no, our corruption is not yet going to rise. But when you're above, when you have more than 2 differences in tech between your highest tech and your lowest tech, you start getting corruption because of your research is considered unbalanced. So that's one, we are late. The second one is ideas. I'll be setting up a new tag for the chaptering for you in YouTube, and we'll be speaking about it in just a second. And we're going to, but for reasons, I'm going to go with this. So we're going to click to change your national focus to diplomatic power, adding +2 to that power each month, but reducing the other 2 by 1 each month. Click. So now instead of, we lost the +2 from that were here to here, and instead we have a drain of a -1. And same thing, the drain here didn't change. So now we're making officially indifference a total of +3. And as soon as we get a few Elayets in, like you, promote to Elayet, we'll rein them in soon. That's another point gained. The second reason why I wanted to focus on that is ideas. First, we'll speak about units and unit types. Uh, 659. So the units and unit upgrades. Units, we spoke about the force limit. Depending on your tech, it's, I'll say mostly everyone at the same time, but there's a few discrepancies. You will be gaining, depending on tech levels, new infantries, new cavalries, and starting level 7, cannons as well. They all follow the same mechanism, although it's on different levels that they change. You can show them, okay, we can show them all. And let's show the outdated ones. We are currently running level 1 Yaya infantry. If we close back, we have the selection here, Yaya infantry. The difference between Yaya infantry and Azab infantry is the number of pips. Without getting into detail, more pips, better units. Offensive pips, more damage inflicted. Defensive pips, less reduces damage taken. Sorry, offensive tries to inflict more. Defensive allows to mitigate damage more. In our case, I'm going to hide our Yaya infantry. We only have the Azab infantry available, and they're going to go from 3 pips to 4 pips, so a notable increase in their defense, and that's about it. It's general. In this one, we're going on Tech 9, we're going to go from 4 pips to 3, 6, which is a much bigger increase than our just 1 pip here, etc., etc., etc. Cav, cannons work exactly the same. The reason why I wanted the war to be, I'll say, over for all... Oh, Corfu's still there. Do I want to go to Corfu, actually? We'll see. In any case, I mean, they have 5k men. They have 5k men, I'm still marching. Let's change. To show the difference. When you upgrade, since your infantry is learning how to use new equipment, their morale, it's represented by their morale tumbling down to minimum to still allow them to move, which is something like 5%? 5 or 10%? And it's just that, and now they're going to be regaining it over the next few months. That's why you don't do that in war, because these guys could easily defeat these guys by just stepping on their face. Mercs, since the Crimean Company is not... Well, they did tech up as well, apparently. They did upgrade their units. They're probably still on Miltech 4, but who cares? They're marching home. Now for peace. First with Venice, and then with the Knights. Venice, and it's going to cost me a boatload of dip points. Which might be an argument to see... Yeah, I'd like to see if we can take an idea. No, we'll check ideas afterwards. Let's first peace out good old Venice. We'll be coming back for them regularly. I don't want to increase aggressive expansion with anyone while fighting Venice, because they're not the main war participant. So I do have claims on a lot of land, but I don't want to. I would like return cores. Do you have cores that are interesting, like cores that belong to my vassals? No, you have no cores belonging to my vassals. I don't want to take... It's only 12. Take Naxos as a vassal. Compared to outright taking it. 11.5, it's actually less AE to take it. But I'm already going to take one big hit which is Ravenna. That's 22 AE. Gonna piss off quite a few people. And that's it. The reason why I'm taking Ravenna specifically is that it's land close to all the little Italian miners, which I can then diplo-vassalize just like I did over here. So I get them without having to fight. Then I'm gonna want Venice to release nations. Nations that I can potentially vassalize. Like Corfu over here. It's going to cost me, and you're saying, oh, okay, you say no because I don't own Corfu. So war continues. It's fine. War can continue. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And with my fleet posted out here, they can't cross the strait. Fleet, stay there, please. Thank you. Actually, stay here, and I'm going to press A so that it stays out. And the damaged boats are going to sail into the closest port being Yanya. But since I blockade the straits, they can't cross with their 1k army. Maybe they boarded some onto their fleet, but that's none of my concern. You can come. Austria canceled the military access. Thank you, Austria. I was about to do it. I'll speak a little bit about ideas. Ideas, 7. Ideas, national ideas, ideas and national ideas. So we do have traditions. We spoke about that a long time ago. These are, you can find possibly the same combo, but they're, for all sakes and purposes, unique to your country. You get them from the start of the game. When you finish filling up this bar that I'm about to speak about, you gain one last one, which is land force limit modifier plus 25% for us. Other countries get other bonuses depending on, I'll say things and stuff. Depending on dev's choices, these ones are absolutely fixed. Another thing that is fixed is these set of 7 national ideas. The combination, again, just like the traditions, for all sakes and purposes, it is a unique set of ideas that are going to give you different bonuses. So there are many, many, many different bonuses. And combined with 7 options, and at when you unlock them, basically you have an infinity of combinations. For us, our first one is going to give us core creation cost and max promoted cultures +1. The second is manpower recovery speed. The third one is cavalry combat ability. Remember when I said cavalry was economically not worth it unless you had some form of cav combat ability? Army forms, okay. Well, there we go. We're going to get some through there to make our cavalry potent. Some tax modifier and some reform progress growth. Reform progress growth is this, the reform of your government, national unrest, trade efficiency, and ship cost. You unlock these ideas by filling up this bar. This bar fills up by taking ideas. These are national ideas. You can't choose them. You can't change them. They are fixed. They are fixed to your tag. The others, you have this mess. Some can criticize it. Everyone will have a very vocal opinion on which idea group is the best and by far, and that you should totally take it. Again, along this playthrough, I'm going to show off what I consider to be my favorites. And I'm going to try to argument why. There are no... Okay. Besides maritime ideas, which are honestly more than extremely and very rarely situational, all ideas can have a use. Naval and maritime being, in my opinion, the 2 most underwhelming ones. And I'm going to go for a diplomatic idea first. That's the general advice as you're conquering and expanding is to start with an idea in the diplomatic group. Why? Because you need your mil points to stay on time with your military tech. You need your administrative points to core the land you've conquered and expand, which leaves dip points to be around. I'm gonna go with my favorite idea first. Diplomatic ideas. For me, it is of the entire idea set of all the diplo ideas. It's in my opinion by far the strongest group. You get extra diplomats. You get 25% improved relations here. Another diplo relation which never hurts. Your advisor costs become cheaper. Diplomatic reputation, you know, this modifier that makes people accept alliances and things like that a bit more likely. Well, you have a little bit of that in there as well. Province worst cost. Right now, if I'm taking land, I'm paying, say, 100% for conquest. With this, well, all provinces are cheaper to take, allowing me to take, for example, same amount of land and some ducats. Or, if I'm very greedy, more land. So, it makes peace deals possible, possibly before 100%, if I just want the land, do a land grab and run. So, it doesn't seem much, but it is important. The improved relation is with everyone. Every single country that knows of us, all the negative modifiers, like aggressive expansion, will be taken down faster. 25% free, boom, like that. Cherry on top, extra dip tech cost, so all our diplomatic techs down by 10%. All future techs, once we finish adopting the diplomatic ideas, down by 10%. And each idea group, so that's 7 ideas. Each idea group has a finisher. This one, lowered impact on stability from diplomatic actions. Breaking royal weddings currently hurts. We would lose stability, negative relations, etc., etc., etc. With the diplo idea, it's just a cost on prestige. Truce breaking. If you break a truce with someone and declare war immediately after peacing out, you suffer normally big penalties. With diplo ideas, much less. We're also going to be playing with influence ideas because influence ideas and vassals, and we're going for, as you may have guessed, with our Elayets, many vassals, are, in my opinion, extremely powerful. Income from our vassals, so our vassals are going to pay us more money. Their liberty desire is going to be reduced, and they're going to contribute more to our naval force limit, allowing us to run more boats. Our diplomatic annexation cost, so it's going to be 25% cheaper if we want to integrate them. Extra diplo relations, works well in synergy with the diplomats, etc., etc. I have a personal soft spot for espionage ideas. In some cases, if I'm not going to be having many people around me, I may take espionage ideas. You do have the same, you do have a diplomat in there. You have a aggressive expansion impact minus 20%, which is not as, in my opinion, not as good as this one. This one is going to decay your AE faster. This one is, you're going to pile up less when you conquer. So if you have people, as long as you have truces with them all around, you can take this one. As a horde, I love SPO ideas. Some yearly corruption down, always welcome. Chance to capture enemy ships. Hey, you know, we have a 33%. Well, we could bring that up to about a bit more like 58. And blackmailing, vassalization, acceptance chance. Acceptance, so more likely to accept vassalization. Monthly favor if you're currying favors like we did with Crimea. Finisher, rebel support, efficiency, useless. Spy, action cost modifier, you need less spy network to fabricate claims or steal maps or things like that. So overall, I really like them. The second reason why you would choose an idea group over another. There's the bonuses and the finisher. There's also policies. This humongous screen. So you can hover over for each idea group. Each idea group has a bonus that a policy, sorry, if you finish that idea group and another one from another category. So espionage, SPO, SPO religious, etc., etc. For our diplomatic ideas, for example, if we finish, because I'm going to go with admin because in administrative, admin and humanist are my two favorite. Some people will tell you need to take innovative ideas because there is tech cost, institution embracement cost. If you're playing in Europe, is generally a good idea. If you're playing far away, I'm really not fond of it. It's a good speed up idea. You can also abandon an idea group at any time. You get refunded a small part of the points you actually invested in it. So some people will take an idea group just for like one or two ideas. Like I want to colonize one or two provinces. I'm going to take expansion ideas and just the first colonist and then abandon it after I'm done colonizing. Some people finish innovative ideas and then remove the idea group because something more important. I prefer going straight for admin humanist and gain innovative by being ahead of time on tech. Policies, Diplo and admin idea, an extra diplomat, and autonomy change down. With Inno ideas, if we went Inno, advisor cost and diplomatic reputation. With my offensive ideas that I like, spy network construction and diplomatic reputation. Again, it tries to merge two. The policies always try to merge the two idea groups, or at least the spirit of the two idea groups. With quality ideas, you can get some monthly war exhaustion down, which is amazing. And this is why I suggest, not an obligation, to split your ideas and spread them. Plus, taking idea groups, taking your ideas is going to cost you monarch points. So you're going to be always running after dip points for quite a while you're taking your dip ideas. If you then immediately go into influence, you're going to be suffering you're going to be missing a lot of points. Whereas if we dip into admin ideas, for example, with its extra gov cap, cheaper admin tech, advisor cost, always good. Possible advisors is the number of options you get for advisors, so different bonuses and not having to fire them. For creation cost, another 25%. Promote culture cost for 30%, which is changing culture in provinces, which is potentially interesting. Stab cost modifier down. Monthly autonomy change, I really like that one. When you state land, to have it tick down more, passively faster. Civil service, the admin tech is and this and the gov cap. These are with the creation cost are the three reasons you want admin ideas. Some neat policies as well. Like with the SPO, you get advisor cost and yearly corruption. Admin ideas, stability of the country. Diplo is relationships, more or less. And military ideas, everything is in the name. I do like aristocratic ideas. They're not the best, but you have some cav combat ability. So if you want to dip more into cavalry combat, dev cost and national manpower modifier. That is that's cool. Cav cost, so recruitment and upkeep down, and we can have more cavalry. Again, cavalry nobility traditionally was in charge of the cavalry. Army and Navy tradition decay, an extra diplomat and cheaper generals. Unjustified demands can take more things without making people angry, and cost to fabricate claims pairs very well with espionage, by the way. Where when you finish this, the spy action cost modifier and Fabricated claims, you can make claims for dirt cheap. Monthly autonomy change, more, and yearly absolutism up, which is neat. And this one, and the finisher, leader siege. +1 on your leader siege for every general you roll once you finish the ideas. But we'll be getting back into those later. For the moment, I want my dip ideas, especially for the improved relation. And the extra diplomats. And since we are first in the dip group, we can gain some innovativeness by taking the first diplomatic idea because we would be the first in the world to take this idea group. So yes, it's going to put me late on tech, but taking an idea in a dip group will reduce dip tech by 2%. Same for the other groups. Taking an admin idea will reduce all future admin techs by 2%, etc., etc., etc. So yes, I am delaying my tech here, but I'm gaining 2 innovativeness, which also all power cost. Tech is a power cost. Idea is a power cost. I'm going to gain 2 points of that just by clicking this button. And I'm going to need the extra diplomat after we peace out of Venice. Because we're going to be making Elayets. More Elayets. And this guy, I'm actually going to put straight on Silly to improve relations with them. They're a bit, they seem to be slightly mad at us. For absolutely no reason. You only have 1k, so murder. And you guys move in. We're just going to barrage and assault it because we have the points. You can start the ticking. Mercs come in, you march out. Barrage. Let's see if we can get on a 14%. No, supply shortage. You guys sail out. Cancel the repair mission. Group. Serbia left the military coalition. Perfect. And send back the 4 that need repairs. Let's give the 21% tick, see if that changes something. Nope, defenders desert. Assault, hopefully it'll be enough. Otherwise, well, it's fine. Nope. Mystics and storytellers, move toward legalism, yes please. Siege of Corfu's over. Perfect. I'm gonna still beat up their navy. Again, I am petty like that. We renewed a loan, yada yada yada. Boom. We sunk 6 of their ships, captured 4. That's 4 too many, but hey. Actually, we're gonna keep them. We're gonna be able to go a little bit over. And at this point, the Crimean Company, we love you, but bye-bye. That way I don't pay for them. We're back into positives for ducats. Can march back home. We have only Armenian separatists and the Ottoman nobles, but they're barely on the cusp of revolting, so who cares? And now we have 100%. We're starting to get calls for peace, so time to peace out. We had our war score against Venice. We're taking Ravenna. At 40%? No, that's 23 only. And now we're gonna release... we could cancel Naxos as a subject. And this is where we're gonna wreck our dip points, and also the reason why I improved that. First, let's see about releasing nations. Nations that we want to integrate. Like here, the little nation of Montenegro. He's going to be super happy that we released him, so that when we say, hey, you want to be our vassal instead? He's going to be like, yes, please. And I'm going to be very happy with that. Durazzo, I don't think I can do anything with Durazzo, right? Core province of Albania, let's do that. You're going to return the core Durazzo to Albania. Yes, I'm returning cores to Albania. I might see about giving Avalonia back, depending on how mad they are at me. I would like to release people as well. More people to release. I would like to release Dalmatia, but I can't. That's already 58 war score, sadly. We can do Padua. I'm very tempted to take Spalato. Yeah, 37. Who would be in the coalition immediately? Bosnia, Ragusa. No, let's not take Spalato. Oh, we could release Corfu. I wanted to release Corfu as well. Little Corfu. That's 95. Take 5 ducats. We still only have 22 aggressive expansion, being this one, being Ravenna. And that's my peace deal with Venice. Immediately start coring Ravenna, because now from Ravenna we can potentially get Bologna. Padua is going to be super happy that we just released them, so they're going to be very positively friendly. Same for Corfu. And same for little Montenegro down here. I wish I could have released these guys, but hey. You guys, did I? Yeah. Sail back. Rhodes, you're the next one. I need to wait 1 day. Sue for peace. I'm eating you. I am very sorry, Rhodes, but I am eating you. And taking your ducats. That's another 11 AE, but it's further away, so fewer people actually care. And the deposition of the knights, we gain local prosperity growth and mill points. Cool. We can seize land because we are done with the war. I am immediately going to do it to put us above 20% and get rid of that ticking peace deal problematic thing. And you guys are on my castles, which is perfect. I'm going to be able to, say, intercept you. And now starts the improve relations. Corfu. Now, well, yeah, let's get Corfu. Corfu, I'm sure you want to be my ally. That's already 133. Montenegro, you're rivaling Ragusa. Ragusa, any chance? Oh, Ragusa, we could potentially vassalize. Interesting. I want to get little Padua up here. Rivaling Trent. We're never going to get Trent. Oh. Visit of some shady people. I will take the 5 prestige. Should have spent it first, but hey. Corfu, we are improving. Padua, improving. Well, no, I'm not improving yet, but I should be improving. Trent, Domination, Revolt, Wallachian Nobles, not my problem. Improve relations with you. Improve relations with you. Side with neither? Because we just took land. So I can either give back 1% of the land, which honestly I don't really mind. And my Umera are so pissed off that I'm going to side with the Umera. They're going to gain 1% of the land, but 15 loyalty, which is going to bring them back to positives. And yeah, I only have the Demi now who are pissed off, which is fine. Well, it's not fine, but it's not the most problematic. We have our 2 that we are bumping and improving relations with. We are technically in debt by 1 loan, which is sad. Come on, dude. 1 and 2. You guys can group. We are probably also paying for the army. Yeah, well, 0.03, that's nothing. This province, next to a fort, forts will automatically return return occupation. If it's your fort and your province, forts will automatically lift the occupations around them. They also prevent rebels from putting up their demands, which is also great. We have too few rivals. Venice is still a rival, that's cool. Austria wants to rival me, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Let's rival Poland? Rival Austria. Now comes a little time of peace and quiet. Padua. Again, I know I'm getting high corruption. How's my decadence? Decadence 0. Yes, I know, I am over limit, but with this I have access to the wonderful thing that is called Influencing Nation. 25 relations, just like that off the bat. Next is Corfu next month, maybe. Yeah, at end of the month I should be able to do it. In the meantime, let's get 10 relations like this. Bologna, trade league led by Venice, that's not my problem. 89%, we're going to wait on Padua. Corfu can probably influence you as well. Venice decided knowledge sharing from Trent, don't really care. Padua, do you want to become a vassal? Thank you. No need to improve with Padua anymore. Let's start improving with Montenegro. Hey, Corfu. Your rival is Montenegro, so I'm not allying them until these guys are vassalized. Let's influence nation, and we're good next month to vassalize them. So let's recall Corfu. Let's see about getting Mantua. Improved relations or Bologna? Bologna is still a bit far in terms of AE, so let's maybe not. Damnation for Montenegro, that's fine. Boom, let trade league, it's fine. I want you to vassalize, thank you. I said thank you. Promote to Elayets, thank you. So you don't occupy a relation slot. Hey, Montenegro, you want me to be my ally? Thank you. Memmingen, Trade League. Corfu's going to become an Elayet, and that's a few more people, and that's also going to improve both our income through vassal taxes and going to improve our military. We were above force limit, we are now way under. Now it's boats that I'm a bit worried about, but it's just boats. It's fine. I'll just disband this one. If you disband a boat in port, the sailors will return to your sailor pool, provided you have room for them. Only 10 men will be able because our cap is 1381. But if you're building a lot of boats, roads I want to core as well. Let's start improving with. Let's also start improving with Ragusa, because I saw that Ragusa on a minus 50 still AE. Ugh, it's a bit much. Urbino, you are a subject. Luca, any chance? You say no right now. Oh no, because you're still a member of the Empire. Mantua, are you still a member of the Empire? That would be problematic to vassalize you, yes. So only Bologna. Let's start trying to improve with Bologna. And probably insult a rival or two. Ferrara, maybe? Or is Ferrara still in the Empire? I think Ferrara is Empire, yeah. And let's start improving with Bologna. See if we can get them. Padua for sure got added for a little collection. No, it's Ragusa that I want to improve with. Ragusan opinion, hostile attitude. But you have trust with me, it's okay. Improve relations. 177. I can just wait for that to tick up. Our admiral died, that's fine. Agent of Marzovia was found. Don't really care. Oh, we have everyone already improving with everyone. Silly's already on 0. Silly, are you ready to become an Elayet? No. Augsburg, Trade League, Damnation. They're forgetting. It's fine, they're forgetting. They forget, they forgive. It's okay. Siena, chances of subjugation. Are you a member of the Empire? They are still part of the HRE. Come on, HRE. Fire that event, it's Italy and the Shadow Kingdom. Hasn't fired yet. Albania, if I returned your core, would you be anywhere ready? Outrage, not the same religion group. Trust. That's going to be easier to... Complaints about the Bay. Legitimacy or stability. Legitimacy. Any day and every day. 186. As soon as it hits 190, so next month, we rein them in. Too many dip relations. Corfu. Oh, Corfu. Yeah, I need to... And we can start Elayeting everyone. Gonna keep on improving with Silly, because same thing. As soon as I can Elayets them, they get Elayeted. You're coming back. Corfu. Promote to Elayet. Offer vassalization. Granada, Silly. Yeah, Silly is the... You've been reined in. Ragusa, I can offer you an alliance. First I'm gonna promote Montenegro to Elayets just to remove one more person in my dip slots. We are improving with Ragusa and Bologna, trying to get them into seeing the errors of their ways. Confirm. And I might as well insult Albania, because that's going to be 25 relations. We're going to have to use all the tips and tricks that I know with you and Bologna. Bologna, you are rivaling Ferrara and Lucca. Might be a bit harder to get Bologna, but we'll see. They just need to forget a little bit about my aggressive expansion. It's okay. Ah, the Shadow Kingdom. Summon the Diet, so now they are going to abandon Italy. Ain't that neat? Claim my guarantee over you. You want ducats. Tunis. No, Tunis, you don't get my ducats. I'm very sorry about that. That's something you can do with favors. Spend favors to get ducats, or manpower, or trust, and things like that. I mean, rein in this Elayet as well, by the way. Or vintage. I hope I didn't drink any. It's Ragusa I want. Ragusa, I would like to... You don't want to transfer trade power. Sad. I would like to influence nation. And I just need another 60, 70. Gift would be 25. Oh, we can offer mill access for another 10, so that's 28. And improve relations, we have 13. We're going to be good. We'll be fine. There. Insult is going to be 25. Gift is another 25. We're good with... Ragusa is going to be good. Padua, you've been reined in, right? If we look at all our Elayets, yeah, Wallachia and Corfu need to be reined in, though. Oh, Wallachia doesn't want to. Liberty Desire too high. Okay. Play, we have to do something. Lose ducats. Sadly, we lose ducats. Age ability! First one. We can go with the Ottoman Siegecraft, Leader Siege +1, or we can go with the Justified Wars, AE Impact -10. I'm going to go with this one. People will have different opinions. We're going to go for the war taxes. We're going to go for this one second, but this one, the Justified Wars, just too good. And because we conquered Mush, if we go to escape, to regions, super regions, come on. Mush is technically in Asia, so we are technically present on 2 continents by 1 province, but we are present on 2 continents. Control centers of trade. By the way, I wanted to do that as well, but I don't have the money for it. But I need to improve the Sinop one, which can only be done if it has 10 development. So done. Done. We need the 200 ducats. That's another problem. Hey, we're up to 10 ducats a month. That's cool. We can also stop paying for our military, which is going to save us buckets of ducats. And now we're making 17 a month. Corfu, do you mind being reined in? Thank you very much. 34. I can gain 80 through insult and stuff like that. We can gain 4 more. We're going to be exactly on it. We can use our Muslim piety interaction to remove 2 corruption. Yes, please. That is also going to help. Well, we're losing money because lowering our religion, our legalism. No, I'm not removing the influence of Theodoro. Lowering this, we get less national tax modifier and tech cost up and things like that. But we get rid of corruption, and corruption costs you a boatload to repay. I am not renewing the influence of Trebizond. I am maintaining the diplomat in Ragusa. 141, and now we want to insult their rival, namely Albania, because we're never going to get Albania. Send an insult, make it scornful. Done. Oh, look, there's some lovely filth over there. Somehow that angers them. And I want to send you a gift. Send a gift. The generosity of the Ottomans knows no limit. Have 50 ducats. And in 1 month, you'll be very happy to say, okay, I want to be your vassal. 2 more innovativeness for this. Dip advisor cost, yes, because our dip advisors are going to be by far our most expensive people. Done. Ragusa's happy with me. Austria is no longer a valid rival for me. I guess Poland now. And Ragusa, that's silly. Ragusa, I can stop. Janissaries demand privileges. This one, I'm gonna pay for the army for that because I'm gonna fight him. I don't want to... I'm gonna say never. And the Janissaries are gonna rise up in Constantinople. We're gonna have to beat them back. But I can have 3 months, so... I'm gonna be waiting. And Janissaries is going... Janissary revolt hurt. Janissaries, like pretender rebels, are among the few... maintain diplomat in Bologna, please. Are among the few rebels that do not... And I repeat, that do not die when you defeat them in the first battle. Bologna, I need to proclaim a guarantee, start working on that. We did recall the diplomat from Corfu. And as the Empire finished voting, yes, they decided to abandon Italy. Hey, Luca, you're no longer in the Empire. You wouldn't want this because you have low opinion of me. How sad. Mantua, you have low opinion of me as well, but I'm sure I can fix that. And for same thing, you have low opinion of me, but we'll be fixing that. Hey, silly, you have high opinion of me. You're ready to be promoted to an Elayet. Cool. We're called silly. I moved the troops. Let's move them out of caution a bit more out. And we're gonna say never. Look at them straight in the eye and say, fuck you! Knowledge sharing for Portugal to embrace whatever they wanted to learn about. Merge recruits. Walk back. We have our own Janissaries. They're not going to take Constantinople. It'll be fine. Bologna. I would... Friends incoming! Assemble the squirrel honor guard! Eden! Welcome, Eden and Raiders! We are messing with the Ottomans. Welcome! How was... Wait, tonight... I forgot your schedule. Was tonight Celeste? How was... Tell me all about it. If you don't know Eden, she's a lovely streamer from... I'll say from Norway, Northern Europe, over there. Currently hidden in Fog of War for me. Or somewhere like that. Plays a bunch of Celeste. Is very, very good at that. Or very, very stubborn if you listen to her. And a lovely community. Very small, very tightly knit community. Highly recommend. Let me give you a shout out. And for those of you coming from Eden, if you don't know me, I am Mistani. There, that button. I play almost exclusively grand strategy games, and mainly this one. 54 in words on stream. Ow, that's impressive. That's an achievement. Achievement. Points. Words on stream. High score. And right now we're playing as the Ottomans, which is, in my opinion, the most beginner-friendly nation. And I'm messing with the special mechanics called the Elayets, which were, historically, how the Ottomans ruled. They didn't own much of the land. Our empire is mostly Greece and Anatolia, with the exception of this little guy, these 4 provinces, and these 2. Little Trebizond there as well. All the other rest of green. We have Wallachia as a subject here. Herzegovina. We just vassalized Montenegro. Little vassal in Corfu. And now we are vassalizing in Italy. Through diplomatic means. We are messing around diplomatically. If you have any questions about the game, don't hesitate. I am going to be... This video is... I'm multi-streaming. This is also going up on YouTube. And I will be putting in... probably tomorrow, because it's already getting a bit late here. All sorts of things. All the chapters where I explain different mechanics. Right now we're trying to get Bologna to accept to be our vassal in a very friendly way. While also dealing with Janissaries, which are our special units. These guys, they have a very neat color compared to our regular troops, which are a boring blue. And they hit hard, and they asked for privileges. I told them, F you. They say, okay, we revolt. And so they are revolting. And so we're going to fight them. In the meantime, we're going to send offers and friendship and cuddles to Bologna. Bologna is going to be a friend at some point. We're going to offer them military access. We have already improved their relations to the max. Sadly, their rivals are both potential alliance targets. So allying them is going to be a bit of a problem. Getting them in is going to be a bit of a problem. Do we have any chance of getting Florence in? No, sadly. Sadly, none of them rival Florence, though. And I'd really like to get, Bologna in. Because you would take vassalization. Ooh, no, I can do subsidies. We can do subsidies. Let's give you subsidies. You probably want subsidies. Everyone loves subsidies, right? Who wants subsidies? Raise your hand. We're giving out... No, I'm not selling you a province. I'm giving you subsidies because I am that generous. And I'm going to pay you lots of subsidies. That should do the trick. We defeated them. Now time to defeat them again until they die. Stacky wipey. Good. Split the stacks in 2 and go back to whatever you want to do. You are free to hang around and do stuff. Rebellion stopped. For our 39, who has the best opinion of me? Mantua, but it's because I'm already improving. Okay. I can do that. I need to rein in some people into Elayets. You need to become an Elayet. That guy got vassalized through war, and now they are... There we go. Elayet. We need to rein them in, because otherwise they occupy diplomatic relations, and occupying a diplomatic relation, if you have too many, you generate less diplo points, and we need our diplo points right now. You have a very sad Mastani face. I need diplo points. Check. There's only Wallachia who is not reined in, but that's okay. They're almost there. Do I have favors with you? I do have favors with you. Let's trade favors for trust. There, and that should allow me to rein you in. Yes, perfect. Bologna, you're still gaining on subsidies for the moment. Yeah, we just need a little... You have to forget a little teeny tiny bit about the meaning that I've been to your neighbor, namely Venice, and it's going to be great. Silly, rein in. And Wallachia, rein in Elayets. Perfect. All our Elayets have been reined in. Mantua, I want to maintain the diplomat in Mantua. I'm going to start the cuddle therapy with Mantua as well. Ally to rival, but that as soon as I subjugate the rival, that disappears. Let's proclaim our guarantee on you, because obviously we want to be friends with Mantua. Who wouldn't want to be friends with Mantua? 39. Actually, we're going to be good on subsidies. With the subsidies, because we just need the plus 10. And AE is going to disappear faster than gift. Gift and influence. We can influence you already, yeah. Boom. Get influenced. We're also done. We're still reinforcing the casualties from the rebellion, so we're going to keep on paying the troops until this little notification goes away. After that, we're gonna give them. We're gonna stop paying for our troops. They don't need to be paid anyways, right? They're just troops. In times of peace. No. I'm gonna lose the mill points. I don't want to lose Urban. He's just too good of an advisor. That, and now I send gift. Send you gift. 167. Perfect. Done. And start improving with Lucca as well, because we're going to need to improve all 100 points. Let's actually do Ferrara. Discovered an agent. People spying on me. Imagine people spying on me. The biggest and scariest nation in the world. And there we go. Bologna's a vassal. Hey Mantua, do you want to be an ally? I'm sure you want to be my ally. Bologna, I can stop improving relations with you. I'll promote you to Elayet. And we said we were working with Ferrara. Proclaim the guarantee. Someone attacks Ferrara, they are attacking the Ottomans. That's what I tell everyone. And now they are just like, oh, okay. Hey, you probably want to march to my land. That makes you happy. Thank you. The Suns, 602. We need to choose our next heir. You're going to be... Come on in. Eden, congratulations. You are heir to the Ottoman Empire. Don't disappoint me. Ferrara, I said I wanted... Oh, you don't want my mill access. Okay. Now I said I was allying Mantua. Well, you didn't rival Ferrara, so I can do both. Opinion of Hungary, and Hungary's opinion goes down. Yeah. I don't really care about Hungary's opinion. Offer an alliance with Ferrara. We are improving. Mantua, your rival. You have Trent as a rival. As a dude that I can insult. We can influence nation with you. We're not reinforcing troops, so I need the extra ducats to bribe people into becoming my vassals. Bologna, you are ready to become an Elayet. You want knowledge sharing, Dulkadir. You get it. Promote you to Elayet. Something happened in Austria land. Who cares? 136. I can get... I did influence you, right? No, I haven't influenced. Yes, a great power influence, I did. So let's send a gift. No, not loan. Send a gift for 25 relations. Trent, tell you stink. Send an insult. Highly cultured letter, insult. There, and now Mantua is okay to become my vassal. No, one off. Crap. What can I do? Build, spy, trade, blah, blah, blah. What can I do for a little bit? Well, we're gonna do subsidies for a while. Anyways, subsidies end immediately as soon as they are... I just need the one relation with them. Ferrara, I only have 23 AE to wipe off, so I can influence you. There we go. Mantua 190, there we go. Become my vassal, thank you very much. Reign in you. Ferrara, you rivaled Luca, and Luca rivaled you back, so... I can start improving with you, though. Revoke the guarantee. I am sure now you want mill access. Thank you. That is mill access. Timurid is no longer a valid rival for me. Sad times. And costly embargo on Venice and Timurid. Wow. I guess we rival France. Revoke the embargo on you because that's hurting my trade and thus my income. And Timurid's same thing. There we go. Little Italians. Let's keep on babysitting our little Italians. Ferrara, you're on 41. You have been influenced. Your rivals are Genoa, Lucca, and Siena. I can gain 25 from sending you a gift. And I guess we're going to insult Genoa. Mantua, I am sure you want to become an Elayets. Thank you. Maintain the diplomat there. Incompetent diplomats. Lose prestige or lose dip points. I will lose the 73, 10 years. I'll take the incompetent. We can seize land, making almost everyone happy. I want to give that. Let's Sinop and Biga. That's fine. Pay for the army for a little while. You march there, then march there. Should be fine. Normally, you won't get murderized. Ferrara, I said I wanted to have 2 free diplomats. Yes. We are going to insult Genoa, because Genoa is never going to accept to vassalize. Done. I want to send you a gift. There we go, 197, perfect. Nobles demand increased pensions. Sure, I can have increased pensions, to my nobles. Ferrara, you want to become my vassal? Yes, you do. This mechanic is so OP, I love it. Offer vassalization, you are now my vassal, congratulations. Hey, Luca, you want to be my ally? Now that I vassalized all of your rivals? Maybe we can even get Siena. +3 on Siena. Lucca. Let's get Lucca in. You're plus your rivaling Florence. And you're rivaling Florence, so yeah. Offer an alliance to Lucca. Ferrara, you want to become an Elayet. Thank you very much. Again, I want to zoom through these ideas. Dip relations +1. Yes. And max promoted cultures +1. We might want to promote the Albanian. Maybe. We'll see. The wordy ulema. Ooh, lose to corruption. Done. Ferrara can be reined in as an Elayet. Do we have any more easy targets? You're still Apennines of France. The others are in the Empire. Trent. I insulted you, so you're probably going to say no, in any case. Proclaim the guarantee on Luca. Rein in the Elayets. Miltech, Adventech, and Adventech to get the innovation points. I will take that, and same for the military. Better cavalry, done. Are we done with our rebellious dudes? Yes, we are. And we have replenished, so not paying for the army. Truce with Wallachia ended, don't really care. Administering an empire, price of paper goes up, good. Luca, I would like to offer you military access through my land, namely Northern Italy. I can stop improving with Ferrara, which is a subject. And I can start improving with Siena, who's going to need some improving as well, before we can convince them. And after that, I think it's going to be time to war with the Mamluks, which technically we could do once we ally Siena if it's just waiting for things. You have a guarantee. You won't accept to transfer trade. You already have the mill access. Time to influence you. Excellent vintage, as long as there is some left for me. And I'm gonna wait before I send the gift and the other, because I can still get another 25 from improved relations. So you won't need the insult with 16 AE in memory, and so you with 15, it's gonna be the same. Cool. Let's proclaim a guarantee on you before anyone else decides that they want... Yes, I know I'm one over my limit, but it's going to speed up the integration of Siena. Checking all my Elayets are absolutely loyal. No, not support loyalists. Never trade. This should also help our trade. Oh. Misclicks. There. Disagreeing advisor. He has a point. Yes, he has a point. Keep Urban. Urban, amazing advisor. Keep him. Done. 21 ducats. Life is good. 55 and 25 would be 80. So I need to wait a little bit more. Siena, I don't want to ally you, because if I ally you, since your rival is Luca, you're gonna say, F. So no to that. However, no, you don't even want mill access. I can influence nation on you. That I can do. Decided to influence the nation of Siena. We could go after... Oh, Naples has no friends. I really need to get Luca in. So let's speed things in with Florence so I can actually ally Siena. And while we war with Naples, we will get the Siena vassal. That sounds like a plan. Florence, I'm very sorry, but you're getting insulted. Send an insult. I want to start paying for the army again. We're now perfectly fine both on fleet limit and on army maintenance. Boats. Do we want a boat? No, we don't want a boat leader yet. Or at all. Luca, I insulted? No, I did not insult. I have sent an insult, but I did not make it scornful. Crap. So I did not get the relation bonus. Estate modifier done. Let's send a gift. Worst case, we'll do subsidies. It's fine. Venetian separatist. That was kind of expected. Kind of forgot about him as well. Let's be honest. Kandari separatists in Sinop. Gonna go and provoke them as well. Luca 86. Now improved relation will bring us there as well. Sadly, I messed up the... Actually, you can stay there. That's fine with me. That is absolutely fine with me. And actually... Oh, you're bringing in the second stack of men. Cool. You have no friends. I have a CB on you to take Salento. Tunis would come in? Let's call in Tunis. Mr. Popeman, would you give me mill access? You would. Thank you very much. Here I come. And, well, we can let those rebels rebel all they want. Luca, ready to be vassalized. Perfect. Luca is now a vassal. Poland no longer considers us a rival. We are too big to rival Poland, apparently, because we just got one little tiny country. Apparently, one little country was enough to... you have one siege pip. Going to detach cannons and a bunch of infantry just to make sure that you are safe. I need to wait for the occupation. I wonder what... Well, they're not jumping in because I'm protecting the Luca people. Little Luca ally. Just waiting for for this. You can get that later. March in. And these guys are going to stay behind, looking threateningly at them. You can get this leader. And actually, we're going to land in southern Italy. Before someone else decides to declare on Naples, we can make a state in Karaman. Yes, let's make a state in Karaman. Make state and core all provinces. So that now their autonomy is going to tick down slowly towards 0. Will tick down much faster once we... don't know why we got the -20 there, but as soon as we are back at peace. Which will be fine. Ooh, Bosnia... Who's going after that? Bosnia is being eaten by Hungary, right? Hungarian conquest of Bosnia. Yeah, indeed. Goodbye, Bosnia. Goodbye, Serbia. I won't forget to eat you. Don't worry. Come on. You had people. Land. And actually split and take another leader. This guy and split. And you guys go help with the siege of Naples. Oh, Naples, that was very audacious of you to attack Tunis. Yeah, you saw me coming in and you're like, okay, I'm done. I'm done, I'm out. And right now, with us blockading, the sieges are gonna go faster. And namely, you still bring a cannon, so we're going to release cannon and have him march around. Maintain diplomat in Siena. It's a bit late to ally them because they won't ally in a war. I'll just wait until the end because reasons. Here, we could get some yearly inflation reduction. How are we on loans? We have basically no inflation, so no, you're not interesting. I'll take the production efficiency, dude. Currently making 15.56 in production. Click him. We now make 16.81, so he's actually paying for himself. that tier 1 advisor, paying for himself. And if memory serves... Yeah, Naples doesn't have a single province that has cores of another nation, so... I'm gonna ask for the boats to transport these guys around, so I avoid the fort in Naples blocking me currently. And Siege of Naples is done. No more need. Done. Auto fleet, turn around. And that's a 99%, so actually before they even fight... what do we want is the big question. Salento, 12 AE, that's actually few people. I would like a port on this side of the Med. If I do this, that's 27. Serbia, Albania, Hungary, Bosnia. I mean, Bosnia I don't really care. Serbia I don't really care. Venice has a truce. Genoa and Hungary are the true culprits here. And actually it would be Salerno because this is a port down in here. I'm actually okay with that. Because Serbia's in a war, they won't be joining a coalition now. And I'll be declaring on them to try and grab at least one little province off of them so I can declare on Hungary after that. Yeah, let's piece this out. Piece Naples out like this. You are going to give me war reps. Give up claims in... Not in Aragon, not in Florence, in Lucca, because Lucca is vassal and he's a good boy. You're gonna pay me a lot of ducats, because I need ducats to influence people. And, 81. If I take one less, maybe I can force you to revoke claims in Siena. Done. Let's do like this, control click, all four, they'll deal with it. Siena, I hope I did not damage relations too much. Nope, 30 AE, we can get over that. Offer an alliance. That's what I should have done before the war. And I'll just send you a gift and it'll be great. Force others to give up claims, plus 15 relations. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. And your only rival is Florence, which is perfectly okay. Truce expired. If I can get just one Hungarian province, I would be extremely happy to do so. Might not be able to, which would be extremely sad. No, because, wait, is that Poland? Poland, what are you doing here? Hungary is allied with Poland, brought Poland in. Okay, you need to be here, and I need to march into... not Kosovo. Zeta is being sieged down. Please, Hungary, would you please move out of Kosovo? Or Zeta. No, Zeta is still being sieged by Moldavia. They might take everything, unless... No, because I have Reconquest on that. Otherwise, it's going to be an attack on Hungary. Allied with Albania and Poland. Yeah, that might be what we're up to for next time. Lucca, the war is over. You can become an Elayets, by the way. Move towards legalism, please and always. Siena, I need to send you a gift. Here, token of appreciation. Actually, 50 ducats is enough. 190 relations, exactly on point. Perfect. Lucca, reign in. Siena, vassalize. Come on, vassalize. Thank you. Thank you, Siena. We now have a Siena vassal. We are one above limit, so we are going to make them into an Elayet as well. And I think our next war, well, just going to be for next stream, but is going to be against these guys. The only two provinces that haven't fallen there. They left provinces of Serbia. Perfect. And of Bosnia. Oh, that is so cute of them. So kind of them. So very generous of them. Conquest. I want Kosovo. I could ask. I'm gonna ask them to return their Korzeta to Montenegro. That's gonna piss them off less. And Vitoski, I'm going to subjugate them. Kobel, Bosnia. Done. Actually, you have the cannons. You go to Zeta. Because that's their capital. Well, yeah. And you actually sail to... No, not KOTOR. You sail to there. So that we can march directly onto... Split the troops. A little bit in Bosnia. You march to there. You march to there. Before they get to build up a single troop. Split. You split out and march to there. Before they get to rebuild a single troop. All provinces occupied. Perfect. Now to rationalize occupation. This is capital. They have no men. They did not get a siege tick. The Serbian capital is going to fall at the end of the month. Because they have no men, so we win. You can stay here. That's perfectly fine. Austria is now the emperor again. Good for them. You, however, you got men. So I need 6,000, say 7,000 men. Remove all Janissaries, because Janissaries are very expensive to reinforce. And I think I'll go with 8,000 men? Yeah. And you guys can march out. Perfect. Over here, we'll pull out the extra cavalry that we don't need and leave the infantry, which is great. Agricultural revolution in Coacelli. Over here. Produces grain. Grain good for men. Let's invest in a bigger army. Also, by unlocking techs, we unlocked buildings, which we can now spend lavishly on because we don't have any money problems. Lucania, oh yeah, I need to core all of these. And right as soon as these guys have become our Elayet, and these guys have become our Elayet, I'm actually going to take the land and release them from there. Maybe. Probably. We're going to declare on Hungary with a Reconquest CB. We're gonna be fighting Hungary, which is 28,000 men, Poland and their 37,000, and Lithuania and their many thousand, Moldavia as well. It's gonna be a grind fest in terms of manpower, but they're all overall low on manpower reserves. Or I just attack Albania, because Venice dropped their guarantee, and so it would be just... Yes, we're gonna do that. That's gonna be great. Let's actually finish this war and start the next war, and we'll stop right after that. Dip idea again. Yes, it's the 25 improve relations. Now I can stop taking diplomatic ideas. We have the 25 extra improve relations. So now our aggressive expansion. Austria is gonna be our limit. Minus 3.3 a year because of things and stuff. Siena, I'm gonna... No, I need to rein you in as an Elayet. Promote to Elayet. And we have land here, so technically we are getting closer to you accepting vassalization. Hello, Lance. Is this Mehmet's ambition attempt? No, I already got Mehmet's ambition on the previous patch 135, and I got it by June 1490. Although, given how we are starting, might vary, it could become one. We're just not focused enough on QQ, nor on the MAMs, but there's still options. MAMs could be our next war, well, second to next war. Right now we're going, Venice dropped their guarantee of Albania, so we're gonna do a core return on Albania, force them to return cores, and we'll annex them, return our 2 Ottoman cores here and there, and we'll just eat this one up. Maybe feed it to Ragusa, who has a claim, who knows. And we're gonna vassalize Bosnia, we're gonna vassalize Serbia, and the ally of their ally is Hungary, and Hungary has just taken cores of Bosnia. This is and Serbian cores, plus these all in one peace deal. Might even nibble a little bit on over here because we can, because that's cool. And then we'll go see the MAMs because they're still a bit forgetting what aggressive expansion is. And I was reducing the people here. I need how many? 9,000, 10,000 men. Well, too bad. There's going to be a Janissary sieging. Until this place falls, and then we move them around, and it's going to be great. We don't want to assault because still high manpower, and I want to keep my manpower high. Military leader has left us. No! How dare he? General there. It wasn't Mr. Super Siege, was it? It's not Mr. Super Siege. Mr. Super Siege is here. Cool. You take the boat for the moment. Wall breached. Interesting. Only 1,000 men. Wait. You. Siege of Zeta is over. Yeah, and with the assault here, we're gonna finish the... There we go. Siege of Zeta's over. Siege of Vitoski's over. 2 for peace. Serbia, I kind of want to do this. And vassalize you. Who would be mad at me? No one really significant. Well, I mean, there's Albania, but Albania doesn't count. The other option is to take this. I can't. Actually, I can. Would be technically less people in the coalition because I'm taking land, so, and it's less dip points. So let's do that. We won't be getting the Kosovo gold mine. That's okay. Can I do this in the peace deal? Yeah, we can return that to Montenegro, so it's few dip points, but tad less AE. Take all your ducats. Done. Immediately release them again, as we should be able to. We can't release Serbia. Boo! I mean, we'll take the land and release them anyways. But, create vassal. Yes. Create the vassal of Bosnia. We now have a vassal called Bosnia and Albania. Venice is there again. You're back, Venice. How dare you? I mean, I just beat them. I just beat Venice up, so not afraid to beat them up again. Let them come in. I have superior navy. They didn't have time to rebuild anything. So Who cares? And I'm gonna go for Reconquest. Really wish I could have released Serbia. Zeta is Serbian. Sorry, I'm burning this. I want to release Serbia, and I need Zeta to release Serbia. So the peace deal is gonna be redone, and we're gonna release Serbia as a vassal. I'm not getting caught by this trick twice. And actually, given the time, actually just go press this button for me. No, this one. Say we're ending. Let's go find someone to raid. I'm sorry for the lack of music. Normally I am on stream music. YouTube, thank you very much for watching. There will be chapters on this with all the things and stuff, but that's a job for tomorrow or this weekend.